Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history, with 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling for a full night's rest. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of the man in the iron mask. Not just a Hollywood invention, but a real prisoner whose face was concealed for decades by order of the king, and whose identity, to this very day, has never been uncovered. You've likely heard a version of this story before. A secret royal twin hidden away, unspeakable torments in the dark, a mask forged from black iron and riveted shut for life. It's a spellbinding tale, isn't it? But almost all of it is pure embellishment. The real story begins on a frosty mountain road. Picture a covered carriage climbing through the Alps in winter, its lone passenger barely more than a shape in the gloom. For years, he was moved from one lonely and weather-beaten citadel to the next, guarded and always concealed, until he arrived one brisk autumn evening within the old walls of 17th century Paris. And there, as in every prison before, the same man kept his door. The same jailer held his keys for more than 30 years, never once passing them to another, as though the crown dared trust no one else. And it's little wonder, considering his orders, which were chilling in their plainness. The prisoner was to speak to no one of anything but his daily needs. If he were to breathe a word of who he was, or why he was there, he was to be immediately put to death. But what sort of revelation could be so damaging to the crown as to have a man shut away for decades? And in that case, why not simply be rid of him? Or was there something about the identity of this prisoner that stayed the executioner's blade? Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll step softly into the candlelit age of kings and into a royal cover-up that has endured for hundreds of years. So settle in, take a deep breath, and we'll begin with a full 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling after this short break. Autumn had settled over Paris, and with it came those long blue evenings when the daylight gave up early, slipping away well before the supper hour. On one such evening, late in the September of 1698, a covered carriage came rolling slowly through the darkening streets, its lamps throwing a thin glow over the wet cobbles. The horses were weary, the journey behind them long, and ahead, black against the last grey light, stood the great round towers of the Bastille. The carriage slowed at the gates, and the gates drew open to receive it, and swung closed again behind it, heavy and final. In the courtyard, torches guttered in the damp air. A handful of men waited there in the gloom, told to expect it and ask nothing. For within the carriage sat a single passenger, and over his face he wore a covering, so that none of the men who handed him down and led him across the cold stones ever saw the features beneath. High in the fortress, by candlelight, an officer sat with a register open before him. His name was Etienne du Junker, a careful and unhurried man whose task was to record the comings and goings of the prison. He dipped his pen and wrote down what the evening had brought. A new governor had arrived to take command, he noted, and the governor had brought a prisoner with him, carried from a far-off island fortress in the warm south of France. Of the prisoner, Dujunka added only a single strange line. He keeps the prisoner always masked. His name is not spoken. A masked man, then, with no name anyone would utter. That was very nearly all the evening gave up, and very nearly all the years to come would give up too. Whatever time had since blurred away, this much was solid and true. There had been a man. He had breathed and eaten and slept behind those walls, tended with watchful care, hidden from the world as though his face were a danger to it. He had not come from nowhere. For long years before that night, he had been moved from one lonely stronghold to another, always under guard, his face always concealed. He had ridden through mountain country and along the edges of the sea, a still shape behind drawn curtains, and a presence more felt than seen. By the time the Bastille closed around him, these grey walls would be the last he would ever know. Now and then they let him out to hear Mass, and he would cross the courtyard with his face covered and climb to the little chapel, watched at every step. Those who saw him pass remembered the figure and the dark mask, and nothing more. It was that hidden face, caught only in glimpses, that would one day make him famous the world over. Later, tellers would clap cold iron over those features and bolt it fast in the imagination, though the truth was a far softer thing. As for what he had done, or knew, or why such trouble had been taken to keep him at once alive and unseen, the candle-lit register held no answer. Dujunka set down that the man had arrived, and years afterward he would set down that he had died, and between those two faint lines there stretched a whole life lived behind a mask. Into the gloom of an old Paris fortress, on a wet autumn evening, there had come a man with no name at all. Long after the masked man was buried, a story grew up over him, far grander than anything the prison ledgers could tell. In that story, he was a twin, the secret double of Louis XIV himself, the great Sun King who ruled France from the gold and glass of Versailles. As the story was always told, a king was once father to twin sons, two boys born on the same day, alike in every feature. But in a kingdom with one throne, there can be but one king. So the second child was carried from the palace in secret and hidden away from the world. To be certain his face could never give him away, it was sealed behind a mask of iron. For if the two were ever seen together, matched feature for feature, who could truly tell them apart? It was a beautiful and a terrible idea, and once it had taken root, it would not be dug out again. The grandest of these tellers worked more than a century after the prisoner died. Alexandre Dumas, who had already given the world his 3 musketeers and all their swordplay and daring, reached for the masked man and made of him the lost brother of the king. Dumas wrote to thrill, and thrill his readers he did, and the tale took such a hold that it all but swallowed the plainer truth beneath it. For a long time afterward, when people pictured the masked man, It was Dumas's brother who rose into their minds. Yet Dumas had not been the first to dream along these lines. Long before him, there had been Voltaire, among the sharpest minds France ever produced, who had himself once been shut up within the Bastille. A man who had passed slow weeks behind such walls grew curious about their secrets, and Voltaire grew very curious indeed. He let it be understood that the masked prisoner might have been an elder brother of the king, born outside the proper order of things. Out of his hints, the prisoner began to climb out of the dusty ledgers and into legend. It was Voltaire, too, who first dressed the mask in iron. He spoke of a thing of metal, fitted with a hinge at the chin and a small spring within, so cleverly made that the prisoner could take his meals without once lifting it from his face. It made for a wonderfully grim picture, the sort engravers carved with relish, and that lingered long after the book was closed. And like a great deal else in the legend, it had very probably never existed at all. The papers that survived from the prison itself told of something far gentler. The covering the man truly wore had been cut from black velvet, dark and soft, with no hinge and no catch, and no clever spring of steel anywhere about it. Somewhere in the long passage, from cold fact to fireside tale, the cloth had turned slowly to metal, and softness, oddly, only deepened the strangeness. Nearly 30 years before that wet autumn night in Paris, a letter was written that would settle the whole course of one man's life. The year was 1669. France stood close to the summit of its power, a land of great armies and grander ambitions, ruled over by the king who had taken the sun itself for his emblem. And in some panelled chamber of state, by the careful hand of one of his ministers, a set of instructions was set down in ink for the keeping of a brand new prisoner. Few hands would ever touch that page, and yet it would shape a man's whole life as surely as any wall of stone. The orders were unlike those drawn up for any common wrongdoer bound for a cell. This man was to be shut away from the whole of living society, and kept so far from every other soul that he might as well have ceased to exist. No visitor was ever to reach him. No letter was ever to pass his way. No word was to be traded with him beyond the plain things his survival asked for. Warmth he might be given, and food, and a roof against the cold, a scrap of news, a moment of ordinary talk, and the simple sound of a friendly voice, those he might never know again. And there was one instruction, harder than all the rest. The man was to be made to understand, beyond any chance of mistaking it, that a single careless word would cost him everything he had. If he spoke to a living soul of who he was, or where he had come from, or why he had been carried to that place, his life was to be ended on the spot. One sentence, one slip, and he would simply be gone. A man holding so dangerous a secret could have been done away with in a single night, and the kings of that age were rarely squeamish about such things. Yet this one the crown wished kept alive. Something about him, some thread that tied his fate to the king's own, had made his death a thing to be avoided, perhaps even a thing that could not be risked at all. He was too dangerous to set free, and too dangerous to allow to speak, and yet somehow too precious or too perilous to put an end to. So the orders stood, and the man went down into a darkness that would close over the whole rest of his natural life. He would be fed and clothed and kept in fair enough health, tended like a candle that was never to be let go out, and yet never again allowed to shed its light. The minister folded the letter and pressed his seal into the wax, and the command passed from hand to hand. A prisoner, whose true name the records would never hold, slipped out of the ordinary world and into a keeping built to swallow him whole. Whatever he had seen, and whatever he had heard, and whatever he was, it had been judged a danger far too great ever to be let loose again. Through all of it, from the first locked door to the last, one man held the key. His name was Benigne de Saint-Marc, a soldier risen into the trade of jailer, climbing through the king's service from one posting to the next, and at his side, through every step of that climb, went the masked prisoner. Other captives changed hands as governors came and went, passed along like keys from one warden to another. This one never left Saint-Marc at all. For more than 30 years, the two of them stayed bound together, the keeper and the kept. The long road began in the foothills of the Alps, at a grim fortress called Pignerol, a place of thick walls and cold mountain air that France then held at the edge of Italy. There, in stone rooms, far from any curious eye, the masked man passed the first long stretch of his captivity. He had little need of guards beyond the mountains themselves, vast and uncaring, walling him in behind ramparts of rock and weather that no friend could cross to reach him. After some years, the road climbed onto another bleak alpine post, lonelier even than the first, clinging to the mountainside, as though the world had forgotten it was there. Saint-Marc had risen higher by then, and his strange charge went along with him, faithful as a man's own shadow. The prisoner was handed up into a closed carriage, its curtains drawn tight against the daylight, and carried over the winding passes to a fresh set of cold rooms, where the watching and the hiding carried on as before. Then, after the long years among the mountains, came the sea. Off the warm southern coast of France, just out from the harbour town of Cannes, lay a scatter of small islands. Saint-Marc was made their governor, and to one of them, Sainte Marguerite, the masked man was brought. A boat carried him out across the water to a fort that looked down upon the waves, where seabirds wheeled in the air overhead, and the mainland lay close enough to ache for, just across a narrow stretch of glittering blue. For a man who could tell no one who he was, it was a lovely and a cruel place at once, fenced about by bright water, a prison with no walls at all. And at the very end, the road turned its back on the south and ran north for Paris. When Saint-Marc was raised to govern the Bastille, the most feared prison in all of France, his prisoner made the journey at his side one final time from the warm coast to the cold grey heart of the capital. Many years had gone by since that first carriage rolled out of the mountains. The man had grown old behind his mask along the way, carried from one mountain hold to the next, then down to the sea, and now, at the last to these final walls, he would never leave. And so, the whole of it made one long and strange procession down the years, a plain closed carriage on an endless road, a hidden figure seated within, with his face forever covered, and riding always close beside it, in fair weather and in foul, the one watchful jailer, the two of them carrying between them a secret that neither would ever be free to lay down. At that first mountain fortress, the masked man did not keep his long vigil alone. Pignerol held another prisoner in those same years, a man once known on every tongue in France. He was Nicolas Fouquet, and not long before he had stood among the greatest men in the land, the keeper of the king's own purse, with the wealth of a kingdom flowing through his hands. Fouquet had been brilliant and hungry and dazzled by lovely things, and he had gathered about him the finest poets and painters and craftsmen of the age. With their help, he raised a palace so glorious that all France came to marvel at it, a wonder of fountains and gardens and gilded rooms called Vaux-le-Vicomte. And there, in the warm late summer of 1661, he made the costliest mistake any man ever made. He threw a great feast at the palace in honor of the young king, an evening so lavish its equal had scarcely been seen, with fireworks above the gardens, fountains playing in the dusk, and a banquet richer than any royal table. It had all been meant to delight his sovereign. Instead, the young king sat among that splendor and grew cold within, gazing on a subject's house far finer than his own, and a fortune that seemed to rival the throne. And behind a smiling face, he resolved that the man had grown far too large. Within weeks, the blow came down. Fouquet was seized and charged with plundering the king's money and reaching after a power that strayed near to treason. By a curious turn, one of the officers who laid hands on him that day was a musketeer who would one day become the masked man's own jailer. The trial dragged on and gripped the country, and when the judges spared the fallen minister his life, the king reached down to make the punishment heavier still and shut him away for the rest of his days. The man who had soared so high, who had feasted a king beneath ceilings of gold, was carried off into the cold of the mountains to be forgotten. He had flown too near the sun, and the sun had burned him. And it was at Pignerol, in the shadow of that ruined glory, that the masked man may first have stepped into the tale. For there are serious historians who believe he spent those years in the humblest of stations, a valet who waited at table and kept the rooms of the disgraced Fouquet. By that telling the great riddle of the Iron Mask was of all things a servant, a man of no rank or importance, but for one stroke of terrible luck, that somewhere along the way he had learned a thing he was never meant to learn. It made for an easy and a very human picture. A servant moved through the great houses of the powerful, all but unseen, carrying dishes, laying fires, tending candles, and catching now and then a word that was never meant for his ears. Perhaps that was the whole of it. Perhaps the masked man had stood in the wrong room at the wrong hour, had overheard a secret too dangerous to be let loose, and had paid for it with his face, his name, and every year of life he had left. And if so, then the greatest mystery in all of France had grown from nothing grander than a careless word, caught by a servant with a candle in his hand. For a man sentenced to vanish so completely from the world, the daily round of his life was, by all accounts, a surprisingly soft one. There was decent food set before him, far more than a common prisoner could ever have hoped for. There was fresh linen on his bed, and clean linen for his back. And in some of the old tellings, there was even an instrument, a guitar to fill the long hours, so that a man without a name and without a face might sit in a stone room and play softly to no one at all. The rest of those endless days came down to a few small things, repeated over and over. A princess of the French court, writing of him to a relative long years afterward, remarked that, mask apart, he wanted for almost nothing, and that he was very devout and read perpetually. So there he was, behind the thick walls, turning the pages of his books and saying his prayers, a faceless figure at his reading by candlelight, keeping company with the only things his keepers would allow him. And yet it was a prison still, in everything but its comforts. The mask never left him whenever another living soul might catch sight of his face. Soldiers stood always near, understanding orders to act at once, should he ever lift the cloth and show his features to the world. He might have his books and his music and his good white linen, but the one thing that cost nothing at all was kept from him, which was to be known. He could not say his name. He could not tell a single person who he was, or how he had come to be there, or what he had been before the door closed upon him. So the years went by in a gentle, dreadful sameness. The meals arrived and were carried away again. The linen was changed. The same few books were read and set down and taken up once more. Then back to the room and the door and the long hours, while the world beyond went on without him. And the strangest part of it was how ordinary it must have looked from the outside. No screams came from behind that door, no chains, no darkness, and no horror that a passing servant might have whispered about. Only a well-kept room, a tray of good food, a few books, and a courteous prisoner who happened to wear a mask and never spoke his name. A man might have walked past that door 1,000 times and thought nothing of it, never once guessing that behind it lived one of the great secrets of the age, eating his supper, reading his book, and waiting, with no end in sight, for an end that would be the only freedom left to him. 300 years of patient digging through letters and ledgers turned up no shortage of guesses about the man behind the cloth. The names lined up over the centuries, like figures in a dim and crowded gallery, each one stepping forward in turn to be looked at, and each one fading back again into the dark, unproven and unconvicted. The one the soberest historians came to favour was the plainest of them all. His name was Eustache Dauger, a man arrested in that same year of 1669, taken near the northern town of Calais, and bundled off in secret to the mountains. The surviving letters called him a person of no rank, a mere servant. He was the favourite, for a simple reason. The very dates fitted him, the movements fitted him, and the long secrecy around him fitted him better than it fitted anyone else. The next to step forward wore far finer clothes. He was an Italian, a smooth and clever diplomat named Ercole Antonio Mattioli, who had dealings with the court of the Sun King, and then played that court false over the sale of a fortress town. He was seized for his treachery and shut away in that same chain of fortresses, and his case had one curious thing in its favour. The name carved into the masked man's burial record was close enough to his own that it tempted believers ever after, as though the grave itself offered a clue. Grander figures pressed their claims too. Some pointed to a wayward son of the king himself, a young man born outside any marriage, the Count of Vermandois, whispered to have struck the heir to the throne in a fit of temper, and to have been hidden away forever for so unforgivable a blow. Others reached further still, across the sea to England, and put forward, with a perfectly straight face, a son of Oliver Cromwell, the grim soldier who had cut down one king and ruled in his place. Why such a man should end his days masked in a French fortress, no one ever quite managed to say. And these were only the front rank of the gallery. Behind them stood others, dukes and generals, and unlucky men of every kind, each fitted to the mask by some clever argument, and then undone again by some stubborn fact. For every candidate there was a date that did not quite line up, a letter that said the wrong thing, and a death recorded in the wrong year. One by one they were brought forward into the light, turned this way and that, and set back among the shadows, still wanting their final proof. Some of the guesses were wild, and some were careful, and a few came close to convincing, yet not one of them ever closed the case for good. But the records themselves had been made to defeat exactly this kind of question. The man had been hidden so well, his name kept so far from every page, that the very thing the centuries most wished to know was the one thing his keepers had taken the greatest pains to destroy. And so the figures went on standing in their dim gallery, the servant and the diplomat, and the king's wild son and all the rest, each with a fair claim and none with a certain one, still waiting for an answer that might never come to call any of them by name. Where the hard facts ran dry, the old stories rushed in to fill the gap, and one of them earned a place by the fire above all the others. It was told for generations along that southern coast, and it began on the island of Sainte Marguerite, in the days when the masked man was kept in the lonely fortress that stood above the sea. The story went like this. One day, so the tale ran, the prisoner could bear his hidden life no longer. He found something to scratch with, and he took a plate, a dish of metal from his own table, and into its surface he carved a message. No one in the telling ever agreed on what the message said, only that it was a cry for help, a few desperate words from a man the world had forgotten. And when it was finished, he carried it to the narrow window of his cell and flung it out, down the rocks and toward the water, in the faint hope that some passing soul might find it and carry word of him back to the living world. And someone did find it, a fisherman mending his nets or hauling his catch along the shore below, came upon the plate where it had fallen and turned it over in his rough hands. There were the scratched marks, the secret message, and the one thread by which a buried man had tried to pull himself back into the light. The fisherman carried it, in some versions, straight to the governor of the fort, an honest man returning a strange and curious thing he had found. And here the story turned on the smallest and gentlest of hinges. The fisherman could not read. Not a letter of it meant anything to him. The marks the prisoner had laboured over, the words that could have undone a king's great secret in a single afternoon were to that weathered man no more than scratches on a dish. The governor, so the story went, asked him fearfully whether he had read what was written there, and the fisherman answered, in all innocence, that he did not know his letters and had not understood a thing. And so his life was spared, for in the telling, a man who had read those words could never have been allowed to live. The pewter became silver as the years passed and the story travelled, the way a tale always grew finer in the retelling. The window grew higher, the sea grew wilder, and the message grew more tragic, and the unlettered fisherman became a small hero of the legend, the one who held the whole secret in his hands for one short hour and never knew it. Almost certainly, none of it ever happened to the masked man at all. The bones of the story seem to belong to another prisoner on that same island, a preacher locked away for his faith, who really did write upon his shirt and upon a pewter plate and cast them from his window. The end came for the masked man on the 19th of November, in the year 1703, within the walls of the Bastille that had become his last home. He had been a little unwell after returning from Mass the day before, nothing that anyone thought serious, and then, late in the evening, he simply slipped away, without any great struggle or any long decline. After decades of being guarded as the most dangerous secret in France, he died as gently as any old man in his own bed. There were no last words anyone thought to write down, no deathbed confession, and no final lifting of the mask. He was carried out the next afternoon and laid in the ground of the parish cemetery, close by the fortress, and here the long habit of hiding him held firm even past his death. The lieutenant who kept the register set the burial down in his plain hand, noting that even he did not know the name they had written over the grave. In any case, the name was not his own. They had written something close to Marchioli, a borrowed, meaningless thing, chosen so that not even his grave might whisper the truth of who he had been. There was one last detail in that record, and it was the saddest of all. Beside the false name, they had written his age, but it was only a guess, about 45, for by the end, no one truly knew. They had hidden him so well that even the count of his years was lost. They wrote it only to fill the line on the page, for there was no one left alive who could have told them the true number. A man had lived and died among them for decades, and at the end they could not even say with certainty how old the man beneath the mask had truly been. Then a stranger thing was done. The few small things the prisoner had owned were gathered up and burned. His linen, his clothes, and every soft and ordinary object that had shared his room were put to the fire and reduced to ash. And then the men set about the room itself. The walls were scraped down, and fresh whitewash was laid over the bare stone, as though the very plaster might have soaked up some dangerous word, as though a secret could hide in the grain of a wall and had to be painted out of existence. Even his furniture, it was said, was broken apart and destroyed, so that nothing he had touched should remain to be turned over by curious hands. They left no thread, no scrap, and no mark behind. A man who had been kept alive for all those years was now to be unmade a second time, more thoroughly than the first, every trace of his passing scrubbed from the world, as his name had been kept from every page. There was something chilling in it, those men with their fire and their brushes, working over an empty room, afraid of what a dead man might still be able to say from beyond the grave. Whatever he had known, they wanted it gone with him, and gone forever. The fear that had shadowed him through every fortress followed him even into the ground. And so the masked man left the world exactly as he had lived in it, behind a covering and under a false name. And so, after all the years and all the searching, the man behind the mask remained a stranger. 3 centuries of careful hands turned over every letter, every order, and every dusty page that might hold a clue, and not one of them ever forced from those pages his true name. A few things, and only a few, could be said with any confidence. There was a man. He was real as the carriage that brought him in, and the lieutenant who wrote down his coming and going. He lived for more than 30 years inside a mask, guarded year upon year by a single trusted hand. A king of enormous power went to extraordinary lengths to keep this one man hidden from the world, and whatever it was that made him so dangerous, he carried it down with him into a grave that bore another man's name. Everything beyond that was shadow and supposition. The servant, the diplomat, the uncounted brother, every face ever proposed for him remained a guess, and perhaps the true one was a face no searcher ever thought to name. The men who hid him had done their work too well. They wanted him forgotten, and in the deepest and most lasting sense, they got their wish. The face was gone. The name was gone. The reason was gone. All that survived was the bare fact of him, a masked shape moving through the candlelight of a vanished age, and the question that trailed behind him ever after, refusing to lie down and be forgotten. And there was, perhaps, a strange comfort in all of it. Some stories were never meant to be solved. They were meant to be wondered at and turned over slowly in the mind on the edge of sleep, their loose threads left hanging in the dark, asking nothing but a little wonder. The man in the mask was one of those. He had kept his secret against a king, against the centuries, and against every clever soul who ever tried to wrest it from him, and he kept it still. So let him rest in his borrowed grave, his face still hidden, and his secret still his own. Whoever he was, whatever he knew, he carried it past every wall and every lock and every patient question, all the way to the very end, and a little way beyond it. And that, in its own way, was a certain kind of victory no king or historical record could ever take from him. That's all for tonight's journey through history. If this was your first time listening, let us know where it is you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. And for those listening on Spotify Premium, did you know that in select regions, you can now skip ad breaks entirely by switching from audio to video? In fact, watching us on Spotify Premium Video is the best way to help us create more stories, just for you. You can also get early access to our newest episodes by joining us on Patreon. And whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you so much for listening, and rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history, with 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling for a full night's rest. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of the origins of the Holy Grail, perhaps the most sought-after treasure in history, and, if it ever truly existed at all, the holiest relic in all of Christendom. Picture a candlelit stone-walled chamber in 12th century France. It was here that a poet named Chrétien de Troyes once committed a single word to parchment, Grail, or in English, Grail, and as if by accident, lit a fire in the human psyche that smoulders to this very day. In his telling, the Grail was not the cup we picture today, but a wide golden serving dish set with jewels, bearing a single morsel of holy bread, and blazing so brightly it dimmed the candles around it. Over the next century, other writers would recast it entirely, as the chalice of the Last Supper, as the vessel that caught the blood of Christ, or even as a great stone fallen from the heavens. And in the old legends, the Knights of the Round Table rode out from Camelot on a romantic quest to recover it. But the Grail refused to remain a story bound in ink and leather. For 800 years it tempted kings, lured crusaders, and left adventurers spellbound. Then, in the 1930s, a young man named Otto Rahn was certain he knew the location of the Grail. But once his writings found a dangerous admirer in the murderous Heinrich Himmler, Otto led expeditions from the Pyrenees to the black sand shores of Iceland, a tale that would echo decades on in the Grail-hunting Nazis of the Indiana Jones films. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll follow the dual nature of the Holy Grail. For it is at once both an impossible quest for a relic lost to the sands of time, and a sacred object that some believe endures to this very day. So settle in, take a deep breath, and we'll begin with a full 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling after this short break. It was on a particular spring evening in Jerusalem that the sun sank low as the city's pale stone buildings turned golden. It was the season of the great feast, and the streets below were thick with travelers, the bleating of lambs, the smoke of cooking fires, and of the temple altar rising into the dusk. Above the clamor, in an upper room, as the Christian scriptures would have it, a small company gathered to share a meal. And there, a man called Jesus sat at the table among his closest friends, knowing the supper to be the last they would ever eat together. He took bread, broke it, and gave it into their hands. He took a cup of wine and passed it round the table from one man to the next. The cup was nothing to look at. It stood among the dishes and the crumbs, an ordinary vessel doing an ordinary thing. Those who later wrote down the events of that night remembered the bread and the wine and the cup that went round between them. Yet not one of them set the cup apart. None called it holy, or wondered where it had gone, or thought to follow it once the table was cleared. And for more than 1,000 years, nobody came looking for it. The faith spread to the ends of the earth. Great cathedrals climbed toward the sky. Empires rose and crumbled back into dust. And through all of it, the cup from that supper lay forgotten, unnamed and unmissed. Where it had gone, if it had gone anywhere, no one living could say. Perhaps it had been swept out with the leavings of the meal, and broken on a stone floor within the week. Perhaps it had been kept and treasured and handed down through some household whose name the centuries had long since forgotten. That part of the world had seen war upon war and fire upon fire, and a great many ordinary objects had vanished into the wreck of them without a soul marking the loss. When the wanting came at last, it came from poets, and the thing they built was enormous. The tale that gathered around the missing cup grew into one of the longest stories ever told, and it was spun from 3 different kinds of thread. Some of those threads were plainly the work of imagination, woven for the pleasure of a winter's court, and never meant to be weighed too heavily. Some were lost in a fog so old and so deep that no one could mark the place where the dreaming ended and the remembering began. And one thread, thin and stubborn and very hard to break, ran all the way back toward that table in Jerusalem and would not lie still. So the long search for the cup did not begin in Jerusalem at all, nor in the years close to that supper, but far away and far later, in a colder country and a wholly different age. It began in the halls of medieval France, in lamplight and wood smoke, with ink, with parchment, and with a single curious word that had carried no great weight before. A poet was about to take up that word and set it down in a story, and once he had, the cup that the world had managed to forget for 1,000 years would never again be left in peace. The poet's name was Chrétien, and he lived in the city of Troyes, in the Champagne country of northeastern France, in the years around 1180. He was the most admired storyteller of his age. He had already given the courts their favourite entertainments, such as the tale of Lancelot and Guinevere, the queen he loved. His verses were copied out by hand and carried from one great hall to the next, and noble lords were glad to have him at their tables through the long, dark evenings of winter, when there was little to do but eat and drink and listen to a good story well told. It was one such lord, Philip, the Count of Flanders, who set the poet his last great task. By his own telling, the Count placed a book into his hands and asked him to make from it the finest tale ever told in any royal court. Whether such a book had ever truly existed, none could say, then or since. But the poet set to work upon it, and somewhere in the writing he set down a word that would outlast everything else he ever made. The word was Grail. In the French of that day, it meant nothing grander than a wide and rather deep serving dish, the kind a servant might carry to the table, heaped with fish or with meat. Beneath his pen, little by little, it began to mean a great deal more. The hero of the new tale was a boy named Percival, raised deep in a forest by his mother. She had already lost her husband and her elder sons to the hard trade of knighthood, and she hoped against hope to keep this last child clear of it. She brought him up, knowing nothing of weapons, nothing of courts, and nothing of the wide world beyond the trees. But a day came when the boy saw armored knights riding through the wood, glittering in the green light like creatures fallen out of heaven, and from that hour his course was set. He left his mother weeping at the gate. He rode out into a world he barely understood, and made his clumsy, well-meaning way toward the life of a knight. He was rough and innocent, and often a little foolish, and the world did not always use him kindly. In time, his wandering carried him toward a strange castle beside a broad river, and into the very heart of the mystery the whole long tale had been moving to meet. What befell him there, the poet set down in full, but somewhere in the telling that followed, Chrétien laid down his pen and never took it up again. The poet died, whether by illness, by accident, or by some plainer misfortune, the records do not tell. He left behind a marvel and a riddle in equal measure, a tale that broke off in the dark, with its deepest questions still unanswered. The castle stood beside a broad river, in country the young knight did not know. Its lord came out to meet him, a man of gentle manner and visible pain, for he had been wounded long before through both his thighs, and could no longer stand, nor ride, nor do much at all, but lie propped upon cushions before a great fire. He welcomed his guest warmly all the same. He made him a gift of a fine sword, and bid him sit close at hand. The hall was warm, the food was good, and the evening was easy. And then, as the meal began, a procession came through the hall. First walked a young man, holding a white lance upright in his hand. As the knight watched, a single drop of blood welled at the lance's tip and ran slowly down the shaft, over the bearer's fingers. Behind him came two more youths, each carrying a branched candlestick, bright with burning candles. And after them walked a maiden, and in both her hands she bore the Grail. It was a dish of pure gold, set about with precious stones of every kind, the richest a man might ever hope to look upon, and it gave off a radiance so great that the candles paled before it, the way the stars grow faint when the sun comes up. The procession crossed the hall in front of the fire, passed through a doorway into an inner chamber, and was gone. A little later, it came again, and then once again, once more, between the courses of the long meal. Each time it went by, the young knight burned to ask what the glowing vessel was, and whom it was being carried away to serve. But on the road to knighthood, he had been taught that a well-mannered man does not pester his hosts with a stream of questions, and so he held his tongue. He let the wonder pass before him in the firelight, and said nothing at all. When morning came, the castle was empty. He found his horse saddled and waiting, the gates standing open, and not a soul anywhere to see him off. Only later, deep in the forest, did a grieving maiden tell him the true size of what he had done. Had he only asked about the lance and the Grail, the wounded lord would have been healed in that same hour, his body made whole, and his withered lands brought back to green life. The long sorrow of that house had hung upon a single question, and the question had gone unasked. A small scrap of good manners, a moment of curiosity held politely in check, and a whole kingdom had been left to wither. The cure had been carried through the room before his eyes, and he had let it walk out the door. The golden dish in the maiden's hands was the seed from which the whole vast legend would grow, but the bleeding lance that went before it carried a memory older and graver than any tale of knights. Long ago, on a hill outside the walls of Jerusalem, a Roman soldier had stood beneath a cross to make certain the man upon it was truly dead, and had driven his spear up into the side of the body. By the old account, blood and water at once flowed out. The soldier was given no name in Scripture, but in the stories told long afterward, men came to call him Longinus. And so, in the deeper telling, the lance that had wept its single slow drop of blood in the firelit hall became the very spear that pierced the side of Christ. Two wonders had crossed that floor together, the golden dish and the bleeding lance, and from that evening onward, the tale of the one would always travel close beside the tale of the other. Within a few years of the first poet's death, another took up the unfinished marvel and gave it the one thing it had always lacked, a past. His name was Robert, of the village of Boron, and he carried the story back, before Arthur and his knights, before the castles and the courts, all the way to the foot of the cross. And there he found the man who would bind the whole legend fast to the story of Christ. That man was Joseph of Arimathea. He was a wealthy and well-respected figure, a secret follower who had kept his faith hidden out of fear of the authorities. After the crucifixion, it was Joseph who went before Pilate and asked to be given the body. It was Joseph who took it down with his own hands, wrapped it in clean linen, and laid it in a fresh tomb cut from the rock, a tomb he had made ready for himself. So much had been told and retold since the earliest days of the faith. In Robert's telling, Joseph did one thing more. As the body was lowered, he took up the cup from the Last Supper, the very vessel Christ had passed among his friends, and with it he gathered the blood that fell from the wounds. And so, an ordinary cup became a thing beyond all price, a vessel that had held both the wine of the supper and the blood of the man himself. It brought hard times down upon its keeper. Joseph was seized by those who wished the young faith stamped out, and shut away in a cell without food or water, and left in the dark to die. but he did not die. The cup stayed with him and sustained him through the long years of his imprisonment, nourishing him as no bread or water ever could, keeping him whole in body and in mind, while the seasons turned unseen beyond the walls. When at last he was set free, an old man by then, he gathered the vessel close and turned his face toward the west. The roads were rough and the years were many. The little company sworn to guard the cup grew larger as it travelled, each keeper charged to pass it safely on to the next. Generation by generation, it moved further from Jerusalem, carried in secret across sea and mountain, until in the oldest tellings it came to rest at the very edge of the known world, on a green and rain-soft island in the Western Ocean. And there, for a long age, the trail of it went cold. Robert left one gift more, an idea so neat that it shaped almost everything told afterward. He spoke of 3 tables set across the long sweep of time, each one made in the likeness of the one before. The first was the table of the Last Supper, where Christ had sat among the 12. The second was a table that Joseph raised in the wilderness for the keeping of the cup, and at it a single seat was always left empty, in memory of the place where the betrayer had once sat, a seat that no false or sinful man could ever fill. The third, ages further on, was the round table of King Arthur, fashioned in the image of the other 2, with an empty place of its own. So the cup that a French poet had dreamed up in an unfinished tale was given a beginning, a purpose, and a long line of faithful keepers reaching from a hill outside Jerusalem all the way to the green courts of Britain. And on that island, the empty chair at Arthur's table stood waiting, year upon year, for the one who had not yet come. At much the same time, far away in the German lands, another man seized on the very same tale and told it in a way that would have startled every poet in France. His name was Wolfram of Bavaria, and he was a fighting man, quite as much as a maker of verse. He was proud and a little boastful, that he lived by the horse and the sword rather than by the book and the pen, and he liked to claim he could scarcely read a word. He took the story of Percival, gave the hero a German name and a great tangled web of kinfolk, and carried the tale onward to the ending the first poet had never reached. But when he came to the Grail itself, he broke with every soul who had gone before him. For in his telling, the Grail was no dish, and it was no cup. It was a stone, a radiant and curious stone, which he called by a name found nowhere else on earth. It lay in a castle, in the keeping of an order of holy knights, and its powers were past anything a goldsmith's hand could ever fashion. Whoever looked upon the stone could not die within the 7 days that followed. No one could grow old in its presence, for it held age itself at bay. It gave food and drink without end, and whatever a man most longed to eat or to drink would appear before him, fresh and plentiful. And once in every year, upon the morning of Good Friday, a dove came drifting down out of heaven and laid a small white wafer upon the stone, and by that single wafer all its power was made new for another year. The knights who guarded it bore a name that fell only a breath short of the Templars, the warrior monks of Wolfram's own day. He was bold about where the true story had come from, and bolder still in setting his rivals straight. The Frenchman, he said, had simply got it wrong. The right of it had reached him by another road entirely, from a poet he named as Quixote of Provence, who had found the secret written in a manuscript in the city of Toledo, set down long ages before by a heathen astronomer who had read the Grail's very name written among the stars. It was a fine and learned pedigree for a story. Whether any of it was real was another matter, for those who hunted in later years for the smallest trace of this coyote never found him, and a good many came to think that Wolfram had conjured the man out of the air, the better to crown his own version above the Frenchman's. There was an older whisper, too, that wound itself about the stone. It told that the Grail had begun its life as a jewel, a single great emerald, struck loose from the crown of Lucifer in the very moment he was cast down out of heaven, falling away into the dark as the rebel angel fell. By now, the wondrous thing had been glimpsed in 2 countries, and had shown 3 different faces to the men who dreamed of it. No 2 of them had described the same object, and not one of them had ever laid a hand upon it, for no living soul had yet found the Grail at all. Not long after the German poet had sung of his stone, the tale was gathered up once more in France, this time in plain prose, and on a grander scale than any telling before it. In that new version, years had passed at Camelot, and one seat at the round table still stood empty. It was a perilous chair, and more than one bold man had tried to claim it and come to grief, for the place would suffer no one save the knight it had been made for. Letters had appeared upon it in gold, declaring that on an appointed day the seat would find its master at last. And on the morning of Pentecost, with the whole court gathered for the high feast, that day came round. A strange thing was found first, down at the river that ran below the castle walls. A great stone was floating upon the water, and fixed fast within it was a fine sword, and around the blade ran a line of writing. It said that none should draw the sword save the best knight in all the world, and that he alone would be worthy of it. The knights came down to look. The boldest among them set their hands to the hilt and pulled with all their strength, and the blade did not stir for any of them. So they left it where it was, and went into their meal, troubled and wondering. They had scarcely sat down when an old man in white robes came into the hall, leading a young knight by the hand. The youth was dressed in red, and he wore no sword at his side, and there was something in his face that stilled the room. The old man brought him to the empty seat, the perilous one that had waited so long, and there upon it the gold letters now spelled out a name. The name was Galahad. The young man sat down in the place that had destroyed lesser men, and it received him gently, as though it had known him all along. He was the son of Lancelot, finest of all the older fellowship, and he had been raised far away in a quiet abbey, knowing little of courts. Now he had come into his own. They led him down to the river, and he laid his hand upon the sword in the floating stone, and it came away as easily as if it had been waiting in his grip from the first. That evening, as the company sat at supper, a clap of thunder rolled overhead, so deep that the walls themselves seemed to tremble. Then a beam of light came down, brighter than any noonday, and every face in the hall was lit with a radiance that made each man fairer than he had ever looked before. Into that light came the holy thing itself, covered over with white silk, and borne along by no hand that anyone could see. It moved through the hall of its own accord. A sweetness filled the air, the scent of every good thing at once. The covered vessel passed among them, and was gone, and not one man had glimpsed it bare. They sat in the fading brightness, dazzled and astonished, and for a while none of them could find a word to say. One of the knights rose first. He swore aloud that he would set out the very next morning and seek the holy vessel, and follow that search a year and a day if need be, until he had looked upon the thing uncovered. One after another the knights stood and swore the same, until the whole fellowship had bound itself to the quest. And the king, hearing them, was filled with sorrow. Arthur knew his knights, and he knew the wide world beyond his walls, and he understood what such a vow would cost. The fellowship that had taken so many years to gather, the finest company ever seated at one table, would ride out at dawn and be scattered to the four winds, and many of them would never find their way home. He looked down the long table at the faces he loved, and grieved for them as though they were already lost, even while they feasted before him in the light. In the grey of the next morning, they armed themselves and mounted up. The people of the town lined the streets and wept to see them go. At the edge of the forest, the great company began to come apart, each knight choosing his own road into the trees, until the paths had swallowed them one by one, and Camelot was left behind, half empty, its bravest gone in search of a thing that had shown itself only veiled. Of all the knights who rode out from Camelot that morning, only 3 came at last to the end of the long road. Galahad was one, pure beyond any of his fellows. With him went Percival, gentle and true, and Bors, a steady and faithful man who had borne much sorrow in his time. Hidden ways drew the 3 together, across years of wandering, until their separate paths met and ran on as one, toward the place where the holy thing was kept. It waited for them in a castle in that land, in the hall of a king, long crippled by a wound that would not close, a hurt that had held him between living and dying for years. The 3 were brought into a chamber where the holy vessel stood revealed at last, and the air about it was sweeter than anything of earth, and things were shown to them there that no tongue afterward could rightly tell. Galahad took up a little of the blood that wept from the bleeding lance, and touched it to the old king's wounds, and the long hurt healed over at last. The king rose up whole, gave thanks, and his part in the tale was done. But the holy thing was not to remain in that land. The 3 were charged to carry it away across the sea, to a far city in the east called Sarras, out at the very edge of the maps. A ship lay ready at the shore, and the vessel was set aboard, and the knights went with it over the water, the wind bearing them on toward a place none of them had ever seen. A hard welcome met them in Sarras, for the city was ruled by a cruel man, and he took against the 3 strangers and threw them into prison. Yet the holy vessel was with them, and the months of their captivity passed lightly. In time, the cruel ruler fell sick and died, and the people, leaderless and seeking a worthy man, raised Galahad up and made him their king. He reigned over them for the better part of a year, and then, upon the anniversary of the day the three had first come to the city, the holy vessel appeared to them once again, uncovered, in all its glory. Galahad knelt before it and gazed into its depths, and he beheld there the very thing his whole life had been bent toward, the secret at the heart of all of it, more than any man before him had been suffered to see. A great and trembling joy came over him. He had reached the summit of everything, and he wished for nothing further in the world. He turned to his companions and took his leave of them tenderly, and asked that he might be allowed to depart from life now, at the height of his gladness, while the wonder was still before his eyes. His wish was granted to him. A company of angels bore his soul upward, and as it rose, a hand reached down out of heaven and took up the holy vessel and the bleeding lance, and carried them away above. And from that day onward, no man would ever again dare to claim that he had looked upon the Holy Grail. Percival did not long outlive him. He laid down his arms and gave himself to a holy life in a hermitage near the city, and within a year or so he too came peacefully to his end. Of the three, only Bors was left. He took ship alone and made the long crossing back, and came at last to the old country and the court he had set out from, the lone survivor of the greatest quest the fellowship had ever known. He told them all that had happened, the healing of the wounded king, the far city beyond the sea, and the passing of Galahad in his joy, and his words were written down so that the tale would not be lost. And so the matter of the Grail was brought to its close, in the world of the old stories at least, and the holy thing was gone from the earth, lifted up beyond the reach of any who might come after to seek it. The poets had carried the holy vessel up into heaven and closed their books upon it, but away from the pages of any romance, in the plain daylight of the waking world, there were those who had never once believed the cup was gone. They held that it had survived. They held that it had come down across the centuries from hand to hand, real and solid and able to be touched, and the cup they pointed to, above all the others, rested in the east of Spain, in the great cathedral of the city of Valencia. It was a modest thing to carry so vast a weight of meaning, a small bowl of dark red agate, polished smooth and warm in its colour, no larger than 2 cupped palms held together. In later ages it had been given a stem of gold, and a foot set about with pearls and fine stones, and handles by which to lift it, so that it might be raised at the altar with all the reverence due to it. But those were the gifts of medieval craftsmen. The bowl itself, the cup at the heart of the whole thing, was older by far. When learned men of a later century came to study that agate bowl, turning it in the light and measuring it against the vessels of the ancient world, they judged it the work of an Eastern workshop, carved 100 years and more before the birth of Christ, somewhere in the lands along the eastern shore of the great sea. It was a costly piece even then, they said, a wealthy man's cup, the sort of vessel that might have graced the table of a prosperous household in a fine quarter of a city such as Jerusalem. And the upper room of that Last Supper, by the old accounts, had stood in just such a quarter, lent for the night by a man of some means. As to how the cup had come to Spain, its keepers told a long story of flight and concealment. In the earliest days, they said, the vessel had been carried from Jerusalem to Rome and kept there in secret by the leaders of the hunted faith. When a fierce persecution fell upon the city, and the holy things of the church stood in danger of being seized, a deacon named Lawrence, a Spaniard by birth, sent the cup away to his own homeland for safe keeping. There it passed into the care of the faithful in the north of Spain. For hundreds of years more, it was hidden and guarded. When armies swept up from the south and overran much of the land, the cup was taken high into the Pyrenees, and there, in a remote monastery built into the living rock of the mountainside, it lay sheltered through the long centuries of war, handed down by the monks from one generation to the next. Only much later did it come down out of the mountains, passing into the hands of the kings of Aragon, and from them, in the fullness of time, to the cathedral at Valencia, and there it stayed. 2 popes of recent memory came to that cathedral and raised the old agate cup at the altar and said the holy words over it, as so many priests had done before them down the years. Not all of the long tale could be proven. No record carried the cup from Jerusalem to Rome. There was only a thread of tradition, a deacon's name, a story of the relic going west, and behind it, silence where the first centuries should have been. The dating of the bowl was a matter of careful judgment and comparison, but it was not the same as certainty. And yet, for all the doubts that might be raised against it, there was one thing that had never once been managed in all the long centuries of looking. No one had ever shown the cup to be false. No one had ever proven that the small red bowl in the cathedral was not the very vessel from that table in Jerusalem. Even Valencia had not ended the matter, and the longing for the Grail never faded. Every age that followed took up the search again in its own fashion, and shaped the Grail anew to fit the hopes that it carried. In the years between the great wars of the last century, a young German named Otto Rahn fell wholly under its spell. He was a scholar of old things, and from his boyhood he had loved the medieval tales, the knights, and the quests, and the German poem of the stone that was fed each year by a dove. As a young man, he grew fascinated by the Cathars, a people of southern France who, centuries before, had held to their own form of the faith, and had been crushed for it in a long and bitter crusade. Their last stronghold had been a mountain fortress called Montségur, perched high upon its crag, and there, after a hard siege, the defenders had met a sorrowful end. Rahn came to believe that those people had been the secret keepers of the Grail, and that the cup, or the stone, or whatever the holy thing truly was, lay hidden even now in the caves beneath their mountain. He wrote a book setting out his belief, and the book found its readers. One of those readers was among the most dangerous men in all of Germany. Heinrich Himmler, who commanded the dreaded order of the SS and nursed a deep hunger for relics and hidden powers, took an interest in the young scholar and drew him into his service. Rahn was given the means to search and a black uniform he had never sought, and he went down into the caves and the tunnels beneath the old Cathar mountain, looking for the resting place of the cup. His searches for the order ranged far beyond that one mountain, even at its bidding to the black sand shores of Iceland. He found chambers and passages, and the cold, dripping dark, but he did not find the Grail. It was not there to be found, or if it was, it kept itself well hidden from him. In the end, the bargain he had struck lay too heavily upon him. He left the order, and he fell out of favour, and on a cold day, in the early spring of 1939, he walked up alone into the mountains that he loved, and did not come down again. He was found in the snow, his long searching over. Long afterward, his strange story rose up once more in another shape entirely, in the great adventure pictures of a later age, where treasure-seeking heroes raced the soldiers of that same dark order to lay hold of holy things, and the Grail itself was sought across the screen. The scholar who had crawled the caves of Montségur would come to be claimed by many as a real-life forerunner of an adventurer in a wide-brimmed hat. So the Grail went on, much as it always had. It had been a wide serving dish, glowing in a fire-lit hall, and a golden chalice brimming with holy blood, and a stone fallen from the sky and fed by a dove. It had been a treasure sought through mountain caves. Each age that took it up had found in it the very thing that age most longed for, and had filled the old empty vessel with its own desire. And through all of it, in eastern Spain, a small cup of dark red agate sat behind glass, neither proven nor dismissed. Centuries passed. Pilgrims filed in to look at it, and the wondering went on, just as it had since the night a man broke bread with his friends in a borrowed room, sent a cup around the table, and asked them to remember him. That's all for tonight's journey through history. If this was your first time listening, let us know where it is you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. And for those listening on Spotify Premium, did you know that in select regions, you can now skip ad breaks entirely by switching from audio to video? In fact, watching us on Spotify Premium Video is the best way to help us create more stories, just for you. You can also get early access to our newest episodes by joining us on Patreon. And whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you so much for listening, and rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history, with 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling for a full night's rest. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of Jeanne Baret, a young woman who slipped aboard a naval expedition ship, disguised as a man, and managed to become the first woman in history to circumnavigate the globe. Jeanne was the daughter of a poor French farming family. For a girl of her station, life was settled before she could walk, bound to marriage, children, and the same familiar fields her family had known for generations. But Jeanne was not like her neighbors. She had spent her life in the pursuit of what we might refer to today as botany, and her keenness for the natural world eventually drew her into the service of a naturalist, Philibert Commerson, first as his housekeeper and trusted assistant, and then as the woman he loved. When the chance of a lifetime came to sail the world as a ship's botanist, Philibert found himself troubled by a bad leg, and he would need someone to lean on. There was, of course, one difficulty. The Navy forbade women aboard its ships by royal decree, and so a daring plan began to take shape. Jeanne would bind herself in linen, dress in a man's clothes, and take on the masculine form of her name, Jeanne. And to anyone who asked, she would simply claim to be a eunuch. She would join the expedition as Philibert's manservant, taking on a false identity among sailors who could never be allowed to suspect the truth, knowing discovery would come at a heavy price. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll follow Jeanne Baret out onto that vast and rolling ocean, to the wind in the rigging, the salt on the air, and the steady courage of a woman who somehow kept this fragile deception alive. So settle in, take a deep breath, and we'll begin with a full 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling after this short break. Far out on the open ocean, where the water ran grey and restless to every horizon, a storeship named the Étoile rolled steadily beneath a wide spread of canvas. She was one of 2 vessels in a French expedition, the first the nation had ever sent to attempt the whole circle of the globe, and her decks were crowded with sailors, soldiers, officers, and all the stores that so long a voyage demanded. Her hold was packed from end to end with salt pork and ship's biscuit, with water casks and powder, and with coils of rope and folded spare sail. Among the company moved a young assistant called Jeanne, servant to the naturalist aboard. Jeanne was slight of frame and plain in manner, willing at every task, and often the first to take up the heavy work that the others were glad to leave alone. He kept to himself in the off hours, made no trouble, asked for nothing, and carried his share, and a good deal besides. When there were specimen cases to be hauled up from the boats, or presses to be brought ashore, Jeanne was there with a shoulder under the load. The crew thought well enough of the lad, in the careless way that hard men think of a willing boy who stays out from underfoot. Not one of them knew, as the ship bore them on over the swell, that Jeanne was a woman. Unbeknownst to them, her name was Jeanne. Through every hour that followed, she moved and spoke, and held herself as a man among men. And the performance never wavered. It went on through every crowded watch and every shared meal, in a wooden world some 40 paces from stem to stern, where well over 100 people lived, pressed close together, with nowhere at all to be alone. She kept apart when the men washed or changed, and she slept in her clothes. A loose word or a glance, held a heartbeat too long, might have undone her, and what waited on the far side of discovery, so far from home, and so wholly among strangers, did not bear thinking on. Still, she rose each morning, and became Jeanne again, and morning after morning the secret held. How a woman of no fortune and no name came to be standing on the deck of an exploring ship at the far edge of the earth, had begun a long way from any sea. Jeanne had come into the world in the year 1740, in a small village set among the low green hills of Burgundy. Her people were of the poorest sort, day labourers who owned no land of their own, and worked the fields of others for a wage that barely carried a family from one season to the next. There were no books in such a house, no schooling, and no letters. A girl born to that life learned the world not from any page, but from the soil beneath her feet and the slow turning of the year, and Jeanne learned it well. From the time she was small, she came to know the growing things of the countryside as other children knew their prayers. She could tell one plant from another at a single glance, by the cut of a leaf, the colour of a flower, or the scent of a bruised stem. She knew which roots to dig in the autumn to bring down a fever, which leaves to steep to settle a sour stomach, and which bright berries were best left well alone. None of it came from study. It came from walking the hedgerows in every weather, from watching and from listening, and from the long inheritance of country wisdom handed down by those who had gathered the same plants in the same places for longer than anyone could say. What she gathered, she tied in small bunches and hung from the rafters to dry, until the air of the house grew thick with the green and dusty smell of it, then sorted root from stem and flower from seed against the months when nothing grew. Women like her had a name in the France of those days. They were called herb women, and they were the physicians of the poor. A labourer's family could no more send for a doctor than pay a king's ransom, and so, when a child sickened or a wound would not close, it was to the herb woman that they turned. She knew the remedies that grew for nothing in the ditches and the woods. She could brew a tea to ease a fever, lay a warm poultice on an aching joint, or sit through the long hours of a hard birth. It was humble work and needful work, and a woman who was good at it held a place of her own in the life of her village. Jeanne grew into just such a woman. She carried in her memory a whole living library that no fire could burn and no thief could carry off, the names and the natures and the uses of hundreds of plants. To any passing eye, she was only a poor country girl, of no fortune and no standing. What she held in her head, though, was not so easily come by, and its great virtue was that it could be carried anywhere on earth. The age she had been born into was a restless and hungry one, eager to name and to number every living thing upon the earth. Across Europe, the learned men of the day were sending collectors out to gather whatever grew in distant places and bring it home to be studied. Such men had need of exactly the eye and the steady hands, and the patient knowledge that a herb woman had spent her whole life acquiring. And so a gift that might have served Jeanne only in her own corner of Burgundy was a thing the wider world had lately begun to prize very highly. The man whose path crossed hers was a naturalist named Philibert Commerson. He was a physician by training and a botanist by the deeper pull of his heart, one of those tireless men of the age who could lose whole days to the study of a single flower. He had made a name for himself among the learned societies of Europe, and he wrote back and forth with the great Linnaeus of Sweden, the very man then setting the whole of nature into order. His mind was quick and his ambition wide. His body served him a good deal less kindly, for he was often unwell, and a troublesome leg gave him great pain and made hard travelling a misery. Jeanne came into his household in the years after his young wife had died, taken on to keep his home and his affairs in order. A man so given over to plants could hardly fail to notice that the woman tending his fire knew more of the living world than most of the scholars he wrote to. His knowledge had come from books and from journeys. Hers had come from the living plants themselves, and the two fitted together as neatly as a key turning in a lock. Before long, she was far more than a housekeeper to him. She was his assistant in earnest, sorting and pressing and ordering his specimens, and lending him the trained eye of the herb woman that no university could teach. In time, what lay between them deepened into something tender, and they became companions in life as well as in work. Commerson even set her name down in his will and made provision for her future. But there was sorrow folded into those years as well. Jeanne gave birth to a son. She had no husband to give the child a name, and no means to raise him as a child ought to be raised, and so she did what so many women were driven to do in that difficult age. She gave the boy into the care of a foundling hospital, one of the houses that took in the children of those too poor to keep them. Then she went back to the plants and the pressing papers, and the matter was not spoken of again. And this is how matters stood when fortune came knocking at the naturalist's door. The Crown was fitting out a grand expedition to sail clear around the globe in the name of France, bound for seas that scarcely any Frenchman had ever crossed. It wanted a naturalist to gather the plants and the creatures of far lands along the way, and the post was offered to Commerson. It was the chance of a lifetime, the very dream that every man who had ever pressed a leaf between two sheets of paper carried in his breast. There was only one trouble in it. He was a sick man with a failing leg, faced with years of hardship at sea and on wild and unmapped shores, and he knew well that he could not manage alone. He needed beside him the one person who knew his work and his ways and his ailments better than any other living soul. He needed the woman who had sorted 10,000 leaves at his side and never once mistaken one for another. He needed Jeanne, and Jeanne, by the plain law of the land, was forbidden to go. The law that stood in her way was old and admitted no exception. By the ordinances of the French crown, no woman might set foot aboard a ship of the Royal Navy, whatever her purpose and whatever her skill. There was no license to be sought, no special case to be argued, and no official who could be persuaded to look the other way. If Jeanne were to sail, she would have to be, in the eyes of every officer aboard, no woman at all. And so, a plan took shape between the naturalist and his assistant, as bold as either had ever entertained. She would go as a man. She set aside her skirts and her bodice, and took up the rough clothes of a serving man, a coarse shirt, breeches, a plain jacket, and a kerchief at the throat. She wound long strips of cloth about her chest, and bound herself flat beneath the shirt. She schooled herself to walk with a longer and heavier tread, to keep her voice low, and to hold her shoulders square. She put away the name Jeanne, and became, to all the world, simply Jeanne, a manservant to fetch and carry for the naturalist. It was a station so ordinary that scarcely anyone would look at it twice, which was the whole point. The boarding called for a small piece of theatre. Rather than arrive together as the close companions they were, the two played out a meeting between strangers. Jeanne came to Commerson at the quayside as though she had never laid eyes on him before, a likely young fellow looking for honest work. He looked the newcomer over and engaged him on the spot, in front of whatever eyes happened to be watching. Should the truth ever come spilling out, no man could say the naturalist had smuggled a woman aboard, since the whole quay had seen him hire this lad off the dock. Then there was the crew, who would be living cheek by jowl with this slight and beardless youth for years on end. The smooth face, the higher voice, and the careful distance the lad kept from the other's rough horseplay, all wanted some accounting for. And so a tale began to go round. Jeanne, it was put about, was a eunuch, one of those unfortunates altered in his boyhood, and so he had no beard and no taste for the company of women. It was a story few aboard could easily put to the test, and fewer still thought worth the trouble. One piece of good fortune made the whole scheme possible. As the king's appointed naturalist, Commerson was a man of some standing, and he had been granted unusually generous quarters aboard the storeship, a cabin of his own for his books, his instruments, and his growing hoard of specimens. His servant Jeanne shared that cabin, as a servant naturally would, and in that small private room, shut away from the crowded berths of the common sailors, Jeanne had the one thing that no woman in such a disguise could do without. She had a place where, for a few stolen minutes of the day, she could close a door at her back and simply be herself. So it was that when the Etoile slipped her moorings and stood out for the open Atlantic, she carried among her crew a young woman whom not a soul aboard had marked for what she was. The plan was no longer murmured on dry land. It had put to sea, and there could be no turning back. A collecting expedition began with the ship anchoring off some far green shore, thick with plants that no European had ever set down on paper. Commerson would burn to be among them, yet his body kept failing him. The bad leg that had plagued him in France grew no gentler at sea, and there were long stretches when he could scarcely cross the deck without a hand to steady him, let alone clamber over rocks after a half-glimpsed flower. And so, more and more, it was his servant who went ashore in his stead, and his servant who did the lifting and the carrying and the digging. There was nothing gentle about the work. Going ashore meant setting out laden like a pack mule, with the specimen cases, the heavy presses that dried plants flat, reams of paper, spades and trowels, and food and water for a long day away from the ship. All of it had to be hauled up beaches, across marshland, over hills, and home again at evening, with the day's gathering added to the weight. Jeanne carried the greater part, a small figure bent low beneath a porter's load, picking a careful path over broken ground, and growing lean and weathered and hard with the effort of it. On the warm coasts of Brazil, the heat lay heavy and wet. The air swarmed with biting insects, and a day ashore left a body soaked through and stung raw. Back aboard came the evening's work of sorting and pressing by the swing of a lantern before the next shore began it again. The sternest of the labour came at the very bottom of the world, in the long and dangerous passage of the Strait of Magellan. There the ships crept for weeks between the wild shore of Patagonia and the bleak islands beyond, through a country of grey stone and dark water, and a wind that never seemed to rest. The cold cut to the bone. Rain and sleet drove in off a freezing sea, and the great snow peaks stood white and aloof above it all. It was a stern and lonely grandeur, beautiful in one light and merciless in the next, as far from the warm hedgerows of Burgundy as a soul could be carried. Into that hard country, Jeanne went ashore with the cases and the presses, time and again, to gather the small green treasures that clung among the rocks. She was a woman of no great size, doing a labouring man's work, through cold and hunger, and the ceaseless gnawing care of the secret. For even at the close of a brutal day, she could never let the disguise fall for a moment. Yet she did not buckle. She carried loads that would have tested a strong man, and kept her feet over ground that could turn an ankle in a heartbeat, and whatever weariness settled into her bones at nightfall, she kept it to herself. She laboured for the man she loved, who could no longer labour for himself, and for the work itself, for the thrill of the search and the wonder of turning up something new and nameless in the wild. Every case carried up from the shore, and every plant pressed flat between its papers, was one more piece of a treasure the two were building together, leaf by leaf, across the whole curved face of the earth. And that treasure, gathered at such a cost, was growing into something richer, by far, than either of them had yet guessed. Through all the years of the voyage, the work that Jeanne and the naturalist did together kept on filling the hold of the ship. Wherever the expedition touched land, there were plants to be found that no naturalist in Europe had ever named, and the two of them gathered them by the thousands. Few collectors of the age had ever brought home so vast a store of the world's growing things. There were grasses and ferns from cold southern islands, and broad glossy leaves from the steaming forests near the line. There were tough little plants, prized from between cold southern stones, and tender green things from the tropics that wilted almost the moment they were cut. There were flowers of shapes and colours that the old books of Europe had no words for, and seeds and fruits gathered up to be carried home and coaxed into life in the gardens of Paris. Each one was a small discovery in itself, and behind a great many of them were the patient hands of Jeanne. Among everything the expedition carried away from the warm shores of the New World, one plant above the rest would go on to fame. It was a climbing vine that flung itself over walls and trees in a riot of colour. Its true flowers small and modest, framed by bracts of brilliant pink and purple that blazed in the sun. The naturalist set it carefully among his treasures, and in time it would be carried to gardens across the whole of Europe and far beyond, a favourite wherever the climate was kind. The world came to know it as the bougainvillea, so named for the commander of the voyage, the first European hands to gather it from the tangle, lift it free, and lay it among the drying papers, very likely belonged to a woman whose name history had yet to recognize. The naturalist was not blind to all that his assistant had given to the work, and so he did the one thing that lay within a botanist's power to do. When he came upon a plant that wanted a name, a curious new thing he had found along the way, he gave it hers. He called the genus Baretia, and set it down in his notes, so that in the language of his science, her name would stand among the plants she had spent herself to gather. For the better part of 2 years, the disguise had held, through cold seas and warm, through every crowded watch and every shore. But a ship was a small world, and a watchful one, and over so long a time, the young servant began to draw a wondering sort of attention. Among the crew, a question started to pass, half in jest at first, and then less so, about young Jeanne, who did a man's work, and yet seemed somehow not quite as the rest of them were. Then the ships came at last to Tahiti, that green and gentle island in the warm Pacific, and there, by the account the commander himself later gave, the truth came undone. As the boats put into the shore, the islanders who gathered to meet the strangers looked upon the servant Jeanne, and saw at once what none of the crew had let themselves be sure of in all those months at sea. Here, they understood plainly, was a woman, and they made it known. Other accounts placed the moment elsewhere, and the full story did not survive the years. What lay beyond all doubt was that somewhere in the wide Pacific, the secret she had carried since France was a secret no more. Word of it reached the commander, Louis-Antoine de Bougainville, a man of rank and good sense, who now found a woman aboard one of his ships, in plain breach of the king's own law. He did not rage, and he made no cruel spectacle of her. He sent for her, and he heard her out, and he weighed what manner of woman it was who had done such a thing. What he found was no foolish stowaway. Here was the faithful and tireless assistant who had carried the naturalist's work across half the world, and his judgment of her was the kinder for it. He gave orders that she was to be left in peace and treated with respect, and so, in the main, she was. Still, the months that followed could not have been easy ones. The thing that had set her apart in secret now set her apart in the open, the one woman known among hundreds of men, with the long sea road home still before her. She bore it as she had borne everything else. The whispering that had dogged her had given way to plain knowledge, and she neither hid from it now, nor made any show, but went on much as before. There was still the naturalist's work to be done, the pressing and the labelling and the care of the great collection, and she asked no special quarter for herself in any of it. So the expedition turned at last toward the long crossing of the Indian Ocean, and Jeanne, who was Jeanne no longer, sailed on with it, the work unchanged in her hands, and her place among the company strangely altered around her. They soon came to a French outpost on what we now call the island of Mauritius. Set in the faraway Indian Ocean, the island is a green and humid place of sugar and spice, where ships passed often between Europe and the Indies. It lay a long way from anywhere. When the expedition put in there, the naturalist found among the colonists an old friend and fellow lover of plants, a man who pressed him to stay and make the island itself his study, for its forests were thick with growing things no European had yet described. It was a tempting offer to a man who lived for such things, and a sensible one for a body as worn as his had become. The years at sea had used Commerson hard, and so the decision was taken. He would leave the expedition here and remain on the island, and Jeanne would remain with him, the two of them setting up to gather and study the plants of the Île-de-France and the islands near it, while the ships sailed on toward home without them. For a while they kept at the work they knew, ranging out after specimens as they had on every shore from Brazil to the Pacific. But the island that was meant to mend the naturalist did nothing of the kind. His health, already frail, went on failing him, and the bad leg and the long wear of the voyage and the heavy damp heat of the place all told upon him. In the early months of 1773 he died there, far from France, with Jeanne at his side. She was left in a hard place indeed. The man she had followed across the whole of the world was gone, and with him the work and the purpose that had bound her life together for so many years. She was a woman alone on a small island, thousands of miles from the country of her birth, with little money and no certain way to get home. The great collection she had helped to gather was bound for Paris without her. Few people in all the world could ever have stood so far from everything they knew. What she did then was plain and practical and entirely her own. She did not waste away, and she did not sit waiting to be rescued. In the port town, she set herself up in a trade as humble and as old as any there was. She kept a tavern, a place where sailors and soldiers and passing travellers could buy a drink and a meal and an hour out of the heat. There would have been the talk of men fresh off long voyages, the clink of cups, the smell of cooking and pipe smoke, and the endless tide of strangers carrying news of the wider world and of the sea lanes home. The woman who had crossed oceans in disguise, who had carried a naturalist's treasures over half the earth, now stood behind a counter at the rim of the French Empire, pouring out measures, keeping her own accounts, and making an honest living. It was a far cry from the decks of the Étoile and the wild shores of Magellan, but it kept her fed and housed, and it gave her time. Slowly, the rawness of her loss must have dulled, as such things did, and as the months turned on that distant island, with its harbour full of comings and goings, the one thing she most needed began, at long last, to come within her reach. A way back to France, and a way to close the great circle she had begun so many years before, were no longer quite beyond her. In the port town, among the soldiers passing through, she met a Frenchman, a soldier passing through, and the two of them married. He was bound, in his turn, back to France, and with a husband at her side, and a passage to be had. The road home that had seemed shut to her opened up once more. A ship carried her west across the Indian Ocean, around the great cape at the foot of Africa, and north at last into home waters. When she stepped ashore on French soil, in or around the year 1775, something had been done that no woman in all the records of the world had done before her. She had gone out by way of one ocean, and come home by way of another, the whole globe encircled, every line of longitude crossed. Nearly a decade had passed since a young servant had boarded the étoile in disguise. The woman who came home had seen the far side of the earth and made her way back from it. She returned to no waiting crowds. There were no bells and no ceremonies for a labourer's daughter come back from the sea, and yet her story had not been wholly lost in the living of it. The commander of the expedition had published an account of the great voyage, and it was read with delight all across Europe, and in its pages he had not forgotten the woman found out among his crew. He wrote of her with plain admiration. In his account of the voyage, Bougainville set down that she had always behaved on board with the most scrupulous modesty, and he allowed that she would stand as the first woman ever to have circled the world. There was a harder and smaller battle to be fought first, over the will the naturalist had made for her so long before. His family contested what he had left her. She went to law to claim it, and in time she did manage to secure a portion of it. Then, some years on, came an honour from a quarter she could never have looked for. The same naval ministry, whose iron rule had once driven her into a man's clothes, now moved to reward her. At Bougainville's urging, the Ministry of Marine granted her a pension, a sum to be paid out year upon year for the rest of her days, drawn from the fund kept for old and broken servicemen. In the papers that granted it, the state of France set down that she was an extraordinary woman, and praised the courage with which she had shared the labours and the dangers of the naturalist's work. The country that had shut its ships against every woman by law had, in the end, singled out one woman for its thanks and its coin. The poor girl from the Burgundy hedgerows had become the first woman known to be granted such a pension for the advancement of knowledge. She had broken the rule and outlived the breaking of it, and the crown itself had come round to her side. With the pension settled and the circle closed, the great storms of her life were behind her now. She had her husband and a modest security, and her name set down in the records of the realm. The last stretch of her life was the gentlest. She settled with her husband in the countryside of the southwest, in a small place far from the harbours and the open water, and there she lived out her days in peace. The pension came as promised. The years passed without alarm. There were seasons to watch turn again over fields she knew, and the same kinds of plants she had gathered as a girl, growing in the hedgerows of home, asking nothing of her now but to be looked at. She had crossed the whole world and survived every danger it had set in her path, and she was granted, at the very end, the rare gift of growing old. She died at the venerable age of 67. By then, she had outlived nearly everyone who had sailed with her on that long-ago voyage, the commander, and even the naturalist she had loved. She was laid to rest in the churchyard of the village that had become her home, and for a long while afterward, the world let her be, and her name slipped from common memory, as the names of the poor so often did. The little monument the naturalist had made for her went the same way. The genus he had named Baretia, set down so carefully in his notes, did not endure in the science he had served. As the years went by, and the great work of naming the world rolled on, his Baretia was studied and reconsidered, and at length folded away into other names, until it was gone from the books altogether. The plant he had meant to carry her memory had let it slip, and for the better part of 2 centuries, there was nothing at all in the whole catalogue of nature that bore the name of the woman who had gathered so much of it. And there the matter rested, year upon year, while the world forgot. Then, long after every soul who had ever known her was gone, the wheel came round once more. More than 200 years after she had walked the decks of the Étoile, a botanist studying a flowering plant from the mountains of South America, a member of the nightshade family with delicate violet petals, judged it to be a species new to science and in want of a name. It grew wild and unregarded on a far mountainside, much as her own gifts had once grown unregarded in a poor corner of France. And in choosing a name for it, he reached back across all those years to the herb woman from Burgundy, who had carried the world's plants halfway round the globe. He called it Solanum Baretiae, and so her name was written once more into the living record of the earth, this time to stay. It was a fitting end to so strange a story. The woman who had once bound herself in linen and sailed the world among plants and pressed flowers was, in the end, remembered by the living things she had loved most. Among all the green and growing world she had spent her life among, a small violet flower had been given her name at last, and that name would not be lost again. That's all for tonight's journey through history. If this was your first time listening, let us know where it is you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. And for those listening on Spotify Premium, did you know that in select regions, you can now skip ad breaks entirely by switching from audio to video? In fact, watching us on Spotify Premium Video is the best way to help us create more stories, just for you. You can also get early access to our newest episodes by joining us on Patreon. And whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you so much for listening, and rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history, with 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling for a full night's rest. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of Spartacus, a slave and gladiator who, armed with little more than a cleaver and a cooking spit, ignited a rebellion, bringing the greatest military power the ancient world had ever known to its knees. The story of Spartacus is about the enemy Rome never saw coming. Not a foreign king or a rival city, but a threat from within. Picture a gladiator school in Capua, a prosperous Roman city amid the fertile plains of southern Italy. Beyond its gates lay a wide courtyard of raked sand, hemmed in by high walls and a row of barred cells. From dawn came the steady knock of wooden swords against the training post and the scuff of bare feet over sand. And over it all, the southern heat, settling on the skin like a warm cloth. It was here that captive men trained for glory in the arena, or were lost to it. One night, nearly 100 gladiators overpowered their keepers and slipped away into the darkness, taking a wagon of weapons along with them. They camped on the slopes of the sleeping volcano Vesuvius, and when Roman soldiers trapped them, Spartacus did the unthinkable. He and his men wove ladders from the wild vines, scaled down the cliffs, and attacked their pursuers from behind. As word of their victory spread across the Roman world, enslaved farmhands and herdsmen left their fields and flocks to join him. It wasn't long before a handful became thousands, then tens of thousands. For 2 long years, Spartacus outsmarted and outfought every army Rome sent against him. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll follow the daring and courageous Spartacus, from the sands of the arena to the foothills of a vast civilization in upheaval. So settle in, take a deep breath, and we'll begin with a full 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling after this short break. The man left behind no words of his own, no letter, no memoir, nothing set down in his own hand that the years could carry forward. Every account of him was written long after his death, and by the very people he had terrified. So the Spartacus we know of today is in large part the one his enemies chose for us. And yet, from their scattered pages, a shape begins to emerge. He came from Thrace, a rugged sweep of land to the north of Greece, where forested hills rolled down to cold rivers and the winters bit hard. Its people were known across the ancient world as fierce riders and stubborn fighters, as worshippers of old gods, and as a folk slow to bow and quick to anger. From such stock came the man the Romans would learn to call Spartacus. There was a faint grandeur to his name. It echoed a dynasty of kings who had once ruled the far coast of the Black Sea. Whether any such blood ran in him, none could say, but the resemblance lingered in the minds of those who came after, and more than one wondered whether the gladiator had begun his life as a man of standing, brought low by the turning of fortune. By one account, His early years took an unexpected turn, long before Rome ever held him in chains. He may have marched beneath her standards as a soldier, serving among the auxiliaries who fought at the side of the legions. If so, then the very craft that would one day undo Roman armies had first been learned within them. Capua lay among the rich farmland of southern Italy, a city of good wine, fine bronze work, and easy living. It loved its pleasures, and chief among them was the spectacle of the arena. To feed that hunger, the city kept schools where men were bought and housed and trained to fight, and one of these belonged to a wealthy owner. It was here that in time the rebellion would stir. Within those walls, the days ran to a hard rhythm. At first light came the knock of wooden swords and the calls of the trainers, many of them old fighters who had won their freedom and stayed on to teach the very craft that had spared them. The food was plentiful and good, barley and beans and thick stews, ladled out to lay down the muscle the trade demanded. When a man was injured, physicians tended him with real skill, cleaning and binding his wounds so that he might live to fight another day. But none of it sprang from kindness. A fighter cost good coin to buy, and a fighter who lived and won could earn his owner a small fortune. So the men were kept strong, the way a careful farmer keeps a prized beast, fed and mended and watched, and spent only when the spending paid. At night they were shut into small cells, often two together, behind doors barred from without. They could not come or go as they pleased. They could not choose the day of their fighting, nor the manner of it. Every man among them had sworn a fearful oath on entering that place, to suffer burning and binding, and the beating of rods, and to die by the blade, should his master will it. It was the darkest promise a man could make, and these had made it already in chains. They were a company drawn from every land Rome had bent to her will. There were Gauls from the cold north, with their long limbs and longer memories, Germans from beyond the great rivers, and a good number of men from the eastern provinces and the wild country beyond Greece. Each was taught to fight after a fashion of his own, the heavy fighter set against the swift, and the net and trident against the sword and shield, so that the crowds might savour the clash of styles. Among the Thracians in that school was one who carried himself a little apart. He had seen more of the world than most in the yard, had watched how armies moved and broke and formed again. In the evenings, he looked about him at the others, at the Gauls and the Germans, and his own countrymen, all of them strong, and all of them with nothing left in the world to lose. A thought took root in him and would not let go. If men such as these were bound to die in any case, then better, surely, to die reaching for something. The thought grew slowly, and it did not stay his alone. It passed from cell to cell in low voices over many weeks, until it was no longer one man's notion, but the shared resolve of a great many. They would not wait meekly for the sand and the roaring crowd. They would instead choose their own hour. Perhaps 200 men had bound themselves to the plan. They would rise as one, overpower their keepers, and take their chances in the open country beyond the walls. but a secret shared among 200 desperate men was a fragile thing, and this one slipped. Word of the conspiracy reached the ears of the master, and the alarm went up before the appointed hour. There was no time left for the careful scheme. It was rise at once, or never rise at all. So they took up whatever lay within reach. The kitchens held knives and cleavers, and the long iron spits used for turning meat above the fire, and these became the first weapons of the revolt. Armed with little more than the tools of the cookhouse, a band of around 70 threw themselves upon the guards, fought clear of the gates, and burst out into the night. Most of the 200 never reached the open air at all, but those who did were free men now. With nothing behind them they had any wish to return to. Fortune met them on the road almost at once. They came upon a string of wagons loaded with arms and armor, bound for some other school of fighters, and they fell upon it and carried off the lot. In a single stroke, the kitchen blades were cast aside for the proper weapons of the arena, the swords and shields and helmets they had trained with for years. Escaped prisoners had become armed and practiced fighting men, and that was a far more dangerous thing to be set loose in the hills. They knew that soldiers would soon come hunting them, and so they chose leaders to see them through it. 2 were named. One was a Gaul, called Crixus, a hard man with a following of his own. The other was Spartacus the Thracian, a former soldier whose calm and cunning had already marked him out among the rest. From the first, the others turned to him most readily, for here was a man who knew not only how to fight, but how to look a week down the road, while the rest looked only as far as the next hour. They did not bolt blindly into the wilds. They took to the high ground and set about organizing themselves, posting watches, gathering food from the great estates where so many of their fellows still toiled. In Rome itself, the matter raised barely a ripple. A handful of runaway gladiators loose in the hills of the south was no work for the Senate. Slaves had run before, and slaves had always been hunted down and crucified. A few local troops would round up this rabble soon enough and set the world to rights once more. There seemed no reason under heaven to think otherwise, and the men who shrugged the business off went back to their dinners untroubled. Word of the disturbance in the south reached Rome at last, and soldiers were sent, though not the seasoned legions that fought her wars abroad. Those were far away in Spain and in the east. What marched against the runaways was a hastily gathered force of some 3,000, under a Roman commander named Glaber, who expected little trouble. By then, the rebels had made their camp high on Vesuvius, the great mountain that stood over the Bay of Naples. In those days, it slept, its slopes green and thick with woodland and trailing wild vines. For the moment, it was only high ground, and high ground suited a small force well. Glaber studied the slopes and saw them rise steep on every side but one. A single narrow path climbed to the rebel camp, easy to hold and hard to assault. Rather than spend his men clambering up into armed and desperate fighters, he chose to be patient. He set his camp across the foot of that one path and settled in to wait. There was no need to lose Roman lives over such an enemy. He had only to seal the way down and let hunger and thirst do his work for him, until the slaves were starved into surrender or driven to a hopeless charge down the mountainside. It was a decent plan, and against most foes it would have served him well. But the man leading the slaves had a turn of mind the commander had not weighed. Looking down from the heights, the rebels marked the one thing Glaber had left unguarded. On the far side of the mountain, the cliffs fell away sheer and broken, far too steep, the Romans had judged, for any body of men to climb. No watch had been set there, for none had seemed needed. And there, on that forgotten face of rock, Spartacus saw his road down. The slopes ran thick with wild vines, tough and supple and strong, and the men set to cutting them and weaving them together. They knotted the green lengths into long ladders and ropes until they had enough to reach the foot of the rock. Then, when the dark came on, they began to climb. One after another, they lowered themselves over the cliff the Romans had thought impassable, hand below hand, down into the shadows at the mountain's base, until the whole company stood gathered on the ground. What followed came swift and sure. The rebels stole around the Roman camp and fell upon it from the rear, from the one quarter where no guard kept watch. Glaber's men, certain their quarry sat penned and helpless on the summit above them, were caught wholly unready. They broke and scattered into the night, and the camp itself, with all its stores and weapons, passed into rebel hands. They came down out of the hills and across the fields, slipping away from their masters in ones and twos, and then in droves. Many were field hands who had known nothing in their lives but labour beneath the sun. A great number were herdsmen and shepherds from the southern uplands, lean and weathered men, well used to hunger and hard country, and these brought with them a gift beyond price. They came leading horses, and from such men and such mounts the rebels began to raise bands of riders, to scout ahead and to strike. Whole families came too, women and children among them, until the camp was less a war band than a whole people on the move. The host swelled past anything Rome had pictured, a small knot of escaped gladiators now numbered in the tens of thousands. Some who told the tale afterward spoke of 70,000 under arms, and others of numbers higher still, beyond 100,000 souls all told. The true count slipped away with the years and will not be found again. Yet whatever the tally, it was plain enough that a runaway fighter now led a multitude greater than many a king could muster. A multitude, though, was not an army, and the man at its head knew well the gulf between the two. A mob of the angry and the desperate might burn and plunder for a season, and then melt away at the first hard blow. So he set about giving the throng a backbone. The newcomers were sorted and drilled, and taught the patient ways of soldiers. Those who had come empty-handed were armed by whatever means could be found. The rebels gathered every blade and spearhead they could lay a hand to, and where weapons ran short, they made their own, hammering out rough iron points, weaving shields of wicker and hide, and turning even their broken fetters into blades. In the camp, there was a fairness that surprised those who later spoke of it. What the raids brought in was divided evenly, share for share, so that no man feasted while another went without. There was little in it of the robber's greed, and it bound the army to its leader more tightly than any oath could. Men who had been handled all their lives as livestock found themselves for once dealt with as equals, and they did not soon forget it. Through the rest of that year, the army moved across the south, taking what it needed and growing stronger with every passing week. The Romans sent more men against it, and each time the rebels sent them home, until the captured arms of beaten Roman columns hung about the camp like trophies. The herdsmen taught the field hands to ride. The old soldiers taught them all to hold a line and to keep their nerve when the enemy came on. When at last the cold drew in, the host made its winter camp in the open country, sharpening blades and skills alike, while it waited for the fighting season to come round again. They had been gathered from many peoples and many tongues, drawn together by a shared hatred of the chains they had cast off. For now, that hatred and the sweet strangeness of freedom was bond enough to hold them as one. The fires burned low across the great sprawling camp, and the host slept, and the year turned slowly on toward the spring. When the new season opened, Rome sent against the slaves the men it ought to have sent at the very start. 2 whole armies took the road south, and at their head marched the consuls themselves, the 2 highest officers of the Republic, the very men who in another year would have led her wars against foreign kings. To loose such commanders upon a host of escaped slaves was a thing close to unheard of, and it told, more plainly than any words could, how far the trouble had grown. What the consuls found, when they came upon the host, was not the ragged mob they had been promised. It was a body of fighting men who had spent long months learning to march in order, to wheel, and to stand firm, and they had been hardened now by a long run of victories. But the army did not face them whole. Crixus, the Gaul who had stood at the head of the rising since the first night of the breakout, had no love for the Thracians' caution, where the one counselled patience and the longer view, the other burned to range across the rich south and take his fill of it, and in time the strain told. Crixus parted from the main column and went his own way, a great body of the army behind him, many of them his own Gauls and Germans. It was the very chance the Romans had been praying for. One of the consular armies came upon Crixus and his followers near a lone mountain in the south, and fell upon them in their thousands. His men fought hard, for they were not minded to walk meekly back to their chains. But cut off and outnumbered, they were overwhelmed at the last, and Crixus himself died upon that field with them. Spartacus met the 2 consular armies and broke them both within a single season, the one and then the other. The eagles of Rome, those proud standards before which whole nations had bowed, were taken and carried back in triumph to a camp of slaves, and the officers of the Republic fled the field. He would not let the death of his fellow pass unmarked. He held a funeral for Crixus in the manner of a fallen general, with full rites and honours. But to those rites he gave a turn from which the ancient world would recoil. He had, among his host, a great many Roman prisoners, taken in the long run of his victories, and he chose some 300 of them, and he set them to fight one another to the death in the funeral games, as offerings beside the pyre of his friend. It was the very thing that had once been done to him. He had been bought to fight and die for the sport of Roman crowds, and now the masters found their own sons forced to that same grim sport. There was a terrible balance in it. Rome heard of these games, of her own people dying upon the sand at the bidding of a gladiator, and the news was taken as something near to sacrilege. The whole proper order of the world turned upon its head. Word of it reached the city like a cold draught beneath a door. There had been slave risings before, on the island of Sicily, but those had been far away across the water, and this was Italy itself, scarcely more than a few days' ride from the gates of Rome. Men who kept slaves by the dozen and the hundred, who slept behind doors that those same slaves barred each night, lay awake now and listened to their great houses settle in the dark. Each of them knew, beneath the ease of his life, how many he held in bondage, and how very few he would be among them if ever the bondsman chose to rise. The Senate, which had once waved the matter aside as the work of brigands, waved it aside no longer. The man at the head of this host had taken the finest soldiers Rome could field and sent them running. There was no easy way to sit with such a thought. The masters of the known world had been made to look like fools by the lowest men within their borders. And still the host grew, for each victory now drew the desperate in greater numbers. He fed them from the rich estates of the south, and armed them from the bodies of the armies he had beaten. With each fight, his people went better clad and better weaponed, bearing now the mail and the swords of Rome herself. Yet the man who had won all this wore his triumph strangely lightly. He did not set himself up as a king in the conquered south, nor turn in his pride to march upon the city. His gaze had lifted instead toward the great wall of mountains that closed off the head of Italy, and toward the wide free world that lay beyond them. He had marked, perhaps, what came in the end of slave risings that lingered too long in one land, and so, with the whole south lying open and fearful before him, their leader gathered the host about him and set its face toward the north. The army marched north through Italy, a slow river of people miles in length, with its herds and its wagons and its children, and the forces that tried to bar the way were swept aside. In the broad country below the mountains, a Roman governor came against them with a fresh army, and he too was beaten, and his camp taken. There seemed nothing left in all the land that could stand before them, and ahead, at last, rose the Alps. Those mountains were the gate out of Italy and out of Rome's closest reach. Beyond them lay Gaul, and past Gaul the cold forests of the Germans, and away to the east the homeland of the Thracians themselves. A man who crossed those high passes and went his own way might be free in earnest, free to seek again whatever remained of the life that had been torn from him. The whole long march had seemed to point at just this, at the open road north and the scattering of a freed people to the four winds. The mountains stood within reach. The way was clear. And then, with the passes almost beneath their feet, the army turned around. It wheeled about, the whole vast company of it, and began to march back the way it had come, down once more into the heart of Italy. What turned them? none who wrote of it afterward could say with any certainty, and the men who knew the answer carried it with them into the dark. Some who pondered it later thought the fault lay in the host itself, that so great and so mixed a multitude could not be made to climb away from the rich and open plunder of Italy toward cold mountains and an uncertain road home. Men who had been slaves a year before, and who now ate their fill and feared no master, may have had little wish to trade the soft south for a long and hungry march. A leader, however wise, can take his people only so far as they are willing to follow. Others wondered whether Spartacus's own mind had changed, whether the taste of so many victories had stirred in him some larger design. Some thought that Italy itself might be cracked open and remade, the masters called at last to answer for the chains. There were even those, long after, who whispered that he had meant from the first to strike at Rome herself. All the record holds for certain is the turning, that strange wheel back toward the south at the very edge of freedom, and it has puzzled those who study his story from that day to this. Whatever lay behind it, the choice was made, and the host poured back down into the land it had so lately crossed. The mood of the marching had changed, though, in a way that was hard to name. Going north there had been a destination, a clear, bright end to all of it, the mountains and the freedom past them. Going south there was only Italy again, and Italy held nothing now but Rome, and Rome would not forgive what had been done to her. Their leader led them on, as he always had, ordering the march, feeding the multitude, and keeping the watch. But the long, easy run of victories had carried them to a threshold, and then back from it, and a venture that turns away from its own goal is seldom quite the same venture afterward. The tide that had borne them up so far had reached its full height. It had not yet begun to fall, but the high mark had been set upon the shore, and somewhere out, beyond sight, the ebb was gathering. Rome had run clean out of patience and out of pride to spare. The Senate looked about for a man who would finish the business once and for all, and it found him in Marcus Crassus, the richest man in all the city, whose wealth was past the counting, and whose hunger for glory ran deeper even than his purse. He asked for the command, and it was given to him, along with a great force of legions to see the work through. Crassus gathered an army, such as had not yet been turned against the slaves, as many as 10 legions, tens of thousands of trained men, and he meant to spend them without flinching and without a single misstep. Early in the campaign, a part of his force met the rebels against his strict orders, was beaten, and fled the field in a panic. Crassus answered that flight with a punishment so old and so dreaded that even hardened Romans grew pale to see it brought back. From among the men who had run, lots were drawn, and 1 in every 10 was chosen, and those chosen paid for the cowardice of the whole, put to death before the watching eyes of their fellows. It was a fearful thing to do to his own soldiers, and that was the whole purpose of it. After that day, the men of Crassus feared their general more than they feared any enemy, and they did not run a second time. He turned them south at last, hard and relentless, onto the trail of the host. Their leader drew his people down through Italy, away from the press of Crassus, toward the very toe of the land, where the sea narrows to a slender channel, between the mainland and the great island of Sicily. There was good sense in his course. Sicily had risen against its masters twice before within memory, in slave wars that set the whole island alight. He reckoned that if he could only carry his men across that narrow strait, he might kindle such a fire again, and find fresh thousands waiting to join him. But the army had no ships of its own, and so a bargain was struck. There were pirates upon those waters, sea raiders, whose swift vessels were known and feared along every coast, and the Thracian came to terms with them. They were paid, and paid well, to ferry his men across the strait to Sicily. The gold passed from hand to hand. The pirates gave their word, and then, with the payment safely stowed below their decks, they spread their sails and slipped away over the horizon, and they did not come back. The men who lived by treachery had taken his coin and sold him nothing at all. He would not give the crossing up so lightly. If the pirates would not carry his men, then his men would carry themselves. They set to building rafts out of timber and brushwood, lashing barrels and beams together with whatever could be found, and they pushed these rough craft out into the water. But the strait there ran swift and cruel between the headlands, and the current seized the rafts, and the heavy sea broke them apart, and turned the whole effort back upon the shore. The narrow channel, no great distance at all to the eye, might as well have been a wide ocean. Sicily and its promised fires lay across the water, plain to see and wholly beyond his reach. So the army was held fast, pinned against the sea at the foot of Italy, with the cold and patient legions of Crassus closing off the country at its back. The open road that had once run the whole length of the land had narrowed to a trap, and the man who had outrun Rome for 2 long years found, for the first time, that there was nowhere left to run to. The legions pressed the host down to the very toe of Italy, and there Crassus set his men to a vast labour. Across the narrow neck of land, he had a ditch cut from one sea to the other, with a high rampart raised behind it, to wall the rebels in and starve them where they stood. But on a wild winter night, when snow and a bitter wind came driving down off the hills, the host filled a stretch of that ditch with earth and brushwood and timber, and over the rough crossing a great part of it broke free into the open country beyond. The chase could not last much longer now, and their leader knew it well. Word had come that Pompey was marching home from Spain with a fresh army to share in the hunt, and to be caught between 2 Roman hosts would be the end of all of it. Far better to turn and break Crassus, while one enemy still stood alone in the field. So the Thracian chose his ground and drew up his men to face the legions one final time. Before the lines met, he did a thing his men would long remember. He had his horse brought before him, a fine beast, and in the full sight of the host he drew his sword and killed it. If the day went well, he is said to have told them, the enemy would furnish him with finer mounts than this, and if it went ill, he would have no need of any. There would be no riding away from this field. The fighting ran long and bitter, for every man among them knew what defeat would bring. In the thick of it, their leader drove forward through the press, cutting his way toward Crassus himself, as though the whole war might be ended with a single stroke at the man who commanded it. He never reached him. 2 officers came against him together as he pressed on, and he struck them both down, and forced his way ahead still, until the sheer weight of many bore him under at the last. He fell fighting, his sword in his hand, in the very heart of the struggle. When the field was searched, his body could not be found. So many had fallen, and the ground lay so churned and so heaped, that the man the whole long war had been waged against lay indistinguishable among the fallen. He passed among them without a trace, and left behind no grave and no certain ending, only an empty place where a body ought to have lain. Rome's vengeance upon the captured was a hard one. Some 6,000 of the taken were raised upon crosses along the Appian Way, the great road that led up to the city, set one after another for mile upon mile, so that every traveller might see plainly what came of breaking one's chains. They lined that long road for many days after. A famous film of the last century carried his story to millions, and wove into it a moment that never was, a field of beaten captives rising one after another, each man claiming the name, until the true Spartacus was lost among them. 2,000 years after he fell upon that unmarked field, the name of Spartacus is known in every land, while the consuls who had hunted him are long forgotten, and masters who had once bought and sold him are remembered, if at all, only for having stood in his way. That's all for tonight's journey through history. If this was your first time listening, let us know where it is you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. And for those listening on Spotify Premium, did you know that in select regions, you can now skip ad breaks entirely by switching from audio to video? In fact, watching us on Spotify Premium Video is the best way to help us create more stories, just for you. You can also get early access to our newest episodes by joining us on Patreon. And whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you so much for listening, and rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history, with 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling for a full night's rest. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of the Cottingley Fairies hoax, and how 2 young girls in a Yorkshire garden managed to fool their families, the press, the experts, and people the world over to believe in the existence of real-life fairies. It began, as mischief often does, with a harmless fib. In the summer of 1917, in the village of Cottingley, two cousins kept slipping down to the stream behind the house and coming home with their shoes soaked and their skirts dripping wet. The two girls, Elsie Wright and Frances Griffiths, blamed the fairies, and when challenged, borrowed the family camera to prove it. Such a small tale might have come to nothing had it not surfaced in a Britain still deep in mourning. The Great War had taken so many young men that a grieving nation turned to seance rooms and spiritualism. So when the photographs surfaced at an evening lecture on fairy life, they found a receptive audience. And eventually, they made their way to the famed Sherlock Holmes author and devoted spiritualist Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. It would be easy to file this under superstition, but the photographs had been tested. The experts examined the negatives and found no trickery. And so, Conan Doyle was far from alone when he championed the photographs as proof that fairies were real. A knighted national hero had staked his name on two schoolgirls and a borrowed camera, and beneath it all lay a secret that would remain hidden for decades. But how could the mind behind literature's most rational detective be so wholly taken in? And how long could such a fragile deception last? Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll follow this gentle mystery from a mossy Yorkshire stream to the drawing rooms of scholars and skeptics alike. So settle in, take a deep breath, and we'll begin with a full 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling after this short break. By the summer of 1917, after 3 years of war, Britain was already a nation learning to live with absence. Almost every street had its gaps, the empty chair at the table, and the name read aloud in church on a Sunday. The young men who had gone away to France and Belgium and never come home again. Entire households had been hollowed out. Mothers kept bedrooms exactly as they had been left, and the country carried its losses behind a careful, everyday politeness. Across the land, people began to listen for the missing. Spiritualism, which had drifted along for decades at the edges of respectable life, now moved into the very heart of it. In ordinary front rooms, the curtains were drawn against the evening, and families gathered around a table in the low light, hands resting on the wood, waiting for the smallest sign that a son or a husband might still be near. Mediums traveled from town to halls packed with the hopeful. Photographs passed from hand to hand, showing pale, blurred faces hovering at the shoulders of the living, and grieving people studied them through their tears and let themselves believe. Far to the north of those crowded seance rooms, in the West Riding of Yorkshire, there sat a small village called Cottingley, not far from the larger town of Bradford. It was a place of grey stone houses and narrow lanes, with the open moors rising beyond the rooftops and the chimney smoke hanging low on a still day. The mills were not far off, and yet the countryside pressed close, green and damp, and threaded everywhere with running water. Behind one of those houses, the garden sloped away downhill, and at the foot of it ran a stream. In Yorkshire, such a stream was called a beck, and this one slipped along between steep banks, thick with moss and fern, shaded by overhanging branches, cool even at the height of summer. The light came down through the leaves in shifting patches. The water chattered over the stones. It was the sort of hidden, shadowed place that drew children down to it over and over, well out of sight of the kitchen window. The house belonged to the Wright family, and they were steady, respectable people. Arthur Wright was a craftsman, an electrician, and an engineer by trade, a man at home with machinery and wiring and the careful chemistry of photography. He kept a small darkroom of his own, and he knew exactly how a picture was made, from the coated glass plate to the trays of developer and the image rising slowly out of nothing. His wife, Polly, was made of softer and more searching stuff. She wondered about the things her husband set aside, about the spirit and the soul, and whether the dead were truly beyond all reach. She was drawn to the talks and the meetings, where such matters were spoken of in earnest. Though within those plain stone walls, she mostly kept her wondering to herself. Their daughter, Elsie, was 16, a dreamy and good-natured girl, with a real gift for drawing and a great fondness for the stream at the bottom of the garden. The war ran on in the background of all their days, in the newspapers and the casualty lists, and the long wait for letters from the front. Cottingley lay a long way from the fighting, and yet, like everywhere else, it lived under the same low cloud. That summer, the garden grew green and overgrown, and the stream ran on as it always had, down past the foot of the slope and away beneath the trees. The water was clear and cold over the brown stones, and the shaded banks kept their secrets well. Frances Griffiths had spent most of her short life beneath the wide skies of South Africa, near Cape Town, where her father had found work. When the war came, he joined up and went to fight in France, and Frances and her mother packed up their lives and sailed back to England to wait it out among family. They came to Cottingley, to the Wright household, for Frances's mother and Elsie's mother were sisters. And there, in a cool green northern garden, so unlike the dry one she had left behind, 9-year-old Frances met her cousin Elsie for the very first time. The two of them took to one another at once, for all the 7 years between them. Elsie was old enough to keep an eye on the younger girl, and young enough to be a true companion, and Frances followed her down to the stream at every chance she got. They passed long afternoons among the stones and the ferns, and they came back, time and again, in a dreadful state, with soaked shoes, dripping skirts, and mud to the knee. On their faces they wore the particular cheer of children who had spent the afternoon doing precisely what they were told not to do. The scoldings came, as they always did. It was in the middle of one of them that the excuse first arrived, the excuse that would in time grow far beyond the two girls who made it. They had not gone down to the stream to fall in the water, they insisted. They had gone to see the fairies. The little folk lived along the banks, and watching them was the whole reason for going, and surely no grown adult could be cross about a thing as harmless as that. It was the sort of thing a child says and fully expects to have waved away. But the answer that came back was a fair one. If there really were fairies at the bottom of the garden, then they ought to be easy enough to photograph. Elsie took up the challenge. Her father owned a camera, a fine and costly thing that made its pictures on sheets of coated glass. One Saturday afternoon in July of 1917, she asked whether the two of them might borrow it. Arthur slid a single plate into the camera, handed it over with careful instructions, and told them plainly that he wanted it back before long. Down the garden, the cousins went with the borrowed camera, and they were gone barely half an hour. When they climbed back up the slope and returned it, they wore the satisfied look of two people who had managed something rather grand. Arthur carried the plate into his darkroom that evening to see what they had done. The picture showed Frances first. There she sat behind a low screen of grass and leaves, her chin resting on her hand, gazing straight past the lens with an expression of perfect calm. And in the air before her, lit by the soft light coming down through the trees, a row of little winged figures danced, 4 of them, slender and graceful, caught as though in the middle of a measure. A few weeks later, in September, the girls produced a second. This one showed Elsie sitting on the grass, and at her side, a small winged creature, a gnome with a pointed cap, leaning toward her outstretched hand, as if about to step up onto her fingers. To the girls, it was a fine joke, and once the laughter faded, they thought no more of it. Arthur was not pleased by what he saw. He had developed a great many plates in his time, and he knew the look of a thing that had truly stood before the lens. He leaned in close over the fairies and studied them, and the longer he looked, the less he believed. The fairies were too flat. They had the smooth, sharp edges of something cut from paper, and they held themselves far too still. The breeze that afternoon had stirred the grass and lifted the girl's hair, and all of it showed in the picture as a soft blur of movement, and yet the fairies stood crisp and sharp and perfectly fixed, as though nothing on earth could stir them. Arthur came to the truth almost at once. The girls had faked it. They had made the fairies out of paper somehow, and stood them up before the camera, and that was the whole of the mystery. Being a thorough man, he set about proving it. He went up to the bedroom the two cousins shared, and searched it from end to end. He went down to the stream, and searched the banks where the picture had been taken, hunting for scraps of paper, for pins, and for any trace of how the trick had been worked. He turned up nothing whatsoever. The girls had already gathered up every trace and made it all vanish. He could plainly see what had been done. He simply could not lay a finger on the proof of it, and a careful man could not win an argument on suspicion alone, least of all against two children who looked back at him without a flicker and gave nothing away. The method behind it was a modest one. Elsie could draw, and on the shelf at home there sat a popular children's book of the day, a handsome charity volume called Princess Mary's Gift Book. Among its pages was an illustration of pretty girls dancing in long, flowing gowns. Elsie copied those dancing figures in her own hand, gave each of them a pair of dainty wings, and coloured them in. Then she cut them out and pasted them onto stiffer card, so they would hold their shape and stand up straight. To make the fairies seem to hover above the grass, the girls used the most everyday things imaginable. Hat pins, the long, sharp pins that every woman of the day kept for fastening a hat in place. A paper fairy was fixed to the end of a hat pin, and the pin pushed down into the soft earth of the bank, so the little figure stood upright, a few inches off the ground. Seen through the lens of the camera, with its shallow focus and its slow exposure, the thin pins simply disappeared, and what remained was a row of fairies dancing on the open air. Cut paper, a borrowed picture, a handful of hat pins, and a great deal of nerve. There was nothing more to it than that. Arthur, for his part, had had quite enough of it. He did not believe a single word, and he did not much care to be made part of it either. He put the camera away and refused to lend it out a second time, and as far as he was concerned, the matter was finished and far better forgotten. It nettled him for years afterward, like a splinter, that he of all people had been the one to load the plate and hand the camera over. He never did change his mind, and he never did manage to prove what he was so certain he knew. In 1918, the year after the photographs were taken, Frances sat down to write a letter to a friend. The friend was a girl named Johanna, far away in Cape Town, in the South Africa that Frances still thought of as home. The two had been close before the war carried Frances off across the sea, and they kept up the kind of letters that children send when a whole ocean lies between them, crammed with all the small news of their separate days. She asked whether Joe still played with the friends the two of them had known together. She passed on the very best news the war could offer. Everyone was saying the fighting would surely be over within days, and her father had come home safe from France at last, after 10 long months away. To mark it, the family meant to hang their flags upstairs in the bedroom, and she wrote of her dolls, of Rosebud, who was as plump as ever, and for whom she had been stitching new clothes, and she asked how the others were keeping. Somewhere in among the algebra and the dolls and the flags, she mentioned that she was sending along 2 photographs. In the first, she stood in a bathing costume in the back garden, squinting in the sun, an ordinary picture of a summer's day, taken by her uncle. In the other, she wrote, she was up the stream with some fairies, and Elsie had taken that one. She gave it no more weight than any of the rest. It sat there in the letter between the homecoming and the dolls, one more small piece of family news. It was on the back of that second photograph, though, that Frances added the line people would long remember. She had never once seen anything of the kind in all her years in South Africa, and she had worked the reason out for herself. As she put it, it must be too hot for them there. And that was all. No fanfare, no wonder, and no hint that anything strange had taken place at the bottom of the garden. To Frances, it was the plainest matter in the world. In those years, a movement called Theosophy had taken a firm hold across Britain. Its followers gathered in halls to speak of a world that lay deeper than the one the eye could see, of unseen forces and hidden realms, and of the spirits that were said to dwell in wild and growing places, the very creatures the old country people had always called fairies. The talks drew thoughtful, earnest folk who felt the ordinary world could not be quite all there was, and Polly was glad to count herself among them. One evening in 1919, about 2 years after the photographs were taken, Polly went along to a meeting of the Theosophical Society in the nearby city of Bradford. It would have been a modest affair, rows of chairs, a lantern throwing images onto a screen, and a speaker holding forth in earnest, while the audience leaned in. As it happened, the talk that night was given over to the life of fairies, to the old beliefs about them, and the question of whether such beings might be real after all. Polly sat and listened, and the thought must have grown in her as the speaker went on. She had 2 photographs at home that seemed to show the very thing they were discussing. Her own daughter and her young niece had apparently caught fairies on a glass plate down at the bottom of the garden. When the meeting ended, she said as much to the people around her. She brought out the pictures. Word of 2 photographs of real fairies, taken by children in a Yorkshire village, travelled fast among people who longed for just such a thing to be true. Before very long, it reached a man named Edward Gardner. Gardner was a leading figure in the movement, a serious and well-respected man who lectured up and down the country on spiritual matters, and who took the question of nature spirits in earnest. When copies of the Cottingley pictures came into his hands, he could scarcely believe his good fortune. Here, it seemed to him, was something very close to proof, real evidence at last, for the unseen world he had spent so many years describing to others. Gardner studied the photographs long and hard. He had clearer, sharper copies made from the original plates, so that every last detail of the little figures might be seen, and the more closely he looked, the more certain he became. He wrote letters about them. He showed the prints to others who shared his beliefs, and their wonder only fed his own. The longer he turned it over, the truer the whole business appeared. To Gardner, these were no longer a family curiosity. They were a discovery, perhaps a great one, and a find of that kind was not a thing a man kept to himself. He set about looking for a way to bring the Cottingley fairies before a far wider audience, and for someone of real weight and standing who might lend a name to the cause and stand beside him when the time came. Edward Gardner did not have to look far for a champion. In the spring of 1920, word of the photographs reached one of the most famous men in the world, a writer whose name was known in nearly every household. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle had given the age its coldest and most rational hero, the detective Sherlock Holmes, a man who unravelled every riddle by reason alone and trusted nothing he could not measure. And yet the man behind that hero was nothing like his creation. Doyle had been drawn for years, ever deeper into spiritualism, into séances and mediums, and the hope of a life beyond the grave. The war had pressed that hope into something close to a mission. He had lost his son Kingsley, taken by the influenza that swept the world after the young man had been wounded in the fighting, and he had lost a brother soon after. Like so many grieving men of those years, Doyle wanted very badly to believe that the dead were not truly gone, and that the world held more than cold machinery and loss. When Gardner laid the Cottingley photographs before him, he did not flinch or doubt. He saw proof. The timing could hardly have been better, for a magazine had asked him to write a piece on fairies for its Christmas number, and now he had something extraordinary to fill it. In the Christmas issue of 1920, The first two photographs went out to the whole of Britain, set before hundreds of thousands of readers, and announced as nothing less than a sensation. The creator of Sherlock Holmes had staked his name on two pictures taken at the bottom of a garden. There was an irony folded into it that no one could have guessed at the time. The fairy figures Elsie had copied came from the pages of Princess Mary's gift book, that handsome wartime volume of stories and pictures, and tucked away among those same pages, between its own covers, sat a short story written by none other than Arthur Conan Doyle himself. The very book that had furnished the trick carried his own name inside it. He threw himself into the cause completely. He gathered the pictures and his arguments into a whole book of their own, and he defended every part of it. To shield the two girls from the glare of attention, he gave them false names in his writing, calling Elsie by the name Iris and Frances by the name Alice, and he disguised the village too. He pored over the photographs for the smallest detail. In the picture of Elsie and the gnome, there was a tiny dot at the creature's middle, which was in plain truth the head of a hat-pin holding the cutout upright. He studied that dot and decided it was a navel, and from there he reasoned, in all seriousness, that fairies must come into the world much as people do, and he fell to wondering aloud about the question. Beneath the strange conclusions lay something almost tender. Doyle truly believed that proof of fairies might crack open the hard certainties of the modern world and let a little wonder back in. The recognition of their existence, he wrote in his book, would jolt the material 20th century mind out of its heavy ruts in the mud. He longed for a world with mystery still in it, and in the photographs from Cottingley, he was certain he had found the first bright thread of it, and the public was in no mood to argue him down. A knight of the realm had vouched for the fairies, and for a great many readers that was very nearly enough to settle the matter. The little folk of Cottingley had found their grandest believer. Before Doyle ever published a word, the photographs had been put to harder tests than a grieving public might suppose, and they had passed everyone. When Gardner first held the prints, he studied them with the care of a man who knew he would be doubted. He looked for the telltale marks of trickery, for double exposures and pasted-on shapes, and the signs of studio work, and he found none of them. To be certain, he carried the plates to a professional, an expert in photographic work, who examined them closely and gave a verdict that delighted everyone hoping the fairies were real. The negatives, the man declared, were single exposures, untouched and unfaked, with no trace of cardboard or paper models. What the figures actually were, he added carefully, lay beyond his trade to say. He could vouch only that the photographs themselves were honest. That distinction was a fine one, and it was precisely the gap through which belief came pouring in. The expert had not said the fairies were real. He had said the plates were not tampered with, which to a hopeful reader sounded very nearly the same thing. Doyle and Gardner went further still and sent the pictures to the great photographic company of the day, the firm of Kodak, asking for an opinion. The Kodak men examined them and would not be drawn. They could find no clear evidence that the plates had been faked, and yet they declined to put their name to any certificate calling the fairies genuine. A photograph could be made to show nearly anything, and they were not about to stake the company's good name on sprites at the bottom of a garden. It was a careful refusal, neither for nor against. Gardner, for his part, wanted more pictures, and better ones. In the summer of 1920, he travelled up to Cottingley and put fresh cameras into the girls' hands, together with photographic plates that he had secretly marked beforehand, so that none could later be swapped for fakes. It was as neat a precaution as a careful man could devise. Then he left the cousins to it and waited. Doyle himself could not wait beside him. He had a long voyage ahead, a lecture tour to the far side of the world, carrying his spiritualist message to Australia. He set off that year, with the whole business still unfolding behind him, following the news by letter across the oceans. That August, on the secretly marked plates, beneath nobody's eye but their own, Elsie and Francis produced 3 more fairy photographs. A leaping fairy hung in the air before Francis. Another held a posy of wildflowers up toward Elsie. And in the last and strangest of them, a little crowd of fairies sat together in a leafy hollow, in what Doyle would fondly come to call their sunbath. The marked plates came back bearing fairies all the same, and to Gardner that sealed it. The controls had held, the plates were his own, and still the fairies had appeared. By the summer of 1921, the fairies of Cottingley had become a national wonder, and the little stream at the foot of the right garden had taken on a strange new fame. Doyle, ever thorough, wanted one more kind of proof, the word of someone who could see the fairies directly, with the gifts of the spirit, rather than the lens of a camera. He arranged for a man to travel up to Yorkshire and watch the stream with his own eyes. The man was Geoffrey Hodson, a figure from the same theosophical world as Gardner, a former army officer of the war years, who now gave himself to the study of hidden things and claimed the power to perceive what others could not. In Doyle's book, he appeared under a borrowed name, styled simply as Mr. Sergeant, a small courtesy of disguise. He came to Cottingley with his wife and settled in for the better part of a week, passing long hours down among the wet ferns and the stones in the company of the 2 cousins. And see the fairies he most certainly did. His notes filled with sightings, page after page of them. He described gnomes moving among the grasses, elves and slender winged sprites, water nymphs at the edge of the stream, and woodland spirits drifting beneath the trees, a whole teeming hidden world laid out along a few yards of the bank. He spoke of their colours and their movements as though narrating a pageant that only he and the girls could attend. By the end of his stay, he was wholly persuaded. In his own account, he had come away, he wrote, assured of the genuineness of their clairvoyance, as certain of the fairies as he was of the children who sat watching them. There was, in all this, one detail that would surface only much later, and it was the strangest little twist of the whole affair. By their own telling, years afterward, Elsie and Francis had not believed a word of it. They thought the earnest gentleman from the Theosophical Society a complete fraud, and rather than set him right, they simply played along, nodding at his visions and agreeing with all that he claimed to see, watching with private delight as a grown man conjured nymphs and goblins out of the empty air beside them. The girls who had set the whole thing rolling with a single fib now sat in the grass and let a practiced clairvoyant outfib them all, and they kept their faces straight while he did it. Here was the affair at its strange height. A famous author had vouched for the photographs in print. Photographic experts had pronounced the plates honest. A great company had declined to call them fakes. And now a seasoned clairvoyant had sworn that fairies thronged the place in their dozens. Every kind of authority the age could muster had been brought to bear on a Yorkshire stream, and each in turn had come away convinced, or at the very least, unable to say otherwise. And at the centre of it all sat two girls, one not long out of her teens, and the other barely older than a child, holding fast to a story they had invented to dodge a scolding 4 years before. They had never meant a word of it to travel so far. Yet there it was, grown vast and respectable, and quite beyond their power to halt, carried along now by men far older and more learned and more famous than they could ever hope to be. Whatever unease they felt, they kept it tucked away, and the wonder of Cottingley rolled grandly on. Once the spotlight dimmed, ordinary life resumed. What had blazed up so suddenly died down just as fast. Other miracles and other catastrophes claimed the front pages. Enthusiasm for the little winged creatures withered, and the photographs sank from view. A forgotten footnote that flickered now and then in people's thoughts, before being brushed aside once more. Doyle died in 1930, a believer to the very last, never once knowing he had been fooled. Gardner, too, passed on in time, and the two girls who alone knew the truth grew up and then grew old, with their secret folded away inside them. They did not stay in Cottingley. Both married, and life carried them far afield, overseas for a spell, and the fairies receded into something that had happened long ago to two children who scarcely seemed to exist anymore. Years turned into decades. The cutouts and the hatpins and the borrowed picture book belonged to another century now, and the women who had once wielded them said nothing at all and let the old mystery stand. Now and then the world came knocking. In 1966, a reporter from the Daily Express tracked down the elder of the two, by then a grown woman with a long life behind her, and pressed her about the famous photographs. If a confession was ever coming, here was the moment for it. She did no such thing. Instead, she gave an answer of wonderful slipperiness, allowing that perhaps, in some manner she could not fully explain, she had photographed her own thoughts. It was neither a yes nor a no. It kept the door ajar, let the mystery breathe a while longer, and sent the reporter away with nothing he could pin to the page. The reasons they held the secret so long and so faithfully were tangled ones. Part of it, the cousins later owned, was the sheer difficulty of ever climbing back down. By now, the affair had swollen to such a size, and trapped so renowned a figure within it, that coming clean no longer resembled the simple admission of a youthful trick. It felt closer to tearing something down. There was a kindness in their long reticence, a reluctance to wound a man who had believed in them so warmly and so completely. The elder put it plainly, long afterward. Set against a brilliant man like Conan Doyle, she said, 2 village children could only keep quiet. That was the heart of it. They had been young and obscure, and more than a little daunted by the size of the thing, and the passing years had only made the burden harder to set down. It was not until the early 1980s that the truth at last came out, and even then it came gently, drawn into the open by a patient photographic journalist named Geoffrey Crawley, who had taken up the old puzzle and worked away at it. He wrote a careful run of articles, picking quietly at the seams of the case, and in the end, the elder cousin answered him in a letter, setting down on paper, at the age of 80-odd, what she had carried in secret since girlhood. The Fairies, she wrote, had been drawings. The confession might have closed the book for good, a tidy ending at last to a riddle 60 years in the keeping. It did nothing of the kind, for even as the 2 women owned up to the cutouts and the hat-pins, they held something back, a stubborn last thread they would not cut, however far the rest unravelled. They had faked the photographs, yes, but they had truly seen fairies at that stream. On this point, both of them held firm, to the ends of their lives, with a steadiness that was hard to wave away. The pictures, they said, had been a child's invention, a way of showing grown-ups the very thing the grown-ups refused to credit. The fairies themselves had been real, glimpsed among the ferns and the running water in the long afternoons of that wartime summer. And on one matter, the 2 could never quite agree. The elder maintained that all 5 of the photographs had been faked, every one a drawing on a pin. The younger would not go so far. She allowed that 4 of the pictures were the work of paper and hat-pins, and yet she swore that the 5th, the strange last image of the fairies in their sunny hollow, was no fake at all, but a true photograph of true creatures. The 2 women who had once deceived the whole world drifted toward contrary ends of the puzzle they themselves had built, each one faithful to her own telling of all that had occurred down by that stream. The younger carried her belief with her until she died in the 1980s, and the elder followed not many years after, and the small disagreement went down with them, never to be settled by anyone now living. The tale, though, had long since slipped free of the 2 who made it, and it never did grow old. Long after the truth was known, the fairies of Cottingley kept their grip on the imagination. In time, the story caught the eye of the filmmakers, and twice in a single year, the cinema told it afresh, in one picture called Fairy Tale, A True Story, and in another called Photographing Fairies. The original prints, those modest little photographs from a Yorkshire garden, passed through the sale rooms and changed hands for many thousands of pounds, prized now as treasures of a sort their makers could never have dreamed. And the cameras themselves, the borrowed camera and its companions, came at last to rest behind glass in a museum in Bradford, not far at all from the stream where the whole thing had begun. Perhaps the deepest part of it was something the younger cousin said, looking back across all the years, about why the world had been so very willing to be deceived. The people of that time, she felt, had wanted the fairies to be real. As she put it, they wanted to be taken in. A long war had broken their hearts. and a little magic was a balm against the grief. So when two children offered them a glimpse of something bright and impossible beyond the edges of the ordinary world, a great many of them chose, gladly, to believe. And so, the Cottingley fairies were left where perhaps they had always belonged, not quite proven and not quite dismissed, hovering forever in the dappled light above a Yorkshire stream, exactly as those two girls might have wished. A gentle mystery with no tidy answer and no need of one. That's all for tonight's journey through history. If this was your first time listening, let us know where it is you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. And for those listening on Spotify Premium, did you know that in select regions, you can now skip ad breaks entirely by switching from audio to video? In fact, watching us on Spotify Premium Video is the best way to help us create more stories, just for you. You can also get early access to our newest episodes by joining us on Patreon. And whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you so much for listening, and rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history, with 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling for a full night's rest. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of the Amazons, those legendary warrior women who answered to no man and feared no army, whose name has thundered through history and legend for thousands of years. For centuries, the Amazons lived chiefly in the imagination of the Greeks, riding down from the distant shores of the Black Sea, raising temples and crossing blades with Hercules and Achilles. The Greeks painted them onto thousands of pots and carved them into the stones of the Parthenon, returning again and again to the same drama, as if unable to look away. They told one another that these women were celibate, mingling with men only on the rarest of occasions, and that they held them in scorn, raising their daughters into fierce and merciless warriors, while sending their sons into exile, or worse. And most famously, were said to do something drastic to their own bodies in order to draw a bow more easily. Most of it was nonsense, of course, though not perhaps in the way you might expect, because somewhere out on the Eurasian steppe, among the prehistoric burial mounds of its ancient peoples, we've begun to uncover something astonishing. Their bones, unearthed alongside battle-worn bows and razor-sharp edged weapons, the curved leg bones of a lifetime on horseback, even tattooed skin preserved in the frozen earth, all of it telling us not only that the Amazons were real, but offering a startlingly intimate glimpse of the women themselves. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll let the old stories rise around us like wood smoke from a campfire on the steppe, the thunder of hooves, an endless horizon, and the slow unraveling of a mystery we're still piecing together. So settle in, take a deep breath, and we'll begin with a full 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling after this short break. In the early light, the wind came across the plain, and the grass moved before it for as far as anyone could see. It was feather grass, with stalks that carried a long silver thread, fine as hair, and the wind did not push it so much as comb it, causing the silver to run in long traveling lines, one chasing the next, all the way to the horizon. The entire steppe seemed to flow like this, so that it did not behave as a field, but as a vast emerald ocean that had forgotten how to be still. This was the Eurasian steppe. A rider could spend months crossing it, and still find more rolling land ahead, the same horizon, the same endless whisper of grass in the wind. People had been riding here for thousands of years, long before the Greeks were writing anything down. These were people who lived their whole lives on this ocean of grass, moving with the seasons and following the great herds of horses and cattle across terrain that shifted from green to gold to white and back again. They slept under skies unbothered by anything but stars, raised children on horseback, and buried their dead beneath low mounds of earth. These burial mounds rose gently from the plain, barely noticeable at first, a slight swelling in the land, a little greener than the grass around it, as if the earth itself had paused to breathe. There were thousands of them, scattered from Ukraine in the west to Kazakhstan and beyond, each one a slow and patient record of the people who had passed through. The people of the steppe left almost nothing else behind. No cities, no palaces, and no written language. But what they did have was motion. The horse had been domesticated here earlier than anywhere else on earth, and it gave them a reach that settled peoples could only marvel at. A warrior on horseback could cover ground in a day that would take a marching army a week. They appeared out of the grass and vanished back into it, and the peoples at the edges of their world regarded them with a particular mixture of fascination and unease. The Greeks called them Scythians, though that name covered many different peoples spread across an enormous territory. The Scythians were nomads, herders, and warriors. They had no city walls to shelter behind, because they did not need them. The grass itself was their fortress. They knew its weather and its distances the way a sailor knows the moods of the sea, and they moved across it with the unhurried confidence of people entirely at home. It was a hard life, and it did not divide its hardness neatly between the sexes. A child who could sit a horse was a child who could ride out after the herds. Out here, Far from the tidy arrangements of the Greek city, the line between the herding ground and the battlefield was thin, and everyone who lived on the grass lived close to both. Among the Scythians, riding and fighting and being buried beneath those gentle mounds, were women who carried weapons and bore the marks of lives spent entirely on horseback. The story of the Amazons did not begin in the poems of Homer or on the painted pottery of Athens. It began here, in the earth and the long grass, and it lay there a very long time before anyone came looking. The Greeks were not the only people on the edges of the steppe, but they were among the most talkative about what they found there. Their trading colonies dotted the northern and eastern shores of the Black Sea, and through those outposts came reports from the interior. A people on horseback, beyond the horizon, who moved with the seasons and whose women rode alongside the men. The merchants said so. The sailors said so. Occasionally, the soldiers confirmed it too, with slightly less composure. By the time Greek mythology had worked this material over, the Amazons had become something remarkable. A nation of women, entirely self-sufficient, who met with a neighboring tribe only once a year, and kept only the daughters that followed. According to the stories, the sons were sent away, or dealt with, in ways the tellers preferred not to dwell on. The details shifted, depending on who was telling the tale and what they hoped to prove, but the underlying message was consistent. Here was a world arranged against everything the Greeks took for granted, and it made for extremely compelling listening. The most famous explanation of the name was also the most far-fetched. The name Amazon, it was claimed, derived from the Greek for without a breast, the idea being that the women removed one to draw a bowstring without interference. Ancient and modern archers alike had found this entirely unnecessary, and no excavated grave produced any evidence for it whatsoever. The name more likely came from an Iranian root, meaning something closer to warrior, or perhaps fighting together. The Greeks had looked at something unfamiliar and reshaped it into something they could recognize. It was a habit they had. But the myths were not only anxiety and invention. Threading through them was something harder to dismiss. The Amazons were placed, in story after story, around the Black Sea, the Caucasus, and the steppe beyond. They were associated with horses, with bows, with the hunt, and with Ares himself. They were given queens with names and homelands, with geography and histories that could be traced across generations. They were formidable in the telling, serious adversaries who required the very best of Greek heroism to overcome. There was a grudging respect in the way the Greeks described them. Their poets honored the Amazons' courage in verse. Their playwrights set them at the very founding of Athens, and their historians tried patiently to work out where they had actually come from. For a people the Greeks insisted were mythological, the Amazons occupied a remarkable amount of very real effort and imagination, generation after generation. According to Greek tradition, the Amazon homeland had a name and a precise location. Themyscira, they called it, a city on the banks of the Thermodon River, along the southern coast of the Black Sea, in what is now northern Turkey. From there, the Amazons had spread their influence across the ancient world. The list of what they were said to have founded was not modest. Cities up and down the coast carried their name, places the Greeks still knew well in their own time, harbours and temple towns scattered along the edge of the sea. The greatest of the temples, a vast sanctuary to the goddess of the hunt that later ages would count among the wonders of the world, was said to have been raised first by Amazon hands, built, the stories held, by the women for the goddess they loved above all others. The Thermodon region was real enough. The river ran through rugged forested country before reaching the sea, and the site the Greeks called Themyscira was placed by later archaeologists on the Turkish Black Sea coast. Whether women warriors ever ruled it was another matter entirely, but the geography of the Amazon tradition was more specific and more grounded than the stories about their social habits, and that specificity had to mean something. The Amazon queens themselves were given names and lives and homelands, and the Greeks returned to them often. Every great Greek hero, it seemed, had eventually to go and do something about the Amazons. In the Greek understanding of the world, a man could not prove himself fully without facing something genuinely formidable, and the Amazons certainly met that standard. Hercules came first. One of the tasks set as his penance was to retrieve the golden girdle of Hippolyta, the Amazon queen, a gift from Ares that served as both a symbol of power and a practical article of war. He sailed to the Black Sea with a company of heroes at his back, which itself suggested the Greeks understood this was not a task for one man, however extraordinary. The earliest version of the story was the most striking. In it, Hippolyta met Hercules at the shore and simply offered him the girdle. But the goddess Hera, who had long set herself against Hercules, took exception. She moved through the Amazon camp, disguised as a warrior woman, spreading the rumor that the Greeks had come to abduct the queen. The Amazons armed themselves, battle followed, and Hercules, assuming treachery, killed Hippolyta and sailed home with the girdle, having done what he came to do at a cost he had not planned on. Theseus followed, and his entanglement with the Amazons was even more complicated. He carried off Antiope, one of the Amazon leaders, to Athens, and kept her there. Whether this had begun by agreement or by force depended on which account one consulted, and the ancient sources did not agree. What they did agree on was what happened next. The Amazons came after her. They crossed the Black Sea, marched through Thrace, and arrived at the gates of Athens. The siege they laid to the city was hard enough that later generations would place it alongside the Persian Wars as one of the great tests of Athens. Some of the Amazons, the stories said, made it as far as the great rocky outcrop at the heart of the city before the tide turned. Antiope died in the fighting. The exact circumstances varied by source. In some versions, she died defending Theseus against her own sisters. In others, she was simply killed in battle. Plutarch, writing well over 1,000 years after the events were supposed to have occurred, described the Amazons as having camped on the hills facing the heart of Athens, and noted that burial markers for the fallen could still be pointed out in the city's streets. Of all the stories the Greeks told about the Amazons, none settled quite so deeply into the imagination as the one about Penthesilea at Troy. She arrived late in the war. The great heroes of the Greek cause were already exhausted and grief-worn, and the dead of both sides had been accumulating for 9 years. The Trojans were fighting with the particular desperation of people who could feel the shape of how things were going to end. Into this, in the tradition the later poets preserved, came Penthesilea, queen of the Amazons, leading a company of 12 warriors from the north with the intention of turning the war. The story of why she came was not simple. She had killed her sister in a hunting accident, and the weight of that grief had driven her to seek either redemption or death on the grandest stage available to her. Troy offered both. She had made an agreement with King Priam, who was in no position to refuse whatever help came his way. When she rode through the Trojan gates, the city gave her the kind of welcome only the desperate can give. The next day, she fought. The Greek poets described the fighting in some detail. She drove back the Greeks. She killed a number of them. Achilles, told of the warrior causing considerable trouble on the plain, came to meet her. The battle between them was brief. He was the greatest fighter in the world, and the story made no attempt to suggest otherwise. He killed her with a spear thrust, and when she fell, he dismounted and stood over her. Then he lifted the helmet from her face. This was the moment that undid him. The poet said that something broke open in Achilles as he looked at her. He fell in love with the woman he had just killed, and the grief of it hit him as fiercely as any grief he had felt before. Whether it was love or simply the recognition of what had been irreversibly lost depended on which poet was telling it. Whatever it was, it belonged to a man who understood he had faced an equal. A soldier began to mock Achilles for it, a man known throughout the camp for his sourness, who never let an unkind moment pass him by. Achilles, still standing over the body of the woman he had killed, turned and struck him down where he stood. The Greeks gave their obsession a name, the battle against the Amazons, and they carved it into the most important buildings they ever raised. When the great temple above Athens was built, its high stone panels were given over to a handful of mighty mythological wars, gods against giants, the long fall of Troy, and set there beside them the war against the Amazons. To place the Amazon war alongside the fall of Troy said something plain about how seriously the Greeks took it. These carvings were not decoration and not entertainment. They were the stories a people told itself about what it had faced and what it had overcome. The Amazons, in that telling, were a power grave enough to belong on the temple wall. The pottery told a softer and more intimate story. Across the long centuries of Greek vase painting, the Amazons were painted again and again, and the women on those pots were drawn with real care. They wore the clothing of the steppe, trousers and patterned tunics and soft pointed caps, the dress of a rider rather than a Greek. Their horses were small and sturdy, the horses of the grasslands. Their weapons were bows and short blades. The gentle clutter of a life lived in the saddle. And beside many of those painted figures, the artists had written names. When scholars came much later to read them, they found something quietly remarkable. A great many of the names were not Greek at all. They seemed to come from the languages of the steppe, and they carried meanings, names that spoke of armor and of courage and of swiftness. The stone coffins of wealthy Romans told similar stories. Scenes of the Amazon War decorated the sides of coffins across the empire for centuries, placing the dead in the symbolic company of the great mythological battles. The Amazon fought on, in marble and in terracotta, long after the last Scythian nomad had been absorbed or displaced by the steady spread of settled civilizations. Long before those carvings, though, one Greek had gone looking for the Amazons in the world, rather than the myth. Herodotus had the most cheerfully curious mind in the ancient world, curious enough to doubt the more fantastical Amazon stories, rather than simply repeat them. He took the stories seriously, in his own careful way. He noted them, compared them against what he had heard from other sources, and arrived at conclusions more measured than those of the poets who had worked the same territory before him. In his histories, he told a particular tale about the origin of the Sarmatians, a people who lived north of the Black Sea and east of Scythia. After one of their early battles with the Greeks, a group of Amazons had been captured and loaded onto 3 ships. On the open sea, they overpowered the crews. After one of their early battles with the Greeks, a group of Amazons had been captured and loaded onto 3 ships. On the open sea, they overpowered the crews. The Greeks who survived those first moments were forced overboard. The Amazons, who knew nothing of sailing, were left to drift, carried north on the current until the ships ran aground on the Scythian coast, near the great shallow sea we now call the Sea of Azov. They came ashore and found horses, which were a great deal more to their liking than ships. They began raiding across the Scythian countryside. The Scythians, according to Herodotus, initially assumed the raiders were men, and it was only the bodies of the fallen that corrected this impression. What followed was more interesting than a battle. Recognizing that these were women of remarkable capability, the Scythians sent their young men to camp near them rather than fight them. A cautious proximity developed, then something warmer, and eventually the 2 groups agreed to travel together. The Amazons were willing to join the Scythians, but not to live as Scythian women lived. Herodotus wrote that they told their new companions they had been raised differently and could not simply take up weaving and staying close to home. The arrangement they proposed was to ride east together, away from Scythia proper, and settle new territory. Herodotus recorded the Sarmatian custom that followed from this, that a young woman was not permitted to marry until she had killed an enemy in battle. Some women, he noted, died unmarried because they never managed it. The detail had the texture of a genuine report rather than a moral fable, the kind of thing a historian picks up from a careful informant and sets down without embellishment. He had said, too, that these women spoke a tongue all their own, a blend of 2 languages woven together, the kind of small detail that rings of something truly heard. For a long time, this story was taken for a charming invention. Warrior women who had to earn their marriages in battle seemed too neat, too tidy a tale, to be anything but a story. And then the mounds began to open. The custom he had written down so long before quietly stopped looking like a fable. He had been, as he so often was, listening to the right things. The picture did not arrive all at once. It came up slowly out of the ground, one mound at a time, over the long and patient work of many lifetimes. For a long while, those who opened the graves expected a simple rule to hold. A grave with weapons in it belonged to a man. It was the kind of assumption that feels less like a choice than like plain common sense. And so when a grave held a woman and a weapon together, the weapon was gently explained away. A gift, perhaps, or something that had drifted in from a husband resting nearby. The grass kept its secret a little longer, but the mounds went on, giving up the same quiet contradiction, over and over, across a land too wide to easily set aside. A woman laid in the earth with a bow, a woman laid in the earth with a blade, worn smooth from long use. And somewhere along the way, the contradiction stopped being a contradiction at all, and became simply what the steppe had been saying all along. Women had been buried here with their weapons in numbers far too steady to be an accident. Not a curiosity, a pattern, as wide as the grass itself. And it was not only the weapons that spoke. The bones themselves had a story to tell. The legs of these women carried the same gentle curve found in the men beside them, the slow mark of a life lived on horseback, begun in childhood and never set down. Their shoulders and arms had been shaped by the steady draw of the bow. Some of them bore old wounds that had healed over and been carried for years afterward, and some bore wounds that had never healed at all. She had been laid to rest with iron arrowheads and a small dagger, real weapons, not ornaments. They were given to her with the same care, and she was sent into the dark with the same intention as the grown warriors in the mounds nearby. She had not yet reached womanhood, and she had already been counted among those who rode and fought. And these women had not lived apart, in some separate country of their own. When their kinship could be traced, it led straight back into the ordinary world around them. It led to the men resting in the neighboring graves, to brothers and fathers, to daughters and mothers, all belonging to the same wandering communities. The old Greek dream of a sealed nation of women, needing no one, simply dissolved into the quiet evidence of the grass. These women had been daughters of their people. They had only lived by a different arrangement than the one the Greeks knew. What the graves described instead was a society in which women participated in mounted warfare as a matter of course, not as an exception or a curiosity, but as a feature of how life on the steppe was organized. The Amazons of Greek mythology had been imagined as an inversion of the natural order. The women in the burial mounds had simply lived in a different order, one that the Greeks had caught a genuine glimpse of across the water and translated, imperfectly but not entirely inaccurately, into the stories they kept painting on their pots. High in the Altai mountains, where the winters were cold enough to freeze the ground solid and keep it that way for centuries, the earth had been doing the work of preservation. In the permafrost of a high Altai valley called Pazyryk, burial chambers had been sealed and slowly frozen, and what was inside them had come down through 2,500 years in a state of extraordinary detail. The Pazaric people were one corner of the wider Scythian world, a web of related nomads whose territory stretched from the Black Sea to the borders of China. They buried their dead in log chambers, sometimes with horses and household goods, and the clothing they had worn in life. And in several of the frozen graves, what had been preserved was not only bone and metal and leather, but skin. The tattoos were still legible. On the shoulders and arms of the mummified bodies, both male and female, elegant animals moved in the stylized manner of Scythian art. Deer with sweeping antlers, mythological creatures with the bodies of horses and the heads of griffins, and sinuous cats folding around joints and muscle in a way that suggested the designs had been made to move with the body wearing them. The workmanship was fine and deliberate. These were considered art, placed by someone with real skill on people who had chosen to be marked. Women in those graves had been tattooed with the same care and complexity as the men. One woman, sometimes referred to in the literature as the Ice Maiden, had been buried in a way that indicated status and ceremony. Her clothing, her headdress, and the objects placed with her all pointed towards someone of significance in her community. The Pazaric graves also produced evidence of other habits. The cauldrons found in some burial chambers contained cannabis residues, the remains of a practice Herodotus had described: Scythians gathering beneath small tents and breathing the smoke of seeds cast onto heated stones. The Greeks associated the Amazons most closely with Artemis, goddess of the hunt and the wild country beyond the city walls. On the evidence of the frozen tombs and the steppe graves, that association had not arrived from nowhere. The Greeks let the Amazons go, in the end. The pots stopped being painted, the temples fell quiet, and the steppe itself was slowly settled and crossed and renamed. But the idea did not die with the people who had first imagined it. It went on without them, drifting down the centuries the way smoke drifts off a fire, thinning, changing shape, but never quite gone. It surfaced in the strangest places, long after anyone remembered where it had come from. Long centuries later, and half a world away, it appeared on a river. A Spanish expedition was making its slow way down an enormous and unfamiliar river through the interior of South America, and things were not going well. The men had been carried far from the rest of their party by a current too strong to row against, and they were lost and hungry and harried now and then by the peoples of the riverbank. Somewhere along that vast river, the expedition's chronicler set down an account of a battle in which women were said to have fought in the front rank alongside the men, tall and strong and unafraid. Whether he truly saw it or only thought he did, no one can now say. But the leader of that expedition already had a name waiting for what he believed he had seen, and the name was Amazon. The river took the name and has carried it ever since. It was not the only place the old word came ashore. Around the same time, a Spanish adventure tale told of a warrior queen who ruled an island paradise of women, somewhere out past the edge of the known world. The island in the story had a name, and when Spanish explorers came upon a long, sun-baked coast in the New World and found themselves reminded of the tale, they gave that name to the land. It settled there and slowly spread until it covered a whole western shore, and one of the most populous and golden places on earth now carries, without knowing it, the name of an imaginary island of warrior women. And where there were warrior women who were not imagined at all, the same old word came looking for them too. Far away, in a kingdom on the coast of West Africa, there was for a long time a regiment made entirely of women. They were the chosen guard of the king, trained fighters who lived within the palace walls and set marriage aside for as long as they served. They went to war as the men did, and were expected to fight as hard. And when at last they met a European army, they fought through it with a tenacity their enemies admitted in their own reports, with something close to reluctance. The Europeans who met them reached at once for a single word to describe what they had seen, and the word they reached for was Amazon. It did not truly fit. This was a kingdom with its own long history and its own reasons, but it showed how deeply the old idea had soaked into the way the world imagined women who fought. The word had quietly become a category, a piece of shorthand for something that kept surfacing, in age after age and place after place, with nothing in common but the women themselves. And so in time, the idea came round to where such ideas now live. In the last century, far from any Steppe, a writer sat down and dreamed up a character of his own. She was a princess from a hidden island of women warriors, trained from childhood in the arts of war, who stepped out from her homeland to walk in the wider world. He gave her island a name lifted almost unchanged from that old Amazon city on the Black Sea shore, and handed her to the pages of a comic book, and she became, in time, one of the best-known figures on earth. The story had travelled a long way from the grass, but it was, unmistakably, the same story. And the grass is still there. The steppe still rolls between the Black Sea and the mountains at the world's eastern edge, bending in the wind as it always has. Their burial mounds still rise gently from the plain, most of them never opened, holding quietly whatever they hold. The story that grew from those mounds is still far from told, built up over centuries from the glimpses of Greek merchants and the slow, patient work of those who came after. That's all for tonight's journey through history. If this was your first time listening, let us know where it is you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. And for those listening on Spotify Premium, did you know that in select regions, you can now skip ad breaks entirely by switching from audio to video? In fact, watching us on Spotify Premium Video is the best way to help us create more stories, just for you. You can also get early access to our newest episodes by joining us on Patreon. And whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you so much for listening, and rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history, with 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling for a full night's rest. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of King Tutankhamun, the boy pharaoh whose successors tried to erase him from history, never imagining that his modest tomb would one day yield the greatest treasure hoard the world has ever known. Picture, if you will, 4 chambers packed to the ceiling, with thousands of objects gleaming in the torchlight. Gilded chariots, jars of alabaster, jeweled ebony chests, and at the center of it all, a golden coffin inlaid with precious stones, sealed within a great sarcophagus, and hidden among the linen wrappings at the pharaoh's side lay a slender dagger forged from something extraterrestrial, a meteorite that had fallen from the heavens, crafted into a weapon fit for a king. And yet the boy, surrounded by all that splendor, was in truth a fragile thing. Over 100 walking sticks were found in the tomb, for the young pharaoh walked with a club foot and a curved spine. This was the unhappy inheritance of parents who were themselves brother and sister. But the deepest mysteries did not surface for another 3,000 years. For one, Tut's mummy was found almost perfectly intact, save for a missing heart, something the priests who prepared him for the afterlife were forbidden to remove. Even his iconic golden mask was apparently meant for someone else, altered to bear his name instead of another's. Then there was the man who funded the 1922 dig, who died not long afterwards, a death some newspapers eagerly blamed on an ancient curse. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll wander into one of history's strangest puzzles and the brief but significant life of a near-forgotten pharaoh. So settle in, take a deep breath, and we'll begin with a full 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling after this short break. There is a particular kind of irony that history loves to serve up, and the story of Tutankhamun is perhaps its finest example. The most recognized pharaoh in history, the face that appears on museum posters and in school books across the globe, was a man his own kingdom tried its level best to forget. He came to the throne as a boy and died before he had reached 20. His reign lasted only 9 or 10 years, barely a breath in the long procession of Egyptian kings and queens. Others built temples that rose like mountains, led armies across foreign lands, and carved their faces into the very cliffs. Tutankhamun did none of these things. He left no great victory, no towering monument, no grand declaration of power for the ages. By the standards of his world, he should have disappeared almost completely. But even obscurity was not enough. After his death, the pharaohs who followed took the additional step of removing him from the record altogether. His name was struck from the official lists of kings. His images were defaced. The great administrative machinery of Egypt ground forward, and he was written out of the story as though he had never sat upon the throne at all. The reasons were partly political and partly religious, and those threads will be worth following later. But what matters here, at the start, is the sheer strangeness of what happened next, because the erasure didn't take. 3,000 years passed. Empires rose and crumbled. The language of the ancient Egyptians became a mystery. The gods they worshipped were forgotten. The very location of most of their royal tombs was lost to the shifting sands of the Valley of the Kings. And in all that time, in all that change, the name of Tutankhamun lay buried and waiting beneath a pile of rubble. His fame, when it finally emerged, owed little to anything he had achieved in life. It arrived because of what happened to be sealed inside a small, cramped tomb cut into a limestone hillside in Upper Egypt. If we're to make sense of Tutankhamun, it helps to understand the world he was born into, a world that was, by the standards of ancient Egypt, thoroughly turned upside down. His father was almost certainly the pharaoh known as Akhenaten, and Akhenaten was one of the strangest rulers in Egyptian history. Around 1346 BCE, he made a decision that must have seemed to those around him like a kind of madness. He declared that Egypt's vast and ancient pantheon of gods, Amun, Ra, Osiris, Isis, and the rest of that crowded divine household, was to be set aside. In their place, there would be one god only, the Aten, the sun disk, the physical light of the sun itself, conceived not as a personality or a figure with myths attached, but as a pure, radiant force. He built a new capital out in the desert, a city called Akhetaten. He redirected the wealth that had once poured into the old temples, and wherever the name of Amun appeared, he had it chiseled from the stone. It was a religious revolution of a kind Egypt had never seen, and it had all the hallmarks of a man entirely convinced of his own vision. The child who would become Tutankhamun was born into this experiment. His original name, Tutankhaten, honored the Aten directly. His childhood was spent in that strange new capital, surrounded by the elongated, dreamlike art style his father had also introduced. Figures with long necks and soft, rounded limbs that looked nothing like the formal grandeur of traditional Egyptian sculpture. Then one day, Akhenaten died, and the experiment began to collapse almost immediately. There were 1 or 2 shadowy reigns between father and son. The historical record here is genuinely murky, the kind of murky that scholars have spent careers arguing over. But within a few years of Akhenaten's death, Tutankhamun was on the throne, and the men around him, older and considerably more pragmatic, began dismantling everything his father had built. The capital was abandoned. The old temples were reopened. The priesthood of Amun, whose power and wealth had been stripped away, was restored and richly compensated, and the boy king found a new name, Tutankhamun. The revolution was over. Egypt was returning to itself. How much of this the child understood or directed is an open question. He was perhaps 10 or 11 years old when these changes were set in motion. A stone tablet from the period, known as the Restoration inscription, was issued in his name, describing the temples as having fallen into ruin and the gods as having turned their backs on Egypt. It announced his intention to set things right. The language is royal and formal, but the hands guiding that policy were almost certainly those of the adults who surrounded him. What it must have been like for him is harder to say. He had been named for one god and renamed for another. The city of his childhood was being emptied and left to the desert winds. His father's legacy was being systematically dismantled, and his own name had become part of that dismantling. He was, in many ways, a living piece of political furniture, essential to the legitimacy of the Restoration, but not truly in control of it. The throne gave him status and ceremony and a golden mask for his eventual burial. What it could not give him at that age was power. That belonged to others, and it would for the rest of his short life. The golden death mask of Tutankhamun is one of the most recognizable objects in the world. The face it presents is smooth, composed, and serene, the idealized image of a ruler at the height of his beauty and his authority. It is a remarkable piece of craftsmanship, and it tells a very particular kind of truth. The truth of aspiration. The truth of how a pharaoh was meant to appear. The bones told a different story. When scientists began applying modern forensic techniques to the mummy, what emerged was a picture of a young man whose body had been under considerable strain. One study suggested that his parents were siblings. That degree of inbreeding was not unusual among Egyptian royalty, because the bloodline was considered sacred and marriages were arranged accordingly. But the biological consequences across generations could be severe. Tutankhamun carried a cluster of conditions that together would have made daily life genuinely difficult. He had a pronounced clubfoot, which would have made walking painful and unsteady. His spine showed a degree of curvature. There was a degenerative bone condition in one of his feet, where the tissue was slowly dying. He also carried genetic markers associated with a cleft palate. And then there were the walking sticks. More than 130 of them were placed in his tomb, and this alone might be passed off as ceremonial, a king being equipped for every eventuality in the afterlife. But many of those sticks were worn in the way that objects are worn when they are used regularly, gripped hard, leant upon. The boy king did not merely own walking sticks, he needed them. It shifts the image considerably. The chariot scenes, the hunting imagery, and the athletic poses in which pharaohs were traditionally depicted. All of that was the visual language of royal power, and it applied to Tutankhamun as it applied to everyone else. But behind the iconography was a young man who likely needed help simply to walk across a room. He may have lived with daily discomfort, and still he was expected to wear the double crown of Upper and Lower Egypt and perform the full ceremonial duties of a god-king. Genetic testing also found evidence of malaria in his tissues, not one strain, but several, suggesting he had been infected more than once. Malaria in the ancient world was a recurring visitor rather than a single event, and the cumulative toll of repeated infections on a body already dealing with structural difficulties would have been significant. None of this diminished him in the eyes of his court, at least not officially. He was divine. He was the living embodiment of Horus, the falcon god. His physical limitations, if they were spoken of at all, were spoken of in private. A 9-year-old cannot run an empire. This is not a criticism. It is simply a fact of governance. Egypt in the 14th century BCE was a vast, complex, and militarily significant power. It had foreign policy to manage, trade networks to maintain, temples to administer, and an army that needed direction. None of that waited patiently for a child to grow into his authority. And so behind him stood two figures of considerable weight. The first was I. He was elderly, experienced, and had served in high positions under Akhenaten himself. His exact relationship to the royal family is debated. Some historians believe he may have been the father of Nefertiti, Akhenaten's famous queen, which would have made him a kind of step-grandfather to Tutankhamun. Whether or not that connection held, his access to the throne was undeniable. He held the title of God's father, which was as senior a courtly position as existed, and he was clearly the dominant civilian influence at court. The second was Horemheb, a general of real ability and considerable political intelligence. Horemheb had risen through military service, and by Tutankhamun's reign held the position of commander-in-chief of the army. He was practical, where I was steeped in ceremony, and he brought to the court the hard-edged perspective of a man who had spent his career dealing with the empire's borders and the kingdoms beyond them. Both men would outlive him, but during Tutankhamun's reign, both men stood behind the throne, holding much of the real power, while the crown rested on a boy's head. The restoration of the old religion was managed carefully and thoroughly during this period. The temples of Amun were not just reopened, they were expanded, enriched, and their priesthoods restored to something approaching their former prestige. Diplomatic correspondence continued with foreign powers, including the Hittites to the north, who were a persistent and formidable rival. Some evidence suggests that Egyptian military campaigns were conducted in Syria and Nubia during this period, though their scale and outcome remain uncertain. Through all of this, Tutankhamun appears in the record as a figurehead rather than a driving force. He is depicted performing rituals, making offerings, fulfilling the sacred role that was his by birth. Whether he chafed against the limitations of his position, or whether he accepted them with the equanimity of someone who had known no other life, no one can say. For centuries, the death of Tutankhamun carried the sort of mystery that clings to any powerful figure who dies at a young age. Murder was a popular theory. The elderly Ai stood so obviously to benefit from the king's death, and Horemheb after him, that suspicion attached itself to both of them almost instinctively. Some early analysts thought they detected a blow to the head in the skull X-rays, a conspiracy, perhaps, involving the men who would succeed him. The forensic evidence, as it accumulated over the following decades, pointed somewhere rather different. The CT scans conducted in 2005 found a fracture in the left leg, just above the knee, a serious break, and one that appeared to have occurred shortly before death. The bone showed very early signs of healing, which told the investigators that he had survived the injury by at least a few days, perhaps a week or two, before something else finished what the break had started. That something else was most likely infection, a compound fracture in the ancient world, before antibiotics, before sterile conditions, before any of the interventions that today would make such an injury manageable. That was a dangerous thing. The flesh around the wound would have been vulnerable to bacterial infection almost immediately, and in a body already compromised by malaria, already dealing with the accumulated burden of bone disease and physical weakness, the capacity to fight back was limited. How the leg was broken remains uncertain. A fall from a chariot is one possibility, and it would fit the activities that a young pharaoh of his era was expected to perform. The fracture pattern was consistent with a high-energy impact. But proof, in the strict sense, does not exist, and probably never will. What is possible to reconstruct, quietly and with some confidence, is a rough outline of his final days. A young man, not yet 20, already unsteady on his feet, suffering the effects of a disease that had visited him before. A serious injury. The long, losing effort of a damaged body trying to recover in the heat of an Egyptian palace, surrounded by physicians whose best tools were poultices and prayers. He was probably dying for a week or two, give or take. Long enough for those around him to know what was coming. Long enough for preparations to begin. The tomb designated KV 62 in the Valley of the Kings is, by royal standards, a modest affair. Egyptologists who have studied the site generally agree that it was almost certainly not built for a king. The layout is cramped, the proportions unimpressive, the wall paintings hurried in places, rushed work, some scholars believe, produced under the pressure of an unexpected royal death. A space intended for a high-ranking nobleman was pressed into service, and the embalmers and priests did the best they could with what they had. The mummification process took 70 days by tradition, and during that time, the objects intended to accompany the king into eternity were gathered, catalogued, and arranged. What was assembled was extraordinary in its richness: gilded furniture, ceremonial chariots, weapons, clothing, provisions, and small servant figurines in their hundreds. More than 5,000 objects in all, crowded into 4 small chambers, everything the young pharaoh might need in the next world. But something was missing. Tutankhamun was buried without his heart. In Egyptian belief, the heart was the seat of the soul, the record of a person's deeds, the very organ that would be weighed against the feather of Ma'at in the afterlife judgment. Removing it during embalming was not merely unusual. It was, by religious law, forbidden. Other organs were routinely taken out and stored elsewhere, but the heart was always left in the body. Always. No wholly satisfactory explanation has ever been offered for why it was absent. The most likely answer, given everything else about the burial, is that something went wrong during the embalming process, possibly as a result of the haste involved, and that the mistake could not be undone. A resin-coated linen package was placed over the chest cavity, perhaps as a kind of remedy or substitution, but it was not the same thing. Whatever prayers were said over him as he was sealed into his coffins, his priests knew the preparation was incomplete. The coffins themselves were a spectacle of a different order entirely. 3 nested coffins, the outermost gilded wood, the innermost solid gold, weighing over 100 kilograms. Over these sat the golden death mask, beaten from thick sheet gold and inlaid with lapis lazuli, carnelian, quartz, and obsidian, with the cobra and vulture at the brow, and the striped royal headdress falling to the shoulders. There is a theory held by a number of scholars that it was not originally made for Tutankhamun at all. The name oval on the mask, some researchers argue, was altered, that the mask may have been begun for Nefertiti or another senior royal, and finished with his name when time ran short. If that is true, even his burial mask was borrowed. In the small side chamber, 2 tiny coffins were placed beside the larger gilded shrine of Anubis. Each contained a smaller coffin, and inside lay the carefully wrapped remains of a child lost before birth. Scientific analysis has since suggested that they were almost certainly Tutankhamun's own daughters. Though their lives had ended before they could begin, they were still given the care and dignity of royal burial. They were wrapped, coffined, and placed near their father, provided for as members of the royal household. Then there was the dagger, tucked against the wrappings of the mummy, with its golden sheath and its iron blade. Iron at a time when iron was rarer and more valuable than gold, because this iron had not come from the earth. Modern testing confirmed what some had long suspected. The blade had been forged from a meteorite, metal that had traveled through space and fallen from the heavens. It was the finest object in the tomb, and it had come from somewhere beyond the stars. Among the ruins of an ancient archive in what is now Turkey, archaeologists uncovered a clay tablet bearing a remarkable letter. It had been written 33 centuries earlier by a young Egyptian queen, and it remains one of the strangest documents to come down to us from the ancient world. She wrote to the king of the Hittites, Egypt's great rival to the north. Her opening lines must have stopped his court entirely. Her husband was dead, she said. She had no son, and she asked plainly if the Hittite king would send her one of his own sons to be her new husband, because she would not, under any circumstances, marry one of her servants and place him on the throne of Egypt. It was an extraordinary request. The 2 kingdoms had been rivals for generations, sometimes openly at war. For an Egyptian queen to invite a foreign prince to wear the double crown was almost without precedent. The Hittite king was suspicious. It smelled to him like a trap, a ruse to lure one of his sons into Egyptian hands. He sent an envoy south to investigate. The queen wrote to him a second time, insisting she would never humiliate herself by inventing such a request, and repeating her plea. This time, he believed her. He chose one of his sons and sent the young prince south toward Egypt. The prince never arrived. He was killed somewhere along the road, almost certainly murdered, though by whom and on whose orders has never been established. When word reached the Hittite court, the king's grief turned to fury. He launched a war of retaliation against Egyptian territory, a war that would drag on for years and cost lives on both sides. The queen's gambit had collapsed into bloodshed. Who was she? The Hittite scribes recorded her name as Dahamunzu, but this was not a personal name at all. It was a title, meaning simply the king's wife. Most historians believe she was Ankhesenamun, the young widow of Tutankhamun. And now, still in her early 20s, she had lost not only her husband, but the foreign prince who might have saved her throne. After that, she vanishes. No tomb has ever been confirmed as hers. No inscription records the end of her life. A young woman who had been a king's daughter and a king's wife simply ceased to appear in the surviving evidence, as though she had walked out of history through a side door. I, who had taken the throne after Tutankhamun's death, ruled for only a few years before he died also. After him came the general Horemheb, a hard-edged soldier with little patience for what had gone before. He set about erasing the entire troubled period from the record, the heretic father, the frail son, the old courtier, all of them. He did it with a thoroughness none of his predecessors had quite managed. Horemheb acted as though none of it had happened, and for a very long time it seemed that the erasure had worked. Long before Horemheb's chisels did their work, the robbers had already visited the tomb twice. The first break-in appears to have happened within a few years of the burial, while the surrounding community still had some memory of what had been placed inside. They entered through a tunnel dug into the entrance corridor, and they took what they could carry: oils, small portable valuables, and things that could be moved without too much difficulty. Then they were interrupted or lost their nerve, and the necropolis officials who discovered the breach tidied the damage, gathered what had been scattered, and resealed the doorway. The second robbery followed at no great interval. This time the thieves may have been after cloth and fabric, which were valuable commodities, or perhaps further small objects. Again, the tomb was resealed. A docket left by the officials who had restored order was later found still inside, a small piece of administrative tidiness that had outlasted every civilization that produced it. Then came the rubble. The pharaoh Ramses VI, who ruled roughly 2 centuries later, commissioned a tomb of his own to be cut into the hillside not far from the entrance of Tutankhamun's. The workmen who built it piled their debris across the ground below, and in doing so buried the entrance to the smaller tomb completely. The boy king's erasure from the official records was by then well advanced, and his tomb was simply another unremarkable feature of a busy royal necropolis. In time, the new kingdom gave way to later dynasties. The Persian Empire absorbed Egypt. Alexander the Great arrived and was declared a pharaoh. The Ptolemaic dynasty ruled for 3 centuries. When Rome arrived, Egypt became a province of an empire centered on a city the ancient Egyptians could never have imagined. The old religion faded. The hieroglyphic script became unreadable. The pyramids stood, as they always had, but the names and stories that gave them meaning were lost. Tourists came even in Roman times. Their graffiti has been found on some of the monuments, but they walked past a landscape whose deepest contents they could not have guessed at. Explorers and scholars had been poking around the Valley of the Kings since the 17th and 18th centuries. By the early 20th century, most serious archaeologists believed the valley had given up its secrets. Earlier explorers had cleared several tombs. Others had followed. The consensus, shared by many of the leading Egyptologists of the day, was that the valley was essentially exhausted. But one man disagreed. His name was Howard Carter, and he was running out of time to prove it. Howard Carter had been working in Egypt since the 1890s. He was a self-taught man, the son of an artist from Norfolk, who had arrived as a young draftsman and stayed to become one of the finest field archaeologists of his generation. He was also, by most accounts, difficult, precise to the point of rigidity, impatient with incompetence, not particularly gifted at the social diplomacy that archaeological funding required. He had lost a previous post with the Egyptian Antiquities Service after siding with his Egyptian staff in a dispute with a group of French tourists, which was admirable but professionally costly. By 1917, he was working under the patronage of George Herbert, the 5th Earl of Carnarvon, a wealthy English aristocrat who had taken up Egyptology after doctors advised him to winter in a warm climate following a motoring accident. Carnarvon funded the excavations, Carter directed them, and together they had spent several seasons in the Valley of the Kings without finding what Carter was convinced was there. By the autumn of 1922, Carnarvon's patience was close to its limit. He told Carter he was prepared to fund one final season. Carter returned to the valley and began where he had always planned to, clearing the area below the tomb of Ramses VI, where the ancient workman's hut stood. On the 4th of November, 1922, one of his team uncovered a stone step, then another, then a staircase of 16 steps descending into the rock, at the bottom of which was a plastered doorway bearing the seal of the royal necropolis. Carter sent an urgent telegram to Carnarvon in England. Then he did something entirely characteristic. He waited for his patron to arrive before going any further. Carnarvon reached the valley on the 23rd of November, and on the 26th, the sealed doorway was carefully opened. Carter made a small hole in the inner doorway, held up a candle, and looked through. Carnarvon, standing behind him, asked whether he could see anything. There were 4 chambers. The antechamber, which greeted them first, was piled from floor to ceiling with artifacts, and most impressive of all, a golden throne. It took Carter and his team 10 years to clear and catalogue the tomb. Every object was recorded before it was moved, and every fragile surface was handled with care. These were things that had not seen the open air for thousands of years. The burial chamber itself held the nested shrines, the nested coffins, and the mummy within its golden mask. The treasury beyond it held the shrine, the model boats, and the gilded statuettes. Every room offered something that had not been seen since the ancient world. Carter was 48 years old when he finally entered the burial chamber. He had spent the better part of a decade working toward that moment, and he spent another decade afterward completing the work the discovery required. The meticulous records he kept, the photographs, the drawings, and the object descriptions, they form the foundation of almost everything that is now known about the burial. Lord Carnarvon died on the 5th of April 1923, less than 5 months after the tomb was opened. An infected mosquito bite on his cheek had been nicked during shaving, and the infection spread. He developed pneumonia and died in a Cairo hotel, aged 57. The newspapers, which had been following the Tutankhamun discovery with enormous enthusiasm since the previous November, found in his death a story even better than the treasure. A curse, they said, a warning from beyond the tomb, a pharaoh reaching across 3 millennia to punish anyone who dared disturb his rest. The inscription most commonly quoted in those early reports, warning that death would come on swift wings to whoever disturbed the pharaoh's peace, appears to have been largely invented, or at least heavily embellished. No such text was found on the tomb walls. There were protective inscriptions of a religious nature, as was standard, but nothing resembling the dramatic warnings the press reported with such relish. Arthur Conan Doyle, creator of Sherlock Holmes and committed believer in the occult, gave interviews suggesting the deaths might be the work of elemental spirits created by ancient Egyptian priests. The story had everything it needed to take flight, and it did. But the statistics were less cooperative than the headlines. 2 years after Carnarvon's death, a researcher examined the records of everyone who had been present at the various openings of the tomb. The average age at death of those who had entered was well into their 60s. Those who had not been present lived on average to roughly the same age. There was no meaningful difference. The curse, examined numerically, simply was not there. The objects from the tomb made their way to the Cairo Museum, where many of them remain. The golden mask became the most reproduced image of the ancient world. The mummy was examined repeatedly across the 20th and 21st centuries as new technologies became available. Each investigation added something to the portrait of a young man whose life was brief, whose body was fragile, and whose historical significance was entirely an accident of preservation. And yet this preservation did what power had tried to prevent. The child king his successors tried to bury in silence became the most recognizable face that ancient Egypt ever produced. In life, Tutankhamun was a minor king in a troubled dynasty. In death, he became, more than any other pharaoh, the emblematic face of ancient Egypt. That's all for tonight's journey through history. If this was your first time listening, let us know where it is you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. And for those listening on Spotify Premium, did you know that in select regions, you can now skip ad breaks entirely by switching from audio to video? In fact, watching us on Spotify Premium Video is the best way to help us create more stories, just for you. You can also get early access to our newest episodes by joining us on Patreon. And whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you so much for listening, and rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history, with 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling for a full night's rest. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of Captain Grace O'Malley, the Irish pirate queen who built a maritime empire and became one of the most feared and cunning outlaws of the 16th century. Born to a seafaring family on the west coast of Ireland, the story goes that when she was a child, her father refused to take her on a voyage to Spain because her long hair would tangle in the rigging. So Grace simply cut it off. Years later, at the age of 23 and recently widowed, she took command of her late husband's fleet and used it to create something akin to a protection racket. She demanded payment from anyone who dared to sail her waters, punishing anyone who refused. She may have lived in a man's world, but Captain O'Malley's defiance was absolute, and she never once pretended to play the part. Indeed, she once gave birth while commanding her flagship galley on the open sea. And when raiders boarded the vessel a day later, the recovering O'Malley sprang from below deck and, brandishing a musket, rallied her crew and drove the raiding party into the sea. Eventually, the English came to associate Captain O'Malley with something close to dread, and perhaps that is what allowed her to sail up the Thames and walk into the royal palace. There she stood before the Queen, refusing to bow, refusing to address her in English, and most brazenly of all, refusing to leave without what she had come for. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll step back into a world of mossy stone castles and Atlantic mist. So settle in, take a deep breath, and we'll begin with a full 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling after this short break. The west coast of Ireland in the 1530s was a place the rest of the world had largely forgotten to tame. The Atlantic came in hard off the open ocean, battering the grey stone headlands of Connaught. This was the rugged western province of Ireland, and the cliffs had a scraped, elemental look. It was as though the land itself had been worn smooth by centuries of argument with the sea. Among these inlets and islands, on the sheltered blue water of Clew Bay, the O'Malley clan had made their home and their living for as long as anyone could remember. Their motto was carved into stone and stitched into custom: powerful by land and by sea. It was not a boast so much as a statement of established fact. The chieftain of this seafaring family was Owen O'Malley, known to his people as Black Oak, a name that pointed equally to his colouring and his stubbornness. Sometime around 1530, a daughter was born to him. She was given the name Grace. From the beginning, the child had the sea in her blood, the way some children have music or mischief. The harbour was her school, the fishermen her teachers, and the great creaking timber hulls her father owned were the cathedrals she most wanted to enter. The O'Malleys traded across the water, to Scotland, to England, and on the longer runs down to the wine ports of Spain and Portugal. When Grace was still quite young, her father announced one such voyage, and she asked plainly and directly to be taken along. He refused. The reason he gave was practical. Her long hair, he said, would catch in the rigging and cause trouble. It was the kind of reason a father gives when he has already made up his mind and simply wants something to point at. She went away and found a knife. When she returned, her hair was cropped close to the skull, like a cabin boy readying himself for hard weather. Her father, by most accounts, looked at her for a long moment, and then, unable to find a fresh objection, took her with him. She was, from that day forward, the bald girl of Clew Bay, a nickname that would settle onto her like something permanent. She would carry it for the rest of her long life, and in the centuries since her death, she has been anglicized, romanticized, and sung about in every corner of Ireland as Grace O'Malley. The voyage to Spain, if indeed she made it that first time, left no written record. What it left instead was a girl who had learned something important about herself, that she was capable of direct action where others only considered it, and that the world would generally make room for her. Her childhood was shaped by salt and timber, by the smell of tar, by the rhythms of tide and trade. She watched the sailors read the sky for weather and the sea for depth. She learned how a small fishing boat moved differently to a larger vessel, and how a harbour entrance could deceive a stranger who did not know its particular channel. These were not lessons anyone sat her down to teach. They were absorbed through presence and repetition, the way children absorb language, by being somewhere long enough that it becomes part of you. The world that shaped her stretched far beyond the harbour wall. Beyond the headlands of Clew Bay lay an island in the slow process of being remade. And to understand the woman Grace would become, it helps to understand the country she was becoming it in. Ireland in those years was a place that had never quite been conquered. The Normans had tried several centuries before, but had mostly been absorbed into the clans they had come to subdue. The English crown claimed sovereignty over the island in theory, and held the towns and ports of the eastern coast in practice. But beyond the fortified English-held territory around Dublin, the old Gaelic world ran on its own terms. Those terms were the Brehon laws. Ancient and elaborate, this code had governed Irish life since a time no one could precisely date. It treated land as the property of clans rather than the gift of kings, resolved disputes through compensation and arbitration rather than punishment, and regarded women with a degree of legal recognition that would have seemed quite outlandish to any English lawyer who happened to encounter it. Under the old Irish laws, a woman could hold property in her own name. She could lead a following of her own people. She could enter into contracts, inherit goods from her family, and dissolve a marriage if it no longer suited her, provided she gave proper notice and divided the shared goods fairly. Divorce carried no particular shame under this system. It was handled as a practical matter, according to established rules. In England, across the narrow sea, things were arranged very differently. An English woman who married transferred her property to her husband as a matter of law. Her independent legal existence, for most practical purposes, folded into his. Even widowhood brought limited relief. The idea of a woman commanding ships, demanding tribute from foreign fishing vessels, or negotiating directly with the crown would have been regarded, in that world, as a disorder requiring correction. Grace grew up knowing both worlds existed. The O'Malley clan sailed to English ports and dealt with English merchants. Tudor influence pressed steadily on the West as her childhood advanced, carried by royal governors and by the grinding weight of a legal system that recognized almost nothing the Irish considered their natural rights. She watched it coming and drew her own conclusions. The Gaelic world she had been born into was already beginning to loosen at its edges by the time she reached adulthood. The Tudors had decided that Ireland was not merely a neighbouring island, but a possession, and went about governing it accordingly. They rewarded cooperative chieftains with English titles and land grants, and applied increasing pressure to those who refused. Grace would spend much of her life moving between these two legal worlds, drawing on whichever system happened to serve her purpose at any given moment. She was pragmatic above all things, and that pragmatism would prove to be her most durable quality. For now, she was a young woman on the western edge of a country in the slow process of being remade. The sea, at least, acknowledged no legal system at all. On the water, authority rested on competence, nerve, and the steadiness to hold a crew together when the wind turned against them and the swells came rolling in heavy from the west. She was married at 16. This was not unusual for a chieftain's daughter in 16th century Ireland, and Grace had likely known for some years that such an arrangement would come. What she likely did not anticipate is what she was marrying into. Her husband was Donald O'Flaherty, heir to one of the most powerful families in Connaught. The O'Flaherty territory stretched east of Clew Bay, through the rugged landscape of what is now Connemara, a country of grey stone, dark lakes, and difficult mountain passes. Donald was ambitious and short-tempered, and he carried a pointed nickname, Donald the Rooster. The name had been earned through temperament. He was a man who crowed before he had anything worth crowing about. 3 children came from the marriage, 2 sons, Owen and Murrow, and a daughter called Margaret. Grace managed the household and played the expected role of a chieftain's wife with apparent patience. But alongside this, she did something that no one appears to have explicitly sanctioned, and no one seems to have been willing to challenge. She took command of the O'Flaherty ships. Donald had little interest in the sea. His quarrels were fought on hillsides and at river crossings, in territorial disputes that occupied most Gaelic chieftains for the better part of their careers. While he rode out to press his claims and settle his scores, his young wife was working at the water's edge, managing a fleet. She did not manage it from dry land. She sailed with the boats out along the Connemara coast and into the Atlantic approaches, learning the particular demands of waters that were complex even by the standards of the Irish West. The coastline was a tangle of inlets, islands, and submerged rock, where mistakes were generally paid for in full. The men she worked alongside were experienced, and in the manner of experienced seamen everywhere, slow to give their trust. Grace earned it the way it is always earned on a working vessel, by knowing what she was doing, by remaining composed when things went wrong, and by making decisions that proved, more often than not, to be sound. There is no record of Donald ever objecting to any of this. Either the arrangement suited him well enough, or he was too absorbed in his land feuds to notice how thoroughly his wife had taken command of an entire portion of his household's operations. Either way, the ships became hers in practice, if not in any name that a court would have recognized. During this first marriage, she accumulated an intimate knowledge of the western coastline, learned which men were steady in rough weather and which were better left ashore, and built an understanding of the Atlantic trading routes that ran from Ireland down to the Spanish coast. She gained, above all, the confidence that comes from doing difficult work repeatedly and doing it well. By her early 20s, Grace O'Malley had created a reputation along the western coast that owed almost nothing to her husband's name. The boats that worked Clew Bay and the outer islands knew who she was. The Spanish and Portuguese merchants who called in on the Atlantic run had dealt with her directly. Donald O'Flaherty was killed in an ambush. The details are partial and contested, as records from this period tend to be, but the broad facts hold. He had enemies, he met them at a disadvantage, and he did not survive. Grace was approximately 23 years old. She had been married for 7 years, had raised 3 children, and had built a command of the western sea routes that few men in Connaught could match. A lesser person, finding the ground suddenly unstable beneath them, might have looked for shelter. Widowhood in Gaelic Ireland carried its own particular complications. Grace had rights under the old Irish laws, but the clan structure she was operating inside was not her own. The O'Flaherty lands and titles would pass according to the customs of that family. The cattle, the properties, the allegiances that Donald had spent a lifetime assembling, these were O'Flaherty matters, and the O'Flaherty men would decide what became of them. What Grace had, and what no one could easily take from her, was the fleet and the loyalty of the men who crewed it. They had been following her on the water for years. When Donald died, they did not stop. She moved quickly. Rather than waiting to discover how the clan intended to treat her, she gathered her husband's men and turned them into a defensive force. The territories Donald had held were now under pressure from rival families who had calculated that a young widow with children would offer limited resistance. That calculation proved to be badly wrong. She defended those positions with a cold, practical ferocity that surprised people. Word moved along the coast, and among the country folk of the region, she acquired a new name, the Dark Lady of Duna. It was likely as much a description of her manner as her appearance, a woman of dark purpose and decisive action who did not hesitate. The most vivid episode from this period involves a fortress by one of the inland lakes, then known as Rooster's Castle. Grace defended it against an attacking force with such effect that the attackers withdrew entirely. The local people, with the dry humour the Irish have long applied to their own history, began calling it Hen's Castle. Holding another family's fortresses and defending contested ground from within O'Flaherty land was not a permanent position, however. The clan tolerated her presence for a time, and then they did not. The precise sequence of events that led to her departure from Connemara has not been fully preserved. What is clear is that at some point in the late 1550s, she gathered her people, her ships, and what remained of her portable wealth, and sailed west. Clare Island sat at the mouth of Clew Bay like a sentinel, 3 miles long and ringed by water that ran cold and unpredictable even in the height of summer. It was not a comfortable place to live. It was a commanding one. The island's position gave its occupant a clear view of every vessel entering or leaving the bay, fast access to open water in any direction, and a natural defensibility. Grace fortified the old tower house that stood above the harbour, established her household there, and got to work. What she built in the years that followed was, depending on one's preferred vocabulary, either a maritime protection business or a piracy operation. 2 categories overlapped considerably, and she appears not to have spent much time agonizing over the distinction. The arrangement was straightforward. The waters of Clew Bay and the surrounding coastline were her waters, she had decided, by right of presence, and the demonstrated willingness to enforce that claim. Any fishing boat wishing to work those waters, any merchant vessel wanting safe passage along that stretch of the Atlantic coast, was invited to make a small contribution in exchange for the service. Those who paid sailed home with their catch and their cargo intact. Those who refused often found the homeward journey rather more costly than they had planned. She was not the first person to operate this way along a coastline, and would not be the last. What distinguished her from a simple opportunist was the scale and the consistency of it. This was not raiding when the mood took her. It was administration, applied with patience, and maintained with enough force to make the terms clear to anyone considering an exception. Her crews were a varied company. Irish men from the O'Malley territories formed the core, sailors who had known the bay and its approaches since boyhood, Scottish mercenary warriors who moved freely between Scotland and Ireland in search of employment, added a harder edge to the fighting strength of her ships. There were others too, men of uncertain origin and various skills who had drifted to the Atlantic coast and decided that service under Grace O'Malley was a better prospect than whatever they had left behind. She commanded this mixed company through authority that stemmed from one source alone, the simple, irreducible fact that she was better at the work than anyone else aboard. She knew the coast with the intimate familiarity of someone who had spent a lifetime on it, every inlet, every sandbank, every rock that sat just below the surface at low tide. She knew where a vessel could shelter from a westerly gale, how long a particular tide would run, and when to press a situation, and when to hold back and wait. In a world where reputation was currency and weakness was quickly exploited, she built a reputation that proved very durable. The fleet grew. She extended her reach north and south along the Connaught coast, into the complex scatter of islands and sea passages that made the western Irish seaboard one of the most demanding maritime environments in Europe. Richard Burke was not a man anyone would describe as easy company. Well known along the Connaught coast, he was a chieftain of the Burke family, one of those old Norman Irish dynasties that had long since become more Irish than anything else, but still held their lands with a particular stubbornness. He owned cattle, territory, and most relevantly to Grace, a castle at Rockfleet, set at the head of a deep tidal inlet on the south shore of Clew Bay. It was an ideal harbour. She wanted it. What she did next has made historians argue for generations, but the shape of the story is this. She married him. The old Irish laws recognized a trial marriage of 1 year and 1 day, after which either party could withdraw. Grace chose the moment carefully. At the end of the allotted time, she was inside the walls of Rockfleet Castle. Richard was outside them. She called down from the battlements that the marriage was concluded and that he was dismissed. The words most often attributed to her are plain and final. Richard Burke, I dismiss you. Whether it happened precisely this way, no one can say with certainty. The castle, however, remained hers for the rest of her life, and Richard, perhaps charmed, perhaps simply outmaneuvered, seems to have remained on reasonable terms with her regardless. And yet, they kept working together. In the years that followed, they cooperated on trade, on politics, and on the running of overlapping lands. The dismissal, it seems, was a legal arrangement. The relationship itself was something else. A son was born to them during this period and given the name Tibbet. The birth, according to the most enduring story attached to Grace's life, took place aboard ship somewhere in the Atlantic. The details of the labor have not survived, but what came after has been told and retold for 400 years. Less than a day after Tibbet's arrival, corsairs from the North African coast, who ranged far into Atlantic waters in search of cargo and captives, closed on the vessel. Grace's crew, unsettled or simply leaderless in the confusion, was struggling to respond. She came up from below decks, still recovering, still weak. She reportedly took up a musket, placed herself where her crew could see her, and brought such force of will to bear on the situation that her men steadied and fought back. The corsairs withdrew. It is the sort of story that invites skepticism, and it may have grown in the telling, but it also fits the woman as the historical record shows her, someone for whom the gap between a crisis and a decision was unusually small. Her crews had seen her hold a line when holding a line was difficult, and they believed she was capable of it. That belief was itself a kind of power. Rockfleet now joined Clare Island as a centre of her operations. The castle was compact, defensible, and practical. She could moor her galleys directly beneath it at high tide. From there, she managed the fleet, received tribute, settled disputes among her people, and watched the political weather of Connaught with a keen eye. The Tudor administration had been creeping westward through Ireland for decades before it finally arrived in Connaught with enough weight to demand proper attention. Royal governors came and went from Dublin, each one tasked with extending the Crown's authority into territories that had until then governed themselves. Some were soldiers, some were diplomats. Most were, in their different ways, determined to bring the wild edges of the island into a system that made sense to London. Sir Henry Sidney arrived in Ireland in the 1560s as Lord Deputy, the most senior Crown official in the country, and he moved with characteristic Tudor energy, holding councils, extracting submissions from chieftains, and writing long, detailed reports back to the Queen. In 1576, he met Grace O'Malley. He wrote about her afterwards, with the air of a man who had not quite expected what he found. She came to him with 3 galleys and 200 fighting men, he recorded, and she was, as he put it, a most famous feminine sea captain. Sidney was not a man given to easy flattery, and he was clearly struck by her. She submitted formally, as the occasion required, and Sidney appears to have accepted her submission in good faith. The meeting was, on the surface, a success. The English administration was less interested in individuals, however, than in systems. What Sidney's visit represented was not a lasting agreement, so much as a preview of the machinery that was coming. Connaught would be governed, taxed, and regulated according to English law and English custom. The old Irish arrangements, the clan structures, the web of local allegiances that had ordered life in the West for centuries, were to be replaced with something tidier and more legible to officials in London. For Grace, the practical consequences were slow, but accumulating. English ships began appearing more regularly in waters she considered her own. English officials wrote letters and issued orders that conflicted with the arrangement she had spent 30 years constructing. A pattern was establishing itself. Her responses were various and pragmatic. She cooperated where cooperation cost her little. She resisted where resistance seemed worth the effort. She exploited the distance between what English officials declared and what they could actually enforce. And that gap in the west of Ireland in the 1570s was still considerable. It could not last indefinitely. The machinery was patient, and it was large, and in 1577 it caught her. The circumstances of her arrest are not fully clear, but she was taken by the Earl of Desmond and handed over to English custody. The months that followed were spent in the prisons of Limerick, and then, more grimly, in Dublin Castle, where the cold of the stone walls and the darkness of the cells were a long way from the salt air of Clew Bay. She spent roughly 18 months in captivity. How exactly she came to be released has never been fully explained. She was not a small or ignorable problem. English officials knew exactly who she was and what her freedom meant for the stability of the West. And yet, released she was. Sir Richard Bingham arrived in Connaught in 1584 as governor of the province, and he moved against Grace with purpose. Her cattle were seized. Her followers were harassed and prosecuted. The men who crewed her ships found themselves operating in waters that were increasingly policed by English vessels. He was a military man of long experience, efficient and unsentimental, and he had been sent to do a specific job, to bring order to a province that London regarded as dangerously ungoverned. Where previous officials had sometimes found Grace useful, or at least manageable, Bingham saw her plainly for what she was, the axis around which resistance to English authority in the West had been turning for decades. The assessment was accurate. He would later write of her, in a report that has survived, that she had been the nurse to all rebellions in the province for 40 years. As writings by enemies go, it is a remarkably honest tribute. Her eldest son, Owen, who had been working to build his own position in the traditional Gaelic way, was killed, captured, tied to a horse, and murdered by Bingham's men. The killing was brutal, even by the standards of a brutal administration, and it stripped something from Grace that no property seizure could quite reach. Her second son, Murrough, had already made his own accommodation with the English, which provided him a degree of protection, but left Grace feeling the particular isolation of a woman whose family had splintered under pressure. Her youngest son, Tibbot, born on the ship during the Corsair attack, now sat in Bingham's prison, awaiting trial on charges that carried the likelihood of execution. By the early 1590s, the position looked bleak. Grace was old by the expectations of her era, and the life she had been living since girlhood required an energy and a freedom of movement that Bingham was systematically dismantling. The fleet was diminished. The tribute network she had built had been disrupted. The allies who had once given her political weight had been scattered, submitted, or killed. Bingham had her surrounded with writs, prohibitions, and the slow suffocation of official disapproval. She had one move left, and it was an extraordinary one. Grace O'Malley sat down and wrote a letter to Queen Elizabeth. The letter, which has survived and can still be read, is a masterwork of the form. It set out her circumstances, her history, and her grievances in clear and careful terms. It asked the Queen to consider her case personally. It made no apologies for the kind of life Grace had led, and offered instead a kind of straightforward account of a woman who had governed herself by the laws available to her, and who was now asking for a direct audience with the only authority powerful enough to override Sir Richard Bingham. Elizabeth, who had a talent for recognizing unusual individuals, agreed to receive her. She sailed up the Thames in the autumn of 1593. The river would have felt strange after a life spent on the open Atlantic, enclosed, brown, crowded with the traffic of a great trading city, its banks lined with buildings that pressed right down to the water's edge. Grace had seen ports, but nothing quite like London, and the spectacle of it, if she recorded any reaction, has not survived in the written record. Greenwich Palace stood on the south bank of the river, a red brick and stone structure that the Tudor dynasty had used as a royal residence for generations. Elizabeth had been born there 60 years before, and she returned to it often. It was there, in the autumn of that year, that the two women met. The scene has fascinated historians for 4 centuries. 2 women in their 60s, each the effective ruler of her own domain, each having held power in a world designed to prevent that. Elizabeth by birthright, statute, and the elaborate apparatus of a sovereign state. Grace by nerve, capability, and the persistent force of personality that had been bending the world to her purposes since she was a girl. The language they spoke to each other was Latin. Elizabeth had no Irish. Grace, the story goes, refused to use English, on the entirely logical grounds that she was not an English subject. They apparently found Latin between them as a kind of neutral ground, the language of scholars and the church, and a certain kind of international negotiation. Then there is the famous story of the handkerchief. Elizabeth offered Grace one, for reasons the account does not specify, and Grace used it, and then, unaware that English custom required otherwise, dropped it into the fireplace. The courtiers were apparently appalled. Grace, by the account, seemed genuinely puzzled by their reaction. It was a small moment, but it captured something real about the encounter. Two women operating from entirely different sets of assumptions about how the world worked and what it expected of them. The serious business of the meeting was conducted with more formality. Grace set out her case. She asked for the release of Tibbet from Bingham's custody, for the restoration of her livelihood and her right to live by her own means on the Mayo coast, and for some protection from a governor who had, in her view, exceeded his authority and caused her family irreparable harm. She offered, in return, to use her influence and her ships in the service of the English crown against its enemies, a commitment she appears to have made with at least partial sincerity. Elizabeth wrote down the agreed terms in a document that has survived. Tibbet was to be released. Grace was to be permitted to return to her lands and manage her affairs without unlawful interference. Bingham was to leave her alone. She walked out of Greenwich Palace with what she had come for. It was, by any reasonable measure, one of the most improbable diplomatic achievements of the 16th century. An elderly Irish sea captain who had spent her whole life defying the crown, sailing into the heart of its power, and leaving with an agreement signed by the Queen herself. The agreement Elizabeth signed was honoured imperfectly, as such agreements almost always were. Bingham remained in post for another 2 years, and he continued to find ways to apply pressure where he could. The letter of the arrangement observed just enough to avoid a direct challenge to the Queen's instruction, and violated whatever he thought he could get away with. Grace wrote to the Queen again. She wrote a third time, and a fourth. Each letter recorded, in careful detail, the latest of Bingham's interferences. By now she understood something about powerful men. They rarely gave up the whole of what they had promised. Tibbet was released. That much held. He went on to build a remarkable career of his own, navigating the transition from Gaelic to English Ireland with a pragmatism that his mother would have recognized. He would eventually be granted the title Viscount Mayo by the English crown, the old chieftain's grandson transformed, on paper at least, into an English peer. It was this sort of accommodation Grace herself had always resisted, but she had survived long enough to understand why a younger person might make different choices. Bingham was eventually recalled to England, accused by Irish lords of excessive cruelty. Grace, had she been informed of this development, would no doubt have offered him a particular kind of dry farewell. Her last years were spent on the Mayo coast, at Rockfleet, and at the old O'Malley stronghold on Clare Island. The world around her was changing, with an acceleration that even she could not outpace. The 9 Years' War, the great Irish uprising led by Hugh O'Neill and Red Hugh O'Donnell, began in 1593, the same year she visited Elizabeth, and burned through the island for nearly a decade. The Gaelic order that had shaped Grace's entire life, the clan structures, the old Irish laws, the independent chieftains who had held their territories against Tudor pressure, was coming apart under the strain. Tibbet fought in the war, changed sides, fought again. His mother, too old by then for the kind of direct action she had spent a lifetime taking, kept her counsel and watched. She is thought to have died around 1603, the year that Elizabeth herself died in London, the year that James VI of Scotland came south to take the English throne, and the long Tudor era drew to a close. Whether Grace outlived the Queen by days or months, no one is quite certain. The records, which had never been reliable guides to her life, offer nothing useful about its ending. What survived her was everything that written records cannot always hold. The place names, Hen's Castle on its Connemara Lake, the Tower House on Clare Island, where her grave is said to be, the songs, which spread through the Irish-speaking West and were still being sung centuries after her death, the stories that accumulated around her name, growing larger and stranger with each generation, until the real woman became almost impossible to separate from the legend. But the real woman was remarkable enough. She had been born into a world that offered women a sharply limited set of roles, and she had treated those limits as suggestions rather than instructions. She had built a fleet, defended castles, negotiated with queens, survived imprisonment, and died in the house she had chosen, by the sea she had sailed her entire life. 400 years on, the castles she held still stand, mostly in ruin, looking out at the same Atlantic. But the sea has not forgotten Grace O'Malley, and neither, as it turns out, has history itself. That's all for tonight's journey through history. If this was your first time listening, let us know where it is you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. And for those listening on Spotify Premium, did you know that in select regions, you can now skip ad breaks entirely by switching from audio to video? In fact, watching us on Spotify Premium Video is the best way to help us create more stories, just for you. You can also get early access to our newest episodes by joining us on Patreon. And whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you so much for listening, and rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. You can also help us choose an upcoming feature by voting in our Spotify poll. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of the Eilean Lighthouse, a remote tower perched atop a windswept Atlantic rock where 3 experienced keepers suddenly vanished, leaving behind one of the most puzzling disappearances in all of maritime history. Only the year before, a granite tower had been raised on Eilean, the most prominent of them. It was to be a beacon for ships threading some of the most punishing waters in the North Atlantic. Some 60 miles west of the Scottish mainland, the Flannan Isles lie scattered like forgotten stones in the wild Atlantic. And there, left for the winter to man the newly completed structure, were Principal Keeper James Ducat, Second Assistant Thomas Marshall, and Keeper Donald MacArthur. But then, scarcely a week on, a passing steamer crossing on a midwinter night noticed something amiss. The lighthouse, which should have been blazing across the swell, now stood dim against the night. Days passed before a relief vessel could battle through icy gales to reach the island. What they discovered there was something both uncanny and unsettling. An outpost perfectly in order, yet utterly deserted. 2 sets of oilskin waterproofs were gone from their pegs, while a third hung exactly where it belonged, meaning one of them had intentionally stepped into the teeth of a December gale in nothing but their undershirt. And the great lamp at the top of the tower, it sat trimmed and ready to light. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll follow the evidence of this baffling turn of events. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's soar above the freezing salt spray of the Scottish Isles and illuminate the mystery of the Eilean Lighthouse. Far out beyond the western edge of Scotland, past the Isle of Lewis and the last of the sheltered sea locks, the Atlantic opens into something vast and untamed. The waves there have crossed thousands of miles without meeting land, and by the time they arrive at the Flannan Isles, they have gathered a kind of momentum that has proven at times to be more like a suggestion than a boundary. They do not rush. They simply arrive, again and again, patient, unhurried, and inevitable, like an ancient swirling demigod that answers to no one. The Flannan Isles are a scatter of 7 uninhabited rocks in the North Atlantic, long known as the 7 Hunters. For centuries, sailors and islanders treated them with a wary reverence, a place thought to be either sacred or haunted, or both. They rise from the water like the tops of drowned hills, dark and grass-covered, their edges cut into ledges and gullies by centuries of Atlantic weather. There are no trees, there are no harbours to speak of. In summer, seabirds nest in their thousands along the cliff tops, and the air fills with the kind of noise that makes conversation difficult. In winter, the birds are largely gone, and what remains is a silence so complete it feels almost deliberate. Eilean is the largest of the group, which is not saying a great deal. It rises perhaps 200 feet above the waterline at its highest point, a lozenge of rock and thin turf, and battered on every side. The name means simply the Big Island in Gaelic, and in context it earns that title, though a visitor arriving by sea might be forgiven for thinking it looked more like an afterthought than a destination. People had been to Eilean Moor before the Lighthouse men. There was a ruined chapel on the island, small and very old, dedicated to Saint Flannan, whose name the islands carried in the English-speaking world. Beside it, the traces of older habitations lay quietly in the grass, walls reduced to low ridges, thresholds worn smooth by feet long gone. Pilgrims had apparently made the crossing in earlier centuries, drawn by the saints' association with the place. The island had been considered holy enough to visit, but too remote to live in, which is perhaps the most honest assessment anyone ever made of it. By the time of our story, those old pilgrims were long forgotten. The island had returned to the birds and the weather, and for most of the 19th century, it was simply one of many hazards along one of the busiest sea lanes in the Northern Hemisphere. Ships bound for American ports, or returning home laden, passed within a few miles of them on a regular basis. Wrecks were not uncommon in those waters. The rocks did not advertise themselves, and in bad weather, neither did the coastline. The Northern Lighthouse Board had been alert to this for some time. In the final years of the 1800s, plans were drawn and money allocated, and Eilean Moor was chosen as the site for a new light that would mark the outer edge of those treacherous waters. The Eilean Moor lighthouse did not arrive quickly or easily. These things rarely did at the end of the 19th century, and in a location as remote as the Flannan Isles, the difficulties were multiplied at every stage. The man responsible for the design was David Allen Stevenson, one of the great lighthouse building family, whose name was attached to so many of Scotland's lights. His firm had surveyed the island, worked out the engineering problems, and produced plans for a tower suited to one of the most exposed positions in the British Isles. The Stevenson family had been solving exactly these kinds of problems for generations, and David Allen brought that accumulated knowledge to bear on Eilean Moor with characteristic thoroughness. The West Landing and the East Landing, two concrete platforms cut into the cliff face at different levels, were the only means of getting anything ashore. Each was usable only in specific wind and sea conditions. In practice, there were days when neither could be reached at all. Getting stone and ironwork up from those landings to the top of the island required a system of ropes, pulleys, and cranes fixed into the rock. The cliff face on the island's steeper sides ran to about 150 feet, and everything needed for construction had to be hauled up it. The men who built the lighthouse did not have an easy posting. The completed station included the main tower, a low range of keepers' accommodation built around a courtyard, storage rooms for oil and equipment, and the two concrete landing platforms connected to the upper station by steep paths and iron railings bolted into the cliff. It was compact, functional, and designed for people who understood that comfort was a secondary consideration to reliability. The shore station was near a small settlement on the Isle of Lewis, roughly 18 miles to the east across open water. From there, the lighthouse tender made its regular runs to relieve the keepers and resupply the station. The schedule called for one keeper to be on shore at any given time, with 3 men maintaining the light in rotation. It was a sensible system, assuming the weather cooperated, which it frequently did not. Since there was no radio, telegraph or telephone, the keepers sent signals by flag, and on the Lewis shore, a man named Roderick Mackenzie had been employed to watch for them with a telescope. But the system was imperfect. Poor visibility could make Mackenzie's watch from Lewis unreliable. The lighthouse itself was finished just in time to guide ships through its first winter season. The accommodation was completed to a workable standard. The oil stores were stocked. The logbooks and instruction manuals were in place. The station was handed over to the care of its keepers, and out on that small wind-scraped island, the great lens turned, and the beam swept across the water. The lighthouse board did not send careless men to Eilean Moor. The work demanded too much for that. Keepers were selected for steadiness, reliability, and a temperament suited to extended isolation, and the 3 men, assigned to the Flannan station in the autumn of 1900, were, by all professional accounts, well suited to the post. James Ducat was the principal keeper, which meant he was in charge. He was 40 years old, an experienced man who had served at several stations before Eilean Moor. He had the accumulated knowledge of someone who had spent years working with lenses, fuel systems, and mechanisms that were not allowed to fail. He kept the official log, oversaw the running of the station, and carried the ultimate responsibility for the light. He was a husband and father, with a family on the mainland who expected him back. Thomas Marshall was the second assistant keeper, 28 years old, and at a stage in his career where he was still accumulating the deep familiarity with the work that Ducat had already mastered. He was junior but capable, doing the same essential tasks that all keepers shared, such as cleaning the lens, trimming the wick, or maintaining the clockwork mechanism that turned the light. Donald MacArthur was the occasional keeper, meaning he was covering for someone else. William Ross, the regular third assistant, was on sick leave, and MacArthur had been sent in his place. He was older than Marshall, described by those who knew him as a man of strong character and steady nerve, not someone easily rattled. He was filling a gap in the rota, but would have brought his own experience to the work. The job itself was nothing like the romantic version that occasionally appeared in illustrated magazines of the period. There was no time for standing at windows, watching the horizon with philosophical detachment. The day was structured around the machinery. The lens had to be cleaned every morning, a careful process involving soft cloths and exact attention, because any smear or dust on the optical surfaces would degrade the light. The oil reservoir had to be checked and filled. The clockwork drive mechanism, which kept the lens rotating at the precise speed needed to produce the lighthouse's characteristic flash pattern, required regular winding and inspection. Weather observations were taken and recorded at set intervals throughout the day. The log had to be kept in the required form, with entries made at proper times. The accommodation had to be maintained. Coal and oil had to be managed carefully, because a resupply run could not always be counted on when weather intervened. There was always something requiring attention, and the discipline of the service meant it received that attention whether the men felt like providing it or not. They rotated the night watch between them, each man taking his turn at the lamp while the others slept. The The light could not be left unattended once it was burning. This was the core obligation of the job, and experienced keepers understood it as the central rule of their work. Away from the lamp and the machinery, life on Eilean Moor was stripped down to its barest form. 3 men, a stone house, and weather that often kept them confined for days at a time. The routine of the work was probably a comfort as much as a constraint. It gave shape to the days and a sense of purpose that pure isolation might otherwise have eroded. The SS Arctur was a steamer bound for the River Clyde and the port of Glasgow, when around midnight on the 15th of December 1900, she passed through the waters west of the Outer Hebrides. Her captain and crew knew this route well. They knew where the Flannan light ought to appear on the horizon, but in that darkness they saw only its absence. The light should have been visible for miles on a clear night. A first-order lens at that height, properly fueled and maintained, was not a subtle thing. Ships had been using it to set their courses since the previous year. Its absence, when the weather permitted seeing it at all, was the kind of thing a careful officer would notice and note. The Arctur's crew recorded the observation, and then they continued on their passage. The report reached the Northern Lighthouse Board, but not immediately. It travelled through the ordinary channels of maritime reporting. By the time the information arrived in Edinburgh, several days had already passed. The relief tender Hesperus had been expected earlier, but bad weather delayed the call until the 26th of December. There was nothing unusual about this. Delays were part of the working reality of servicing remote stations, and no one at the board had yet fully understood that something at the Flannan station had gone wrong. The delay was ordinary on paper, but in hindsight, it became one of the most painful parts of the story. It was not negligence exactly. It was the accumulated limitation of every practical constraint that governed remote lighthouse work at the turn of the century. Imperfect weather, a vast distance, and a system built on the assumption that things would generally be all right. The assumption had always been reasonable, until the Flannan station went silent. On the 26th of December, the Hesperus made for the island. Captain James Harvey had the relief keeper Joseph Moore aboard, along with the usual supplies for the station. It was a routine run, or at least it should have been. Harvey brought the vessel in toward the island and waited for what always came next, the keepers appearing on the landing to receive the tender, flag on the flagstaff, and provision boxes ready. Captain Harvey waited. He sounded the ship's horn, the sound carrying across the water and up the cliff face toward the lighthouse buildings above. He fired a rocket, a sharp report against the winter sky. The flare climbed and fell, and the island gave back nothing at all. There was no welcome from the lighthouse keepers, no flag on the flagstaff, and no provision boxes waiting at the landing. At a working lighthouse station, this was not how a relief call was supposed to look. Harvey had a practical problem. The sea was running in a way that made landing difficult, and without men ashore to assist, putting Joseph Moore onto the island required patience and care. Eventually, conditions permitted it. Moore was rowed across to the east landing and climbed the path alone. Moore was a lighthouse keeper himself, which meant he knew the routines of a station and what counted as normal. On the way up, he was already reading the details around him for information. He later wrote a letter describing what he found, and the plainness of his language gives it an odd, careful weight. His letter described the first signs of unease plainly. I went up, and on coming to the entrance gate, I found it closed. Likewise, the entrance door to the lighthouse, but the kitchen door itself was open. Moore went inside. The rooms were cold and empty. He checked quickly, then returned to the landing. He understood within minutes what the situation meant. Harvey sent 2 of the vessel's crew ashore to help. Together, they went back up with Moore and conducted a thorough inspection of the station. They checked the outbuildings, the storage areas, the path around the island. They called out. They looked over the cliff edges. There were no men on Eilean Moor. Harvey wrote his report to the Northern Lighthouse Board that evening, while the Hesperus rode at anchor in the lee of the island. He recorded the missing flag and provision boxes, the failure to respond, and Moore's discovery that the buildings were empty and the keepers gone. The board received his report, and what had been a delayed concern became suddenly a very serious matter indeed. Joseph Moore went back into the station the following morning with clearer purpose and better light. Captain Harvey had kept men on the island overnight, and now the inspection could be done properly. The unsettling part was the order of it, as though the men had simply stepped away from their duties for a moment and failed to return. Moore's report was brief and factual. The lamp was cleaned, the fountain full, blinds on the windows, etc. The kitchen, on closer inspection, was tidy. The floor had been swept. The everyday clutter of a working station had been dealt with. There was no abandoned meal, no overturned furniture, no sign of a struggle or a hurried departure. The beds had been slept in at some point and not made up again, which suggested the men had been awake and at work when whatever happened had happened, rather than having been taken in the night. 2 sets of outdoor clothing were missing from their pegs, the oilskins and sea boots keepers wore when going down to the exposed landings in bad weather. 1 set still hung exactly where it belonged. It was the kind of detail that stayed with everyone who heard it. 3 men had vanished, but only 2 sets of heavy waterproof gear were gone. The station records were still on the table. The clock in the accommodation had run down, which gave a rough indication that it had not been wound for several days. The coal store and oil store were in normal condition, not emptied in preparation for departure, not disturbed. Moore and the crew searched the island thoroughly. They walked the cliff tops, looked into every hollow and gully, checked the paths down to both landings, and examined the areas around each one. Moore wrote afterwards that they found nothing to convince them how it had happened. Whatever had taken the 3 keepers away from the station, it had not given them time to leave a note or light the fire again. Yet the lamp had been cleaned, the fountain filled, and the kitchen tidied. The work had been done, and then at some point the 3 men had simply gone. The official station log was a bound book, and keepers were expected to keep it carefully. Entries were made at set times in the required form, covering weather observations, equipment checks, and anything else the board's regulations required to be recorded. When Moore examined it, the last completed entries were for the 13th of December. The missing final entries were not by themselves unusual. The system allowed for entries to be drafted on a slate first, and then copied into the bound log once the keeper was satisfied with the wording. What Moore found alongside the log was exactly that, a slate with rough notes covering the 14th of December and the morning of the 15th. The work of those 2 days had been observed and recorded in the usual way. The notes had simply not yet been transferred to the permanent record. The morning entries for the 15th suggested the routine work of the station had been completed. Whatever had happened to the 3 keepers, it appeared to have happened in the afternoon of the 15th of December, after the morning's work was done, and before the next log entry would have been due. This gave the timeline a particular shape. The evidence pointed away from a nighttime disappearance and towards something that happened after the morning duties were complete. The question that remained was why all 3 men had left the station at once. Lighthouse regulations were strict about leaving the station unattended. A keeper did not simply decide to go for a walk on a winter afternoon. Any trip to the landings or the exterior of the island had a purpose, and that purpose was generally connected to the equipment or the weather. The search produced no usable physical trace, no footprints that told a clear story, no torn clothing on the rocks. 3 men had completed their morning work, and then the record went silent. What the afternoon of the 15th of December had actually contained was a question that the evidence inside the station could not answer. For that, it was necessary to go outside, down the steep path toward the western side of the island, and look at what the sea had done to the landing below. Robert Muirhead arrived on Eilean Moor on the 29th of December to conduct the official investigation on behalf of the Northern Lighthouse Board. He was the superintendent for the district, a man who knew lighthouse stations and their working conditions thoroughly, and he approached the task with methodical attention. He had already read Harvey's report and Moore's letter. He had a reasonable picture of the state of the accommodation and the log. What he needed to examine in person was the island itself, and in particular the West Landing, which the initial search party had noted was in an unusual condition. The West Landing was the more exposed of the 2. The path from the upper station down to it was steep, cut into the rock, with iron railings bolted into the cliff face to provide handholds on the most dangerous sections. What Muirhead found at the West Landing was evidence of exceptional violence by the sea. The iron railings on part of the path had been twisted out of their original alignment. A stone Muirhead, estimated at more than a ton, had been torn from its place and thrown onto the concrete path. A lifebuoy, stored at the landing for use in exactly the kind of emergency that might befall a man working close to the water's edge, had been torn from its mountings and taken by the sea. Muirhead noted in his report that some of this damage was found just over 100 feet above sea level. The Atlantic, in the right conditions and striking the right angle of cliff, was capable of sending water and force to that height with sufficient energy to move a ton of stone and tear iron fittings from rock. Rare as it was, that kind of wave damage was possible there, particularly on an island with the shape and exposure of Eilean Moor. His report described the damage carefully, and then turned to the question of the clothing. Ducat, he concluded from the available evidence, had most likely been wearing his sea boots and waterproof coat. Marshall appeared to have had sea boots and full oilskins. These were the garments Moore confirmed the keepers wore when going down to the landings, particularly in rough weather. Practical choices for men intending to work close to the water in December. MacArthur, however, appeared to have gone out without weather gear of any kind. Muirhead's report to the Northern Lighthouse Board proposed what became the official conclusion. The three keepers had gone to the West Landing, probably to secure equipment or inspect damage caused by the severe weather, and had been struck by an unexpected large wave and carried into the sea. The Northern Lighthouse Board accepted this finding and recorded it as the most probable explanation for their disappearance. The reconstruction that accompanied this conclusion was straightforward enough. The damage at the West Landing gave the men a professional reason to go down and assess it. Ducat and Marshall had dressed appropriately. Something had drawn MacArthur out without time to do the same. Perhaps a shout, perhaps the sight from a window of something threatening the equipment below. There were plausible variations on that central account. One man may have got into difficulty first, with the others going to help. The damage Muirhead found may have been caused by an earlier wave, with the men struck by another while assessing it. None of this required anything unusual. The sea does not need to be mysterious to kill experienced men working close to its edge in winter. Other theories had begun to accumulate even before the official investigation was complete. Later accounts also raised theories about the men's state of mind and even the possibility of a confrontation near the cliff edge. Others proposed escape, that the men had somehow arranged to leave the island and begin new lives elsewhere, abandoning families and employment without a word. But this theory does not fit the known facts. Eilean Moor in December did not offer casual exit routes. There was no vessel. There was no arrangement. There was no motive anyone could identify. Beyond those human explanations, the story gathered the stranger rumors that remote mysteries tend to collect over time. More fanciful versions involved monsters, spies, and supernatural forces, but those belonged to legend rather than evidence. The most persistent distortion of the story was a different kind of invention. Wilfrid Wilson Gibson, a poet who had never visited the island, wrote a poem called Flannan Isle in 1912, and in it he helped popularize the image of an untouched meal on the table and an overturned chair. The image was striking, and it spread widely. Later, accounts repeated Gibson's dramatic details, even though the documented evidence pointed elsewhere entirely, to cleaned lamps and a tidy kitchen. In the end, no bodies were ever recovered. For the families, that absence may have been the hardest thing of all, not only the loss itself, but the lack of any final physical proof. The Northern Lighthouse Board, in time, accepted what the evidence suggested, that 3 good men, doing their duty in a great storm, had been taken by the sea. It was a conclusion of a sort, but conclusions and certainties are not always the same thing, and on Eilean Moor there had been no witness. In the months that followed, the station returned to its work. A new set of keepers came ashore. The lamp was relit, and ships once again adjusted course by its steady glow. And yet, the story refused to settle. Perhaps that is why Eilean Moor still holds the imagination, because the most likely explanation is simple, but the evidence stops just short of proof. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. You can also help us choose an upcoming feature by voting in our Spotify poll. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the strange and beguiling legend of El Dorado, the gilded kingdom that drew tens of thousands of men into the jungle, many to their doom, in search of riches beyond imagining. High in the mist and thin air of the Colombian Andes, there lived a people called the Muisca, who upon crowning a new ruler, would coat his body in fine gold dust until he shimmered from head to foot. He was then paddled out to the center of an almost perfectly circular lagoon, where he cast gold, emeralds, and other treasures into the depths as an offering to the gods. The story of this sacred ritual spread rapidly among the newly arrived conquistadors, who referred to this Andean ruler as the Golden One, or in Spanish, El Dorado. but some believed El Dorado was more than just a man. To them, El Dorado was in fact a long-lost city with streets paved in gold. As the legend grew, so too did the desperation to recover its boundless riches. Noble houses emptied their coffers to outfit expeditions on a grand scale. Armies of soldiers, servants, and porters all marched into the unknown. Fevers took them in their hundreds. Hunger took more. The jungles and mountains of South America swallowed countless lives, and still the legend pulled them on. In the end, it would outlast its dreamers and outlive kings. It would bankrupt empires and drive its seekers to madness. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll follow this impossible idea from sacred lake to deadly wilderness and discover how longing and greed, faith and fear were intertwined. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's uncover the mystery of El Dorado. Long before any European ship had crossed the Atlantic, high in the Colombian Andes, where the air is thin and the mornings arrive cold and blue, a kingdom had been running itself very quietly and very well for centuries. The people there were called the Muisca, and they lived in a land of steep green valleys, deep lakes, and skies that seemed closer to the ground than anywhere else on earth. The Muisca were not a warlike people, not in the way the Spanish would later imagine. They farmed, they traded. They had a sophisticated system of chiefs and priests and seasonal ceremonies, and they understood, in the way that mountain people often do, that the land was not something to be owned, but something to be answered to. At the center of their ceremonial life was a ritual so strange and so beautiful that once described to a European ear, it could never quite be forgotten. When a new ruler came to power among the Muisca, he did not receive a crown or a sword or a flag, but a coat of gold. On the appointed morning, the new chief was brought to the edge of a high mountain lake. His attendants covered his body in a thick, sticky resin, and then, using hollow reeds, they blew fine gold dust across his skin until every inch of him shimmered in the early light. He was, in that moment, neither man nor statue, but something in between. The Spanish, hearing of this later, gave him a name that would echo through centuries: El Dorado, the Gilded One. The ceremony was not theater, it was theology. The Muisca believed that gold was the physical substance of the sun, and that by clothing their king in it, they were connecting him and themselves to something vast and sustaining above them. The gold did not make the king powerful, it made him a messenger. The lake where this took place was called Guatavita, a near-perfect circle of water resting in the mountains north of what is now Bogotá. There, the gilded king would step onto a raft surrounded by his priests and his finest offerings. The raft was pushed out to the center of the water, and at the appointed moment, the gold and the emeralds, and whatever else had been gathered for the purpose, were cast into the depths below. No crowd watched from the shore. No army stood at attention. This was a private exchange between a people and their gods, conducted above the clouds, and meant for no other audience. The Muisca did not have a golden city. They had something more interesting than that. They had a way of looking at the world in which gold was not treasure to be kept, but prayer to be released, and in which a lake was not an obstacle, but an altar. Lake Guatavita sat in its mountain hollow, like something the landscape had made on purpose. Hills folded around the lake, like a broken crown, holding water so dark and still that on bright mornings it caught the whole sky and made the shore feel like the edge of something infinite. The Muisca had known this place for generations. It was not simply a geographical feature to them, but a living presence, a place where the boundary between the human world and the world of the gods grew thin. Their origin stories placed a great serpent in the depths of the lake, a creature of enormous power who accepted the offerings of gold and emerald, and who kept the rains coming and the harvests reliable in return. The story crossed the mountains, as stories so often do, carried by traders and travelers and the indigenous people who lived at the edges of the Muisca territory. By the time it reached the first Spanish ears, it had already changed shape slightly. The lake itself was perhaps less emphasized than the gold. The gold, of course, was very much emphasized. The idea that the gold had been dropped into a lake and was therefore precisely nowhere seemed to them not a spiritual answer, but an incomplete one. The name shifted in their mouths and on their maps. El Dorado began to mean something different from what it had meant before. It stopped being a man and started being a place. The truth about the Muisca, had anyone stopped to look for it, was available in the land itself. The ground beneath the Muisca heartland held enormous wealth, but it was not the wealth anyone was looking for. Around the town of Zipaquira, a major salt mining town north of modern Bogotá, lay one of the largest salt deposits in South America. For centuries, the Muisca had been mining it, processing it, and trading it outward in every direction. Salt was not glamorous, but it was indispensable. Every community needed it. None of their neighbors could produce it in the quantities the Muisca could. This one resource, unglamorous and brownish-grey, had made the Muisca the essential trading hub of a wide region. The emeralds came from the nearby hills, where rich seams of the green stone ran through the rock. Muisca emeralds were among the finest in the world, deep in color and large enough to matter. They traded through the mountains and along the rivers, reaching coastal peoples and highland peoples alike, valued everywhere for their color and rarity. Fine cotton cloth moved along the same routes, pottery, dried food, featherwork. The Muisca were not a society sitting on a hoard. They were a society in constant, productive motion, exchanging what they had for what they needed, and building relationships along the way that held their world together. Gold came back along those same routes, raw and unworked, brought by neighboring peoples from deposits further afield. The Muisca received it as raw material and returned it as art. Their goldsmiths were among the most skilled in the region, working a gold and copper alloy called tumbaga that they shaped into objects of extraordinary variety. Masks, pectorals, necklaces, and the small flat figurines called tunjos that populated their religious practice in their tens of thousands. None of this gold was mined in Muisca territory. All of it had been acquired through trade, processed through skilled hands, and either exchanged onward or dedicated to the gods. Every piece had come by way of barter, passed through expert craft, and then been sent back into circulation or offered up in devotion. The idea of a golden city, of vaults stacked high with the stuff, was precisely backwards from how they actually thought about the metal. There is a gentle irony in all of this that takes a moment to settle. The Europeans who crossed the Atlantic looking for gold were chasing a civilization that was itself chasing other things entirely. The Muisca were chasing salt trade routes and ceremonial obligations and the goodwill of mountain spirits who lived in lakes. The salt mines at Zipaquira would eventually become something extraordinary in their own right. In the 20th century, long after the conquest, a cathedral was carved into the rock 200 meters below the earth, its nave and altars cut directly from the salt face, lit by colored lights that made the walls glow rose and amber in the dark. People still visit it today, descending into the mountain to stand in an enormous underground church that no one on the surface could have imagined from above. It is, in its strange way, exactly the sort of thing the Muisca would have understood. Something beautiful made for the purpose of devotion, hidden from ordinary sight, down in the earth where the real things live. The tunjos were easy to overlook. Flat, slight, and deliberately rough, they were made from tumbaga, the gold and copper alloy favored by the Muisca. Each was cast using the lost wax method. A wax model was carefully shaped, buried in clay, and then melted away when molten metal was poured in. It was a slow, skilled process used to produce objects that were simple in shape and style. They were stick figures almost, with wide, flat bodies and minimal faces. Their arms and ornaments suggested, rather than sculpted. They represented priests, chiefs, warriors, and strange creatures that moved between worlds. Some held offerings, while others were shown in the act of ceremony. They were made to stand for a specific person in a specific moment, a silent representative sent to deliver a message that the person could not deliver themselves. When they were finished, they were not displayed. They were buried in the earth, dropped into streams and lakes, tucked into crevices in rocks, hidden in the foundations of buildings. They were dispatched into the landscape and never retrieved. The making of them was the devotion, and the offering of them was the completion. In this way, over centuries, the Muisca distributed prayers across the land like seeds, trusting the earth to receive them. The Spanish arrived in the 1530s under Gonzalo Jiménez de Quesada, who marched up from the coast through jungle and mountains with a force that dwindled badly along the way, arriving in the Muisca highlands with a fraction of the men he had started with. The Muisca, whose military traditions were not designed for this kind of organized, heavily armed invasion, were overwhelmed relatively quickly. By 1538, the main Muisca chiefdoms had been subdued, and the business of extraction had begun. What the Spanish found when they searched the temples and burial sites and sacred places was, in purely material terms, remarkable. Gold objects of every size and description, accumulated over generations of trade and craft. The tunjos alone numbered in their thousands. For the Muisca, these were a devotional archive, the material record of 10,000 individual acts of faith, each one sent forward into the earth and forgotten. For the Spanish, they were raw material. The objects were collected, sorted, and melted down. The king's fifth was calculated, the rest distributed according to rank and contribution. The tunjos, those deliberate, humble little forms, were rendered down into ingots and bars, anonymous and portable, ready to cross the ocean. Almost nothing was recorded about what had been lost. The Spanish were not interested in what the objects had meant. They were interested in what they weighed, and in that one particular measure, the Muisca prayer archive was remarkably satisfying. What had been a landscape full of whispered conversations between people and their gods became, in the space of a few years, a landscape stripped of its memories. The earth still held some of it. Lakes still held some of it. But the great accumulation of careful intention, all those small, flat figures made to be forgotten in a sacred way, had been forgotten instead in the most ordinary way possible, in a furnace, on their way to becoming coins. By 1545, 7 years after the conquest of the Muisca had been formally completed, the attention of certain ambitious men had turned back to the lake. Lake Guatavita had not been forgotten. The story of the ceremony had been circulating among the Spanish in the region since Quesada's expedition, and the mathematics of it were compelling. If each new chief had made offerings at his accession, and if the chiefs had succeeded one another over many generations, then the lake bed ought to hold a considerable fortune in gold and emeralds, sitting in the silt, waiting. All that was needed was to get the water out. Hernan Perez de Quesada, the brother of the original conquistador, organized the first serious attempt in 1545. His method was direct and entirely without engineering sophistication. He hired a large number of men, equipped them with gourds, and set them to bailing. The workforce formed a chain from the water's edge, passing containers up the slope and emptying them over the rim of the crater, one gourd at a time. The lake was deep and cold, and the work was slow and exhausting. For 3 months the bailing continued. At the end of it, the water level had dropped by approximately 3 meters. 3 meters of progress on a lake of considerable depth was not, objectively, a triumph, but it was enough. In the narrow band of exposed shore that had been uncovered, the men found gold objects, including pieces of a quality that justified continuing to talk about the project for decades afterward. Quesada recovered enough to demonstrate that the legend had a basis in fact, though not nearly enough to satisfy anyone. He returned to the normal business of colonial life and left the lake to consider what had happened. Decades passed. The lake refilled and sat there in its hills with its cargo of offerings intact below a certain depth. Then, in the 1580s, a merchant from Bogota named Antonio de Sepulveda approached the problem differently. Where Quesada had tried to empty the lake from above, Sepulveda proposed to drain it from the side. He hired a workforce of indigenous laborers, and they cut a great notch into the crater rim, a deep V-shaped channel that would allow the water to pour out under its own weight once the breach was opened. The labor was considerable. The crater walls were high, and the rock was hard, and the project took long enough that Sepulveda spent most of his personal fortune before the channel was complete. When the water finally began to flow out through the notch, it dropped by an estimated 20 meters, exposing a wide ring of lake bed that had not seen daylight in living memory. In that exposed mud, the workers found gold, a large emerald, various smaller pieces. Sepulveda sent what he found to the Spanish crown, as required, keeping his portion for himself, and prepared to drain further. Then the crater walls, softened by water, and the excavation collapsed. The channel was partially blocked. The water began to recover. The project stalled, then ended, and Sepulveda, financially ruined, petitioned the crown for relief and died without receiving much. Alexander von Humboldt visited Lake Guatavita in 1801 and estimated, on generous assumptions, that the lake floor might hold as many as 50 million gold pieces. The figure was speculative, but once published it gave the legend a new kind of authority. Not just a story, but a calculation. In 1899, a London company briefly drained Guatavita through a tunnel, recovered only a modest amount of gold, and went bankrupt when the exposed mud hardened and the lake refilled. The notch Sepulveda, cut in the crater rim, is still there, visible today on the approach to the lake, a ragged gap in the otherwise unbroken circle of hills. It looks like a bite taken out of the landscape, which is more or less what it was. The legend, faced with this difficulty, did what legends do. It moved. The process was gradual and happened across many hands and many tellings. A soldier mentioned that a trader had spoken of a great chief far to the east who wore gold. A priest wrote in a letter that indigenous informants had described a city beyond the mountains where the streets were paved with metal. A cartographer, working from second-hand accounts and his own educated guesswork, placed a large lake called Paraim somewhere in the interior of the continent, with a golden city on its shores. Each new map pushed El Dorado a little further from where the search had already failed. It moved east across the Andes and into the vast green interior of South America. It moved south, away from the Caribbean coast, and into the unmapped territories beyond the Amazon basin. Over the years, it moved just close enough to remain plausible, yet just far enough away to remain unreached. The absence of evidence became, paradoxically, evidence of the city's cunning concealment. The jungle was so impenetrable, the rivers so labyrinthine, the distances so vast, that of course no one had found it yet. This was not a sign that it did not exist. It was a sign that it had not yet been found by the right man with sufficient determination. There was a particular quality to the way El Dorado shifted on maps across the 16th century. It was not random drift. It followed the frontier of European knowledge, always resting just beyond the edge of what had been surveyed, always retreating as the survey lines advanced. The city could not be disproved, because disproving it would have required exploring the entirety of a continent, and that was going to take some time. The men who redrew its location were not all cynics or fools. Some of them were serious geographers doing their best with incomplete information. Some genuinely believed, based on the accounts they had received from indigenous people, that something extraordinary lay in the interior. The indigenous accounts themselves were complex, a mixture of real geographical knowledge, diplomatic misdirection, and stories about powerful peoples far away that had their own separate origins from the Muisca ceremony entirely. What is clear is that by the mid-16th century, El Dorado had outgrown its origins completely. The ceremony at Guatavita, the Gilded King, the lake, all of that had become a footnote. The city was now a fixture of European geographical imagination, as real on paper as any known place, more vivid in some ways because it had never been visited and could therefore be described in any terms one wished. It sat on its invented lake, surrounded by its invented plains, and waited for someone to come and not find it again. By the 1540s, the search had become more desperate, and it did not go well. Gonzalo Pizarro, younger brother of the man who had conquered the Inca Empire, set out from Quito in February of 1541, with a force assembled at considerable expense and effort. There were hundreds of Spanish soldiers and around 4,000 indigenous people forced to go as porters and laborers. There were horses, pigs for food on the march, and hunting dogs. It was, by the standards of the age, a substantial and well-equipped enterprise. The Andes rose before them, and they climbed, and then the eastern slopes fell away into something that none of them had been adequately prepared for. The cloud forest, dense and dripping, gave way to the upper Amazon basin, where the trees closed overhead, and the ground became soft and unreliable, and the rain came not in showers, but in sustained weeks-long events that turned paths into rivers and rivers into obstacles without obvious crossing points. They went looking for cinnamon forests, which Pizarro had been told existed in the interior, and for El Dorado beyond them. They found neither. What they found was hunger, because the jungle did not produce food in the quantities 4,000 people required, and fever, which the jungle produced in great abundance, and a slow, grinding attrition that reduced the expedition's numbers week by week. Pizarro dispatched his second-in-command, Francisco de Orellana, downriver with a small group to find food and return. Orellana did not return. He and his men, carried along by the current of what became known as the Amazon River, eventually reached the Atlantic coast, having completed the first European navigation of the entire river. It was an extraordinary achievement and entirely accidental, and it left Pizarro stranded in the jungle with dwindling provisions and no rescue coming. Pizarro turned back. Of those who had left Quito, only a small fraction returned. Of the 4,000 indigenous porters, almost none came home. The total loss ran to the thousands, and this was considered one expedition. Others followed, drawn by the same logic, undone by the same jungle. One German adventurer in Spanish service led an expedition in the 1530s and 1540s that wandered the Venezuelan interior for years, suffering enormous casualties and achieving nothing beyond survival. He was eventually murdered, not by the jungle, but by a rival Spanish official who considered his continued existence inconvenient. Another Spanish commander set out in 1560 with a large force down the Amazon in search of El Dorado, and was murdered by his own men within months of departure. Among those men was a soldier of volatile temperament and deteriorating judgment, who seized command of the expedition, declared himself at war with the King of Spain, killed anyone who questioned him, and eventually reached the Venezuelan coast, having lost the better part of his force. He was killed by his own soldiers shortly afterward. The Amazon and the Orinoco Basin absorbed expedition after expedition across the 16th century. Over time, many thousands never returned, most of them indigenous laborers forced into the search. The jungle recorded none of their names. It simply continued, as it had before and would after, indifferent to the ambitions of the men moving through it. By the end of the 16th century, the Spanish had been searching for El Dorado for 50 years and had produced nothing but casualties and debt. Into this history stepped an Englishman who believed, with complete and costly sincerity, that he could succeed where everyone else had failed. Sir Walter Raleigh was one of the great figures of Elizabethan England. Courtier, poet, privateer, and explorer, he had the Queen's favour for years, lost it spectacularly when he secretly married one of her ladies-in-waiting, and spent the subsequent decades attempting various ways to reclaim his standing. He had read everything available on El Dorado, including a detailed account by a Spanish soldier who claimed to have been blindfolded and led into a great city called Manoa, where the buildings gleamed and the king was covered in gold. His account was almost certainly fabricated, but Raleigh either believed it or chose to act as though he did. In 1595, Raleigh sailed for the Orinoco Delta with a small fleet and began working his way upriver. The conditions were difficult, the channels confusing, and the Golden City nowhere in evidence. He returned to England with samples of rock he believed to be gold-bearing, wrote a vivid and highly embellished account of his journey in a highly embellished book about the voyage, and presented it to a court that received it with polite skepticism. The rock samples turned out to contain very little gold. Raleigh spent the following years in and out of political difficulty. When James I came to the throne, the new king had him arrested on charges of treason, a conviction that many contemporaries considered dubious. He spent 13 years in the Tower of London, writing a history of the world and waiting. In 1616, James released him on a specific condition. Raleigh was to return to the Orinoco, find the gold mine he had been claiming existed for 20 years, and do so without coming into conflict with Spanish forces or settlements. This was a condition designed, some historians have suggested, more for its impossibility than its practicality, since the Spanish held the territory in question and were unlikely to stand aside. Raleigh sailed again in 1617, an old man now, ill for much of the voyage, and he sent his son Walter upriver, and the party attacked a nearby Spanish settlement. The expedition found no mine. It did, however, attack a Spanish settlement at Santo Tomé, in direct violation of the terms of his release. In the fighting at Santo Tomé, Wat Raleigh was killed. The father received the news on the coast and is said to have replied, with the kind of composure that may have been genuine or may have been the only alternative to collapse, that his son had paid a price that all must pay. Raleigh came home to England with no gold, a dead son, and a broken agreement. James had him arrested, and the old treason conviction was revived. On the morning of the 29th of October, 1618, in the old palace yard at Westminster, Raleigh was executed. He reportedly ran his thumb along the edge of the axe beforehand and remarked that it was a sharp remedy, but a sure one for all ills. He was 65 years old. He had spent the last years of his life chasing a city that never existed, staked everything on finding it, and lost. In 1969, 2 farmers took shelter from the rain in a cave in the hills south of Bogota. The cave was dry and unremarkable from the outside, the kind of place generations of people might have passed without stopping. But inside, in a ceramic vessel buried in the earth, they found something that had been waiting there since the 15th century or earlier. It was a small gold object, no longer than a human hand, a raft, fashioned from tumbaga, carrying a tall central figure surrounded by smaller attendants. The central figure wore a headdress and stood slightly elevated above the rest. It seemed to show a chief in the middle of a ceremony, moving across the water. This was the gilded king, rendered in miniature by the hands of a Muisca craftsman who had died perhaps 500 years before, and who had placed this object in the earth and left it there. The farmers brought it to the authorities. It passed eventually into the collection of the Gold Museum in Bogota, where it became the centerpiece of a collection assembled over decades to preserve what the conquest had not destroyed. The Muisca raft, as it is now known, sits in its own dimly lit room, a small gold object in a glass case, surrounded by the hush of the museum. Visitors from around the world come to stand in front of it, and many of them, seeing it for the first time, find it unexpectedly moving. For 5 centuries, the legend of El Dorado had grown into something immense, vast in its promise, and catastrophic in its consequences. And so to find its origin here, in a hand-sized figure of gold, is to feel the mind pause, gather itself, and learn once more how even small beginnings may cast the longest shadows. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. You can also help us choose an upcoming feature by voting in our Spotify poll. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of two small children found at the edge of a 12th century English village. Trembling and half-starved, speaking a language no one could place, and with skin that was unmistakably and impossibly green. The mid-12th century was a grim time in England. King Stephen's reign had brought civil war, a long and ugly period known simply as the Anarchy. Woolpit was a small Suffolk hamlet, named for the wolf pits that lined its boundaries, the kind of place history might never have noticed otherwise. But then, something happened that no one could explain. The little girl and her younger brother were found near one of the pits, half blinded by sunlight and cowering as if frightened of the open sky. Though starving, they would eat nothing but raw broad beans, and for weeks, that was all they touched. Upon learning English, one child eventually spoke of their origin, a place they called St. Martin's Land. It was a country they claimed was beneath the earth, where the sun never rose, where a dim perpetual twilight hung over everything, and where all the people shared the same greenish hue. Convention would have us file this away as folklore, a medieval fairy tale, nothing more. But the story was recorded independently by two respected chroniclers, neither copying from the other, yet both agreeing on the particulars. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll turn this mystery over gently in our minds, not with the certainty of explanation, but with the presence of a question that has lingered for hundreds of years. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's walk slowly through the stillness and early morning mist of this strange and enigmatic medieval mystery. Stretching back nearly a millennium ago, Suffolk was a county of long fields and low skies, with land that rolled gently toward the sea and seasons that passed in a slow, dependable rhythm. Villages like Woolpit had stood for generations, their rhythms tied to harvest and frost, to the ringing of the church bell and the turning of the year. It was a world of deep roots and short horizons, where most people lived and died within a day's walk of where they were born. Woolpit took its name from the pits dug at the edges of the settlement to trap wolves. Those animals were a real and present concern in medieval England, particularly where farmland met the ancient forest, and the people of Woolpit were practical about such things. They dug their traps, they tended their flocks, and they got on with the business of surviving. The church of St. Mary the Virgin stood at the heart of the village, solid and reassuring, and the fields around it were worked by men and women who were practical, even when faced with the unexplained. But the 12th century was not a gentle time for England. The reign of King Stephen, which stretched from 1135 to 1154, was a period historians would later call the anarchy. Stephen and Empress Matilda fought a long and grinding civil war for the throne, and the suffering that followed was not confined to battlefields. Castles were seized, lands were burned, and ordinary people found themselves caught between forces they had no power to influence. One contemporary chronicle recorded that the suffering was so great that people said openly that God and his angels were sleeping. It was during these years, at harvest time, that the people of Woolpit made a discovery at one of those old wolf pits near the edge of the fields. The accounts do not agree on every detail, as medieval accounts rarely do, but they agree on the essentials. Some of the villagers, working the fields in the warmth of late summer, heard something near the pit. They came closer, and they found two children, a boy and a girl, crouched at the edge of that old trap, blinking and bewildered in the full brightness of an English afternoon. They were small and frightened, and they were dressed in clothing no one recognized, made of an unfamiliar material that the villagers could not quite place. And then someone noticed their skin. It was green, a genuine, visible, unmistakable green, present in the children's faces and hands, in every inch of exposed skin. The harvesters would have known the difference between mud and moss, between shadow and something stranger. These children had a distinctly green cast to their skin, or at least that was how those who saw them remembered it, and how those who later wrote it down chose to record it. The village stood and stared. Then, as people in small communities tend to do when confronted with something extraordinary, they did the most ordinary thing available to them. They picked the children up and brought them in. The children did not calm easily. That was, perhaps, the first thing the villagers learned about them. Brought into the warmth and noise of the settlement, surrounded by faces and voices and all the ordinary commotion of medieval village life, they clung to one another and shrank from everything around them. The boy and the girl stayed close, as siblings do when the world has become incomprehensible, and they watched the people of Woolpit with the wide, careful eyes of creatures that did not yet know whether they were safe. Their clothing continued to puzzle those who saw it. The material was unlike wool, unlike linen, unlike anything the villagers had handled before. It was not English, that much seemed plain, but it pointed to no other country that anyone could identify, and the children themselves gave no sign of recognition. They did not respond to French, which the Norman ruling class had brought to England a century earlier. They did not respond to Latin, the language of the church and scholarship. They spoke only to one another, in low, rapid exchanges that sounded like nothing anyone in the village had heard before. The girl appeared to be somewhat older than the boy, and she seemed in those early days marginally steadier. The boy was younger and more fragile, and the distress of arrival seemed to sit more heavily on him. He shook and retreated, and barely looked at the people around him. The girl, at least, could sometimes be observed watching the village with something approaching curiosity, though she flinched if anyone came too close. At one point, a local landowner became involved in their care. William of Newburgh names him as Sir Richard de Calne, and it was into his household that the children were eventually taken. He was a man of some standing, and the assumption behind his involvement seems to have been that whatever this situation was, it required more resources and more patience than a field worker's cottage could provide. The children needed somewhere stable, and above all, they needed to be fed. That, it would emerge, was not going to be a simple matter. For the moment, though, the village of Woolpit absorbed the strangeness of what had happened with a kind of practical medieval resilience. These things were, in the 12th century, filed under the heading of the marvelous, and the marvelous was a genuine category of experience for people whose world included miracles, demons, saints, and portents, without any clear boundary between the natural and the supernatural. Strange children found at a wolf pit were remarkable, certainly, disturbing possibly, but they were children, and someone had to look after them. The question of food presented itself almost immediately, and it proved more complicated than anyone might have hoped. The children were hungry. That was plain enough from looking at them. They were thin in the way that spoke of a long time without proper nourishment, and the physical cost of wherever they had come from was visible on their faces and in the way they moved. And yet when food was placed before them, they did not eat. It was not that they refused in any dramatic fashion. There was no temper, no throwing of bowls. They simply looked at what was offered, and the confusion in their faces was total. Bread, meat, cooked vegetables, the ordinary food of a medieval English household, all of it seemed to baffle them completely. They picked things up and put them down. They sniffed at things. They retreated. As the days passed, anxiety settled over the household, as it would over any home where two already fragile children refused all food. And then, according to the accounts, something shifted. Someone brought in a bundle of broad beans, still in their stalks and pods, freshly harvested from the fields. The children's reaction was immediate. They reached for the beans with something close to recognition, the first time either of them had responded to food with anything other than confusion. They pulled the pods apart, searching inside, and when they found the beans were not yet in their familiar form, they paused, uncertain. Eventually, having worked out that the food was inside the pod, they began to eat. They ate with the focus of children who had not eaten properly in a very long time. For weeks, the broad bean was all they would accept. Raw, still in the pod, nothing else. The household accommodated this, and the children ate, and gradually the worst of the physical crisis eased. They were still thin and strange, and entirely uncommunicative in any language the village understood, but they were no longer in immediate danger of wasting away. The change did not happen all at once. In the girl, at least, the green began to recede so gradually that no one could have named the exact day it started. There was no single morning of transformation, no sudden return to an ordinary complexion. By the time the color had drained entirely from her skin, the girl looked much like any other child in the village, pale, as most Suffolk children were in the long months before summer, thin, still recovering from whatever had come before Woolpit, but no longer green. The strangeness that had defined them from the moment they were found had left their bodies and taken up residence, instead, in the stories people were beginning to tell about them. What caused their condition has occupied scholars for a long time, and the most persuasive modern explanation for the children's green color is clinical and quietly heartbreaking. At its worst, iron deficiency can alter the complexion enough to produce a noticeably pale or even green-tinged appearance. If the children were severely malnourished, then the green of their skin may have been not a marvel, but a medical symptom. The beans that sustained them in those first weeks were precisely the kind of food that would have begun to address an iron deficiency. The gradual return of normal color as their diet improved fits that pattern neatly. Sir Richard de Calne's household did not abandon them, and that matters. Medieval charity toward the poor and the strange was not guaranteed, and two inexplicable green children with no known language or origin might easily have been treated with far less kindness than they apparently received. Instead, someone kept trying different foods, someone kept watch, and someone ensured that the children had the time and the stability to recover. The boy was always the more fragile of the two. From the beginning, the accounts suggest a child already worn thin, less able to absorb the shock of whatever had happened to them, where the girl had a watchfulness about her, something that could at least pass for adaptability. The boy retreated inward and stayed there. He ate what was offered and endured the strangeness of his new surroundings, but he never quite took hold. The records are sparse about the details of his decline, as medieval records tend to be on the subject of the deaths of unnamed children. What is known is that after the children were baptized, which happened not long after their arrival in Sir Richard's household, the boy grew sick. The baptism was, in the thinking of the time, an act of care as much as faith. To be brought into the church was to be brought under a form of protection, and the household clearly extended that gesture to both children as part of their absorption into the community. But the sacrament could not do what food and rest and time were also struggling to do. And then one day, the boy died. That is the plain fact of it, and it deserves to be said plainly, because it is easy in the telling of a story this strange to let the mystery swallow the human cost. Whatever he had lived through before arriving in Woolpit, it had spent something in him that could not be replenished. The green left his skin as it left his sister's, but where her strength returned, his did not. There is no grave marker, no name in the records. He passed through Woolpit and left nothing behind except his presence in 2 chronicles and the shape his absence gave to the rest of the story. But the truth is that without him, his sister faced the village alone. Language arrived bit by bit, as it would for anyone cast suddenly into a place where everything was so unfamiliar. It began with isolated words, then grew into something steadier, a line of understanding strong enough to bear a full thought all the way through without letting it slip apart. It took months, perhaps longer, and during that time the girl lived inside her own head in a way that no one around her could fully reach, carrying whatever she knew and remembered in a language that had no one left to share it with. Her brother was gone. The sounds of her first world had no outlet. She was learning to rebuild herself in English, word by careful word, and the process was as slow as it was necessary. But she got there, and when she did, what she said was remarkable. She described a place she called St. Martin's Land. It was the country she had come from, or the name she gave it when she finally had the words to name anything at all. It lay underground, she said, or at least below the world as Woolpit knew it. The sun did not rise there. It was a dim, greenish half-light that never changed. All of the people in St. Martin's Land were green, she said. The colour that had marked her and her brother as Eilean in Suffolk was simply normal there. It was the colour of the people, as ordinary as brown eyes or dark hair, unremarkable to those who lived with it. Across a wide river from St. Martin's Land, she had been able to see another country. It was brighter there, she said, brilliantly lit, luminous in a way that her own world was not. But the river was uncrossable. That land of light could be seen and longed for, but never reached. It sat on the other side of the water, like a promise that was not addressed to her. These details have the odd specificity of remembered experience. There was no grandeur in them, no dragons or kings or great battles. The world she described was oddly domestic, quietly persistent, specific in the way that real memories are specific. A particular quality of light, a river that could not be crossed. None of the explanations are entirely satisfying, which may be precisely the point. The girl told what she remembered, in a language she had only recently acquired, about a place she had left behind and could not return to. Whether St. Martin's Land was a real geography, or a child's honest rendering of something that does not translate neatly into words, it was the place she said she had left behind. The question everyone in Woolpit must have wanted answered, once the girl had enough English to be understood, was how. How had she and her brother come from that green twilight country to a wolf pit in Suffolk? What was the road between those two places, and how had two children come to walk it? Her answer was not what anyone might have expected. It began, of all things, with music. She and her brother had been out in the fields of St. Martin's Land, tending their father's flocks. It was ordinary work, the kind of task that fell to children across every century and every country, watching over animals in open ground with the particular mixture of boredom and alertness that such work required. And then, from somewhere nearby, they heard bells. The bells were clear and beautiful. They came from no visible source, no church tower, no procession, nothing that could be seen or pointed to. The sound simply arrived, vivid and compelling, hanging in the greenish air of their world without explanation. She said the bells sounded like nothing she had heard before, and that she and her brother had been drawn toward the sound before they had quite decided to follow it. They found a cavern, an entrance in the earth, leading downward into the dark. The bells seemed to come from somewhere within it, or somewhere beyond it, and the two children went in. What followed, in her account, was a long walk through darkness. She did not describe it as frightening, at least not initially. It was simply a passage, a tunnel leading onward, with the sound of bells somewhere ahead of them, pulling them forward. The walk lasted a long time, longer than she could easily measure, until the darkness ahead began to give way to something else. Then the light hit them, the brightness of a Suffolk afternoon, pouring into the end of the tunnel, was the first thing they encountered from this world. After the green-tinged half-dark of St. Martin's Land, The full light of an English summer must have been genuinely overwhelming. They stumbled out into the fields near Woolpit, dazzled and disoriented, and the harvesters found them there beside the wolf pit, blinking like creatures dragged into a world they had no preparation for, which, whatever the explanation, is precisely what they were. A story this strange might easily have slipped away. Medieval England produced no shortage of tales of the marvellous, and many of them dissolved back into the general noise of history without leaving a clear mark. What kept the Green Children of Woolpit from becoming simply another local legend was the attention of two men who wrote things down. Ralph of Coggeshall was a Cistercian abbot at a monastery in Essex, not far from Suffolk. He was a careful and practical writer, more interested in the business of recording events than in embellishing them, and his chronicle covered the history of his own times with a fairly steady eye. He wrote about the Green Children from accounts he had gathered, possibly including testimony from Sir Richard de Calne himself, who is named in his version of the story. Ralph did not explain the children. He described them, and he left the explanation to others. William of Newburgh was a different kind of writer. An Augustinian canon in Yorkshire, he produced his History of England, which later centuries came to regard as one of the more reliable chronicles of the 12th century. He was not a man given to accepting the marvellous without a degree of scrutiny. He was notably sceptical about other legendary histories of Britain, dismissing much of it as invention. That William chose to include the story of the Green Children, treating it as a genuine historical puzzle rather than obvious fabrication, carried real weight. The two men did not copy from one another. Their accounts differ on certain details, as independent sources tend to do. Ralph's version places more emphasis on the household of Sir Richard de Calne and includes more of the girl's reported speech. William's version is slightly more interpretive, reaching for possible meanings and frameworks, though he stops well short of a definitive conclusion. Both accounts agree on the essentials: the colour of their skin, the wolf pit, the refusal of food, the beans, the language, the death of the boy, and the girl's eventual account of St. Martin's Land. In the practice of history, this kind of dual sourcing matters considerably. A single account of something extraordinary proves only that someone wrote it down. Two independent accounts, written by men with no apparent reason to coordinate their stories, suggests that something genuinely puzzling entered the historical record. Something that enough people saw and discussed that it reached two separate chroniclers and struck both of them as worth preserving. They could not explain it. Ralph essentially admitted as much, presenting the account and letting it stand. William grappled with it more openly, acknowledging the difficulty of making sense of something that sat so awkwardly between the natural and the supernatural. But neither dismissed it. 800 years later, their careful attention to a strange story heard from the fields of Suffolk is the reason the tale has survived at all. Had no one taken notice, the Green Children would likely have dissolved into the background noise of 12th century village life. One more strange tale from harvest season, passed from hearth to hearth until memory finally let it die. She was baptized as her brother had been, and she was given a name, though the primary chronicles do not preserve it. The name Agnes appears only in later retellings. What is confirmed is that she lived, that she grew up, and that she made something of herself in the world she had stumbled into. After the household of Sir Richard de Calne, after the years of learning language and food and the particular textures of an English life, she moved further into the ordinary world. She married. The accounts suggest her husband may have been a royal official, possibly based in Norfolk, which would have placed her in a household of some standing and given her a degree of social visibility. The fact that she was remembered at all, beyond the initial strangeness of her arrival, suggests she was not a person who faded into the background. Ralph of Coggeshall noted, with the kind of careful understatement that medieval chroniclers deployed when they wanted to convey something without quite saying it, that she was rather loose and wanton in her conduct. It is a line that has delighted historians ever since, not for what it reveals about her morality, which is entirely a matter for her and her century, but for what it reveals about her presence. She was known. She was talked about. She was a real and vivid person in her community, not a curiosity who had been filed away and forgotten, but a woman who generated opinions and observations in the people around her. That is, in its way, extraordinary. She had arrived in Woolpit as a baffling child no one could account for, and she had become, in the fullness of time, a woman whose neighbours thought her rather too lively for their taste. The distance between those two versions of the same person represents an entire life, rebuilt from almost nothing, in a language she had to learn, in a country she had arrived in by accident, without her brother, without her family, without anything that had been familiar to her. There is no record of whether she ever tried to find her way back. No account of her returning to look for the cavern, or listening for bells at the edges of the fields. Perhaps the loss of her brother made the idea of return too heavy to carry. Perhaps the world she had made in England was simply more present and more real than the green twilight she had left behind. Perhaps she simply got on with things, as people generally must. The most widely accepted modern explanation begins not in any underground world, but in Flanders, the region of northern Europe that now forms part of Belgium and the Netherlands. In the 12th century, Flemish settlers had come to England in considerable numbers, encouraged by the crown to bring their skills in trade and weaving to the English countryside. They settled in eastern England, especially around Suffolk and Norfolk. During the reign of King Stephen, communities of Flemish settlers faced persecution, displacement, and occasional violence. They were foreigners in a country at war with itself, and foreigners were convenient targets. If two Flemish children, Dutch-speaking settlers from what is now northern Belgium, had been orphaned by that violence, or simply separated from their community during the upheaval of the anarchy, they might have wandered for a long time before ending up in Suffolk. Their language, Flemish, would have been entirely incomprehensible to the people of Woolpit. Their clothing, from a different cultural tradition, would have seemed strange and unidentifiable. The Suffolk countryside contained areas of dense ancient forest and the remains of old mine workings, so children emerging from such terrain might well have experienced the open fields as the sudden blinding transition the girl described. And yet the explanation does not quite absorb everything. The girl did not describe wandering through forest or mine. She described following music into a cavern and walking toward light. That detail does not fit neatly into the Flemish orphan theory, and no one has found a way to make it fit without setting it aside. Perhaps she was describing something real in the only language her new world had given her, translating an experience for which there were no precise words into the nearest available images. Perhaps the bells were the muffled sound of a church, heard through earth and stone, drawing two children toward the surface. Perhaps they were something else entirely. The honest answer, after 800 years, is that no one knows. The story has been examined from every angle that scholarship and imagination between them can provide, and it remains, at its center, a small, persistent mystery. Two children appeared at the edge of a field in 12th century Suffolk, and one of them lived long enough to tell a story that has not yet finished being told. The bells rang, the children followed, and whatever world they came from, the world they arrived in kept them and remembered them and is remembering them still. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well.